right, let's kick things off with our Lisa Evers and a look at what we can expect to learn as the night progresses. Lisa.
Well, Stephen, Natasha, the question everyone keeps asking is when will we start to get an idea of election results? Election officials caution that final vote counts may not be known in some states for days due to the large number of early and mail-in voters, but we can give you mile markers of what to expect and when tonight. All eyes are on the 7 battleground states. Once the polls close, results will start to come in slowly at first, then in waves. Georgia is the first battleground state to close at 7 p.m. About a dozen polling sites will stay open after bomb threats interfered with the voting process. Georgia's Secretary of State says despite that, voters can expect timely results.
It won't just be a big number here and a big number there. It's going to happen throughout the night. And like I said, we have this all done before the night is out.
North Carolina is next at 7:30 p.m., but there may be delays because of hurricane damage. The Pennsylvania polls close at 8, and so does part of Michigan. The other part of Michigan is in a different time zone and closes at 9 Eastern Time. Michigan's Secretary of State says voters should not be intimidated by any interference.
We know that they will use all sorts of misinformation and other tactics today and in the days ahead to create chaos, confusion, fear, division, and sow seeds of doubt about what is a very clear, transparent, and secure election process.
Wisconsin and Arizona close at 9, with Nevada shutting the polling station doors at 10. The most important count is which candidate will reach the magic number of 270 Electoral College votes. Now, locally, the polls in New Jersey and Connecticut will close at 8. Here in New York, votes have to be cast by 9 p.m. Election officials say it could take more than a week to count the votes. The rules for counting deadlines vary from state to state. Keep it locked here on Fox 5 and the Fox 5 NY app for the latest. Steve, Natasha?
All right, thanks, Lisa. And the voter turnout has been high this year. People are telling Fox 5 they waited in line for 2 hours.
So Dan Rice is actually in Sky Fox above a polling site in Flatbush, Brooklyn. Dan, there have been some long lines reported there. What can you tell us?
Well, Natasha, as you were saying, and as Steve was saying, that they are reporting long lines at some of the polling places. This is the Flatbush Tompkins Congregational Church. Now, where I'm zooming in, you see those people going into the building. That is the entrance to the building where people can go and vote. That's the East 18th Street of the building. We're going to come up here with the camera, go on the front face of the building, Dorchester Road, and you can see people are lined up across the entire block here. And then that line continues back down East 19th Street. It goes about a quarter of the way down the block there, and this is one of just several places where we are hearing that there are long lines. So as you were saying at the top of the newscast, if you are in line even at 9 o'clock, you'll still be able to vote. But here you're seeing a good long line of at least they're estimating about 2 hours to get in to cast their ballots. Back to you in the studio.
Very well. All right, thanks. And we know by now the presidential election will likely come down to just a handful of swing states.
That's right. Morgan Mackay is at the Fox 5 Flipboard with a look at where the race stands in some of these battleground states. Hey, Morgan.
Yeah, Stephen, Natasha, if you trust the polls, they show that this will be one of the closest races in American history. Like you guys mentioned, the presidential race will likely come down to about 7 battleground states. So starting first with Pennsylvania, former President Donald Trump leading just slightly within the margin of error. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes. Both Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris have visited the state more than 20 times in the past few months. They understand the importance. President Joe Biden won this state in 2020. Polls close at 8 p.m. Next, in North Carolina, Trump leading by 1%, but within that margin of error, the state has 16 electoral votes. In 2020, Trump won the state by a little more than 1 point. Polls close at 7:30 here. Next, to Nevada. Trump leading, but within the margin of error again. The state has 6 electoral votes, which is the smallest total out of these 7 battleground states. In 2020, Biden won Nevada by about 2 percentage points. Polls close at 10 p.m. there. And in Georgia, Trump also leading, but within the margin of error. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. Biden barely won this state in 2020, and it was the first time a Democratic candidate won Georgia since Bill Clinton in 1992. Polls close at 7 p.m. Next, in Michigan, Trump leading, Harris leading, but within that margin of error. Michigan has 15 electoral votes. Now, Biden won this state in 2020, but Trump won it in 2016. Michigan actually has 2 different time zones, so most of the polls close at 8 p.m., but others close at 9 p.m. Next, to Wisconsin, also within the margin of error, but Harris leading slightly. The state has 10 electoral votes. Trump won the state in 2016, but Biden won in 2020. Both candidates won by less than 1% in those 2 elections. Polls close at 9 p.m. Now, lastly, in Arizona, Trump has a heftier lead here comparatively, but still within that margin of error. Arizona has 11 electoral votes. Trump won in 2016, but Biden won in 2020. Polls close at 9 p.m. So as you can see this with the time zone differences, we might have a long night ahead of us. Steve and Natasha.
So what way is the wind blowing as we enter this final day of voting here and seeing the election finally come after all these months on the campaign trail?
Exactly. I mean, it's neck and neck in all of these 7 battleground states. I know there was 1 point ahead here, 1 point ahead there, but if you've got about 4 points of margin of error, it's all going to be really coming down to probably just a handful of counties within these 7 states.
Yeah. Pretty wild, yeah, indeed. All right, thanks, Morgan.
Yeah.
Well, Kamala Harris will be spending election night at her alma mater at Howard University in Washington, D.C., and Donald Trump will be watching returns at the West Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida.
All right, we have reporters at both of these locations tonight. Connor Hansen starts things off from Harris HQ in Washington.
We, the people, have the power to shape our future.
Coming off a whirlwind day of energizing voters in Battleground, Pennsylvania, Vice President Kamala Harris is not holding any campaign events today, instead opting to do radio interviews, hoping to win over any more undecided voters.
We are tied. Every vote matters, and so I am working hard all day long, continuously, to get out the vote. There are 2 choices in this race, and it's about the direction of our country, whether we want to go backward or forward.
Harris wants to be the first vice president in 32 years to be promoted to the Oval Office.
I will work on your behalf as President of the United States to lift you up around dealing with, for example, the cost of living, bringing down the cost of groceries, the cost of housing.
As part of that effort, her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, making a final pitch to voters in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
This will be won by 1 or 2 votes per precinct in places like Pennsylvania. This is a time when there's a privilege to live in this country and a responsibility. Get out and vote.
All right, now let's check in with Rebecca Castor in West Palm Beach, where Trump is tonight. Rebecca, what's the mood like out there right now?
So they just opened the doors for supporters to start to trickle in. We're at the Palm Beach County Convention Center, where the Trump campaign will host its election night watch party. But the former president is going to watch the early returns come in from his home at Mar-a-Lago with a small group of family and friends.
I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
The former president is feeling optimistic that voters will put him back in the White House. But it will all come down to voter turnout today.
The country that I'm living in is not the country I was born into. The only one who's putting America first is Donald Trump.
I voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. It's time for a change, moving forward in a better and uplifting way.
It's likely to be a long night as results slowly trickle in, and there's a possibility that a winner will not be declared before the night is over, something Trump calls an outrage.
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over.
With 19 electoral votes, all eyes will be on Pennsylvania tonight. It's the state both candidates spent the most time and money in and see as a must-win.
The reality is whoever wins Pennsylvania is likely to be president.
Vice President Harris keeping a low profile today, speaking with several radio stations in a last-minute effort to get out the vote. She says Americans are ready for a fresh start.
Frankly, I think people are exhausted with this spirit and this approach that's been about trying to divide people and have them turn and point fingers at each other. I think people are done with that.
When When asked earlier today if he would accept the results of the election if he lost, the former president said if it's a, quote, fair election, he'll be the first to acknowledge it. Steve, Natasha, back to you.
All right, Rebecca Castor, thank you so much. And stay with Fox 5 throughout the night for the latest election updates. We're going to be streaming on our free Fox Local app from 7 to 9. And then we're back here on Fox 5 for the 10 o'clock news.
All right, and we're going to have continuing coverage of the election, of course, throughout the 5 o'clock newscast, including a closer look at some new election laws. At 5:30, we'll be joined live by Hofstra Law professor and constitutional law expert James Sample.
Plus, a look at some of the competitive House and Senate races in our area and where the candidates will be tonight.
Well, the presidential election, not the only race we're watching. There are some crucial House and Senate races happening across the country that could tip the balance of power in Congress.
Some of the most closely watched races are right in our backyard. The New Jersey Senate race headlined by Democrat Andy Kim and Republican Curtis Bashaw. New York's 4th District race on Long Island between Republican incumbent Anthony D'Esposito and Democrat Laura Gillen. And New York's 17th District race in the Hudson Valley between Republican incumbent Mike Lawler and Democrat Lawler and Jones.
All right, we have a team of reporters covering all of these races tonight. We kick things off with Fox 5's Linda Schmidt. She's in Basking Ridge watching the New Jersey Senate race there. Linda.
Yeah, well, as you guys were talking about there, first of all, this race here that I'm covering here tonight is the biggest race in New Jersey. That's because the Democrats have a razor-thin majority in the U.S. Senate, and they cannot afford to lose any Senate seats. Now, on the right, on the Republican side, which is the candidate that I'm covering here tonight, you have Curtis Bashaw. He is a hotel developer from Cape May. On the Democratic side, you have Congressman Andy Kim, who has been a part of the political scene for quite some time. He was first elected to Congress back in 2018. Now, go ahead and take a look at this video. This is obviously from earlier today. This is Kim voting. Now, he wound up being the Democratic candidate after former Senator Bob Menendez was convicted on federal bribery charges and then resigned. Kim has a background in security. He was a national security aide during the Obama administration. And he also gained some national attention when he was photographed helping to clean up the U.S. Capitol after the January 6th attack. Now, Bashaw, in the meantime, time, is a first-time candidate. He is a Trump supporter, and he calls himself a moderate. He is a married gay man who supports abortion rights. He is also pro-Israel and pro-Ukraine, and he has said several times during this campaign that, quote, when my party is right, I will support it, but when my party is not right, I will stand up against it. So how much of a threat really is Bashaw to Andy Kim here in New Jersey? Well, if you talk to pundits and you look at history, he is not much of a threat. That's because New Jersey has not sent a Republican to the U.S. Senate in more than 50 years. However, Bashaw, he is here at his headquarters. Normally, a candidate is not here this early in the evening. They don't arrive usually until about 9 or 9:30. He is here already. He came out, he was talking to us, and he said, look, the bottom line is this. I believe that New Jersey voters, they want to change. They want something new. They want something different, especially after what happened with former Senator Bob Menendez. Now, coming up at 6 o'clock, my colleague Teresa Priolo, she is going to have a live report for you from Congressman Andy Kim's headquarters, which is in Cherry Hill. But for now, that's the very latest from here. Back to you in the studio.
All right. Thanks, Linda. And our team coverage moves now to Long Island.
Fox Eye's Jody Goldberg is in Garden City with more on New York's 4th congressional district race. Jody?
Stephen, Natasha, we're at the Nassau County Democratic Watch Party. Laura Gillen's looking to unseat Congressman Anthony D'Esposito. Now, this is one of the most closely watched races because if Gillen wins, it means Congress will have one more Democrat. They'll be even closer to taking control over the House. Now, as of 4 o'clock, the Nassau County Board of Elections has just over 139,000 Democrats that have voted in the district. This compared to about 102,000 Republicans. As political analysts have said all along, this race is expected to be close and come down to turnout. Laura Gillen and Congressman Anthony D'Esposito both cast their ballots this morning ahead of their final push to convince voters they're the right choice to represent New York's 4th District. It's an area that encompasses much of southwest Nassau County. Gillen, an attorney, mother of 4, and former Town of Hempstead supervisor, is vying for the seat that she lost by only about 10,000 votes 2 years ago. A victory would give the Democrats an extra seat in Washington as Republicans cling to a razor-thin majority. D'Esposito, a former NYPD officer and Hempstead Town Council member, has been outspoken on issues including immigration and homeland security. Gillen's prioritizing reproductive rights and health care. D'Esposito still insists there were no ethics violated, despite allegations that he put his fiance's daughter on his payroll, as well as a woman with whom he was having an affair. In an interview, he said his personal life is personal. Both candidates stressed their moderate stances, promoting themselves as strong supporters of Israel and opponents of congestion pricing. And now the room relatively empty right now as it is expected to fill up with some key players later on as Democrats hope for a victory. My colleague Jessica Formosa will be at D'Esposito's watch party over in Baldwin. We'll have coverage for you all night out here on Long Island as the results come in. That's the latest here. Let's send it back to you.
All right. Sounds good, Jody. Thank you. Now to New York's 17th race. This is between Republican incumbent Mike Lawler and Democrat Mondaire Jones.
All right. Sharon Crowley is in Rockland County to continue our live team coverage tonight. Sharon.
Yeah, we're covering New York's 17th congressional race. It's been a heated one with a lot of money spent on it. The congressional district here in New York covers Rockland, Putnam, parts of Westchester and Dutchess County. And it has been a fierce face-off between Congressman Mike Lawler, that's the headquarters I'm at, but I'm going to be telling you about both candidates, and Mondaire Jones, who was elected to office and then through redistricting was defeated. Now let's take a look at Mondaire Jones. He voted earlier today in Peekskill. Now, he has an interesting story running for Congress here. He grew up in Spring Valley, and he said that he was raised in public housing by a single mother, but he really has a rags to riches story. He went on to go to Stanford and get a degree from Harvard Law School, and he's considered a very progressive Democrat. He says that he wants Medicare for all, affordable housing, and he supports codifying Roe v. Wade. Now, Mike Lawler is serving his first term in Congressman. He was also a former state assembly member, and he voted with his wife and family today in Rockland County. Now, he won the district, and it was kind of a surprise at the time that President Biden had won in 2020. His top focus was on immigration during this race and the economy. He says he wants to secure the border. He's against congestion pricing, and he says that he would oppose a federal ban on abortion, important issues, especially in this suburban district. Now, as we said, millions of dollars were funneled into this race, especially on advertising in the final days leading up to Election Day. And why? That's because Republican leadership in Washington wants to keep the House red. Democratic leadership in Washington wants to flip the House blue. We'll be here all night for you as the results come in. For now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Sharon, thank you so much. And if all these races have you feeling on the edge, you're definitely not alone. We're going to talk to a psychologist about the best ways to stay calm while you wait for the results.
All right, first, though, next here with a preview of our Election Day forecast. Boy, another beaut out there today, Nick.
Yes, helping you to stay calm as well. And you can see with the airflow here coming up into the south and west, while it's going to stay dry, we're still headed for record warmth around here tomorrow. The forecast of the 5 o'clock news returns.
All right, we're taking a live look outside on this Election Day.
All right, it's a beautiful day to get out and vote with above average temperatures. Still wild to see it dark, though, at 5:22 since we just turned the clocks back, Nick.
Right.
So I guess that makes sense. But nevertheless, always takes you by surprise. Let's take a look at the rest of the forecast. And there are people in line throughout the tri-state right now as we speak, and it's really a beautiful day for that.
It really is. And again, it just takes a couple of days to get used to that early darkness. But yes, you know, a mild election day, and we compare it to our recent couple of years, not too far off, although milder than any of these. 64 last year, was in the 50s, previous years to 61 in 2019. Today we had 73. Wasn't a record. That was 78, and that was set back in 1961. 54 this morning. Again, that's almost 10 degrees above where we should be. And the record low of 23 was back in 1879. Right now in New York, still a generally clear sky, 69. Wind continues out of the southwest. Humidity 59%, pressures 3014. It's fallen off a little bit, but that's still a pretty good pressure reading. And again, tomorrow is the record high of 75, set just a couple of years ago, 2 years ago. I think we're going to hit 79 tomorrow, so it established a new record. Why is that? Because you can see the airflow again coming up out of the south. You got this area of high pressure kind of sitting down there north of Bermuda. So it's bringing up, again, some pretty warm temperatures and the likelihood of some record high temperatures happening around here tomorrow. Still pretty mild at this hour, 69 in the city, up to Poughkeepsie as well. It's low 70s. You go from Newark westward towards eastern Pennsylvania. 60s, then you get back along the coast, really only 61 there by the time you get to the Hamptons. Good temperature gain from yesterday, 17 to as much as 15 degrees or so. And again, it's the south-southwest wind. It was a bit gusty earlier on today. It's going to be gusty again tomorrow. Speeds tomorrow about 10 to 20, gusting 25 miles per hour. And so this dry air, this gusty wind, it's back again, that red flag warning that extends into Connecticut. This is for tomorrow, basically run about 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So keep that in mind. Let's see if that spreads to the rest of the area as well. All right, so temperatures again made it into the mid-70s in spots today. Belmar, Newark, back to Allentown and Scranton, even up to Poughkeepsie. And then lower 70s in town, about 70 on the island. Some 60s again near the coastal spots. Boston warmed up, 74 today. Look at Syracuse at 80. High 70s to Philadelphia, and as we look again on the broad view, you can see it was 80 in Pittsburgh, close to that as you got towards Columbus, and that's why we're talking high 70s to low 80s in spots here for tomorrow, why we'll be seeing another day of record high temperatures. All right, close-up satellite view. Again, we're in the clear now. As we go through the night, though, we're going to likely see more clouds arrive, and as we take a look at the wide view, again, you can see the area of rain moving up into Canada. We could sure use that, but that's not coming our way. There is a cold front out here. That cold front eventually will cool us down later on this week, but it won't bring any rain, as you'll see as we look at the futurecast here in a moment. It'll just bring some clouds, and that's really about it. So here's the futurecast again for tonight. Here comes some of that cloud cover. Again, so we'll start tomorrow with clouds and limited sun. As we get into the afternoon, a little more sunshine. And again, we'll also see that gusty wind come up out of the southwest. Like I said, speeds of in excess of 25 miles per hour at times. Then the cold front kind of moves on by pretty quietly again. I don't think we'll see any precipitation with that. As we head into Thursday, it'll be slightly cooler. Slightly. We're still going to be in the low 70s on Thursday. Cooler air will arrive later in the week, but still temperatures are going to be above average right through the 7-day forecast. 61 tonight in the city. It's mostly upper 50s, cooler spots again with a fair amount of clouds. And then tomorrow again, clouds and sun, a gusty breeze, record warmth. I'm going for 79 in Midtown. Upper 60s to mid-70s near the coast, particularly south-facing shorelines, but low 80s, some interior spots of New Jersey. All right, on Thursday, 72, sun and clouds. Back to the 60s Friday and Saturday, nice days. Rain by Sunday, probably in the afternoon, probably not any until Monday morning, as we stay in the 60s, even into Tuesday. Steve,
just can't believe it's almost going to be 80 degrees.
79,
yeah,
wow.
More records.
All right, thanks, Nick. Well, we continue to follow the latest on the 2024 election. We're going to be joined live by a constitutional law expert to break down a new measure that's been passed since 2020 to make it more difficult to overturn the results.
Plus, checking in on the pulse of the people, how New Yorkers feel about taking part in such an important day in our country.
watching the 5 o'clock news.
Well, it's finally here, Election Day 2024, and this year marks the first time since a new law was passed making it more difficult to dispute the results. We'll be joined live by a constitutional law expert to break down what you should know about the Electoral Count Reform Act.
But first, we're checking in on the pulse of the people, the mood in the city today as New Yorkers head out to vote. Welcome back to the 5 o'clock news. I'm Natasha Verma.
And I'm Steve Lacey. From excited to nervous, New Yorkers have a lot of emotions today, of course.
Fox 5's Lisa Evers was out there talking to people as they headed to the polls. She joins us now live. Lisa, what do they have to say? Are they relieved?
Relieved and very, very excited, Steve and Natasha. My crew and I spent the day in Union Square talking with people about their voting experiences, and we could feel the excitement about the election with pretty much everybody. There was one guy that wasn't too into it, but everybody else sure was. And it is real. The Board of Elections says city voters set a record high with nearly 1.1 million voting early. Here's what some of the people told us.
It was 1, 2, 3 because I had to go to work this morning. So once I got in, it was very easy. Once you have your card, they scan you and you go right in and you do your voting.
I'm glad that it's picked up, that over 75 million people have voted already. So I think there's a lot of interest in the outcome. So I'm pleased with that.
I voted today this morning, yeah.
And how did it go? Was it smooth?
Very fast, less than 10 minutes.
Tell us what your voting experience 2024 has been like.
So, yeah, I'm from Florida, so I had to do a mail-in ballot. And I had to sign a bunch of things to get my address to come here. It never went through. So then my parents picked up my mail-in ballot, gave it to my girlfriend who was coming up for the weekend. I filled it out, and then I sent it back with her when she came down.
I'm from New Jersey, so I just ordered my mail-in ballot to my house, and I just went home for the weekend.
But I think I'm just going to go in later this afternoon. But in the past, I've never had any issues.
We're from California, so we did a mail-in vote.
Me too, same thing. It was easy peasy. Yep, mail-in.
I voted early this morning up in Manhattan, and the experience was great. No problems.
So I'm actually on my way to vote right now, but I voted there my whole life, as long as I voted, and it's always been really easy. I vote on the Upper East Side, so it's not that bad.
I never vote. I don't believe the system is kind of dumb. Everybody only argues about basically who's right or who's wrong, only the problems they have with each other, but no one fixes nothing. So it doesn't really matter to me anymore.
I got up early in the morning. I voted at 6 a.m. with the rest of the people in my neighborhood, and that's what we do.
Now, in past election cycles, there have always been concerns about apathy, voter apathy. How do they actually get people to the polls? Clearly, that was not the case this year, did not seem to be, and people were just excited to get out there and vote and get the process going. Steve and Natasha?
Yeah, indeed. It feels like it's time. All right, thanks, Lisa. Well, much of the anxiety from election officials and experts in the post-election period involves the certification of the election. But there's a new law in effect for the first time this election that's intended to increase voter confidence in the process.
So it's called the Electoral Count Reform Act. And joining us now to tell us how it would work is James Sample, constitutional law expert at Hofstra. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So we just heard this guy and Lisa's story there say that he doesn't believe in the process. But I mean, something like this is meant to bolster confidence. Talk to us about how it would work this year.
So there was an Electoral Count Act, and this is the Electoral Count Reform Act. That original law dated to 1887. And if you think about that, what we saw in 2020, that law wasn't responsible for all of the breakdowns, all of the chaos in the certification process, but it was responsible for a good portion of it. We don't take horses and buggies to certify the election anymore. Right. That's essentially what we had as a process in place. So this was a bipartisan effort, bipartisan. It was passed in 2022. So 2 years ago, both parties got together, recognizing some of the problems that occurred in 2020 election. And this process, it sets out some firm deadlines. December 11th is the date by which the votes are canvassed and certified. Then those certified electors go to the Electoral College on December 17th. It makes the process in Congress much more streamlined. Yeah. It's a much more professionalized process.
And it also sort of clarifies that the vice president's role in this whole thing is purely ceremonial, right?
Sure. In 2020, that was obviously the big controversy and the effort to get Mike Pence to not certify the election. It was made clear to Mike Pence, though the then President Trump certainly disagreed, but Pence was advised, and this law is consistent with the advice he received. It makes it express that that role is purely ministerial. The job, in this case, it'll be Vice President Harris who will be doing the certification, whether she wins or not.
Now, this law does allow for some challenges. So talk to us a little bit about maybe these loopholes that do still exist.
Well, I would think of them less as loopholes and more as opportunities for challenges. There are challenges that can be meritorious. There are challenges that can be frivolous. And what this law does is it creates an express pathway for those challenges to go directly to federal court. And so there's a role for the federal courts to play that puts the certification process on an expedited pathway and allows the judicial process to play out so that we don't have those lingering questions and competing slates of electors. Is it perfect? No. Are there still opportunities to potentially manipulate the process? Of course, as with any process. But this process is significantly better, and both parties really agree on that.
Yeah, you know, it is interesting, right? This is going to be the stress test for it, this first time out, the first election since 2020. And there is a possibility of challenges on both sides. Do you think it maintained the ability for people to sort of raise objections, but do so in a way that promotes fairness ultimately?
100%.
Yeah.
I think that was really the intention of the law. The intention is not to foreclose challenges. The intention is to kind of professionalize the processing of those challenges.
You kind of put some key dates there, December 11th. I mean, kind of paint a picture of what these next couple of weeks is. We're not done tonight. We still have a ways to go.
Correct. Obviously, news organizations and, frankly, the American public wants to know sooner rather than later. But we never actually, at no point, even when we've called elections on election night, those are still not official election totals. Over the next several days is a process that has always played itself out. It's just usually been a little bit behind the scenes because the margins were such that, other than Florida in 2000, we didn't have to sort of pay such close attention.
This is a dead heat.
This is a dead heat. It could be very close in a number of swing states. That process is known as the canvassing, and it really makes clear that there are a number of checks at each level, sort of redundancies that are intentionally built in to increase the confidence, and the American people really should have confidence in a safe and secure election.
Yeah, you know, the voting process is so fascinating because you've got 50 states all doing their own thing, making their own rules. Ultimately, though, to get the federal election winners named, it's pretty interesting how it all comes out in the end.
Your provisional ballots. I mean, we still got some time too to get those counts in.
Certainly, and particularly in some of the swing states. You know, Pennsylvania is not allowed to count those mail-in ballots, or they're not allowed to start counting them until today. Right. With all the mail-in ballots, do not expect that the close states and close races will be called anytime soon.
Yeah. All right. James Sample, we appreciate it. Good stuff. All right. And stay with Fox 5 throughout the night for continuing election coverage. We're going to be streaming our free Fox local app from 7 to 9. We'll be on that, and then back here on the Fox 5 news at 10, and we're going to go on to 11:30 tonight.
Well, are you feeling anxious about the results tonight? If so, there are ways to de-stress. We're going to get advice from a psychologist about the best ways to stay informed without getting so overwhelmed.
All right, plus we hear from some new voters casting their ballots for the very first time this election.
A rally on Wall Street as voters head to the polls. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the election, the main indexes all gained ground today. The latest data is showing the economy remains solid. The S&P, it was up 1.2%. The Dow added 1% and NASDAQ 1.4%.
All right, well, many people have admitted that they're struggling with election anxiety.
Fox 8's Michelle Ross talked to people on Long Island about how they're feeling today.
Are you nervous for what's going to happen?
Definitely. Like everyone else is, I'm anxious.
If you're having trouble trying to manage election-related stress and anxiety, you're not alone.
When we have something that is high stake and high uncertainty, it equates to high stress.
Dr. Christopher Fisher is the director of the Adult Outpatient Psychiatry Department at Zucker Hillside Hospital in Queens. Leading up to the election, he's seeing patients experiencing increased anxiety and fear because it can feel like there's no gray area.
This current socio-political climate that we're in has created such a major bipartisan divide. It's this or that. It's do or die, it's win or lose, it's fight or flight.
With so much information readily available at our fingertips, it can be hard to step away. Symptoms or signs are racing thought process, preoccupation, behavioral inability to step away. He says to cope with this, set boundaries and learn what that actually means for you by putting it into practice.
It's like a muscle that, we go into the gym on a weekly basis and we don't exercise. So then when it comes time to rely on it, we're not strong enough to do it.
And he says start getting back into old hobbies you used to enjoy and pencil it into your calendar, like joining a club or gym, making plans with friends like sports games or concerts, reading or yard work. And with election day stress may also come the wave of negative emotion the next day if your candidate doesn't win. Sometimes people may tell us to do something to distract ourselves, but Dr. Fisher says let yourself feel those feelings, process those emotions, because we haven't always won in many areas of our lives. Reporting in Elmont on Long Island, Michelle Ross, Fox 5 News.
And of course, the tri-state could play a major role in shaping the balance of power in Washington. Morgan McKay is going to be back at the Fox 5 Flipboard with a look at some of the most competitive local races.
But first, Nick is here with a preview of the forecast. Beautiful day to go out there and vote.
Yes, no excuses today, and you still have time, of course, and the weather is not going to change at all this evening. Nice and mild. And tomorrow, you see the southwesterly airflow still in play. Record high temperatures in the area. The forecast when the 5 o'clock news returns.
Dan loves a good sale.
Sale?
You need a hand, Dan?
Yeah, I'm good. Canola's on sale. Gonna grab that.
We have a situation in aisle 7.
Hi, Dan.
Whatever the moment,
Angela, thank you.
We'll meet you there. Stop and shop. Feed the moment. Great deals.
Well, we are just hours away from polls closing and election results starting to trickle in.
In addition to the race for president, we're keeping a close eye on some local House and Senate races that could have a major impact on the balance of power in Washington.
All right, Morgan Mackay back at the Fox 5 Flipboard with a look at some of these big-time local races. Morgan.
Yeah, Steve, Natasha, Democrats and Republicans pouring millions of dollars into local House races this year, and there are at least 6 in our area that could swing either way. So first, let's start with a look at the balance of power in the House. Now, as you can see, Republicans hold 220 seats, Democrats with 212 seats, and there's about 3 open or vacant seats. So Republicans have an about 8-seat advantage right now. So here locally, first with Long Island, there are 3 seats here that most experts say are up for grabs, starting with New York's 1st congressional district. Congressman Nick LaLota, Republican incumbent, is being challenged by Democrat John Avlon. Trump won this district by about 4 points in 2020. Next, New York's 3rd congressional district, Democrat Congressman Tom Suozzi, he's the incumbent here. He just won this seat in a special election following the ousting of George Santos. Suozzi is being challenged by Republican Mike LaPetri. Biden won this district by about 10 points in 2020. Next, New York's 4th congressional district, Congressman D'Esposito. He is right now the incumbent Republican, and he's being challenged by Democrat Laura Gillen. Now, Biden won this district by about 12 points in 2020. Now, moving slightly upstate now, New York's 17th congressional district, Republican Congressman Mike Lawler. He currently represents the district. He's being challenged by Democrat Mondaire Jones. And then there's also what some are calling a ghost candidate in this race, Anthony Frascone. He's running on the Working Families Party line. He's not endorsed by WFP, nor has he done any campaigning. Now, Biden won this district in 2020 by about 20 points, but Lawler is polling ahead locally here. Now, we're moving further up. New York's 18th congressional district, Democrat Congressman Pat Ryan, he is the incumbent here. He's being challenged by Republican Allison Esposito. Biden won this district by about 5 points in 2020. And lastly, New York's 19th congressional district, the incumbent Congressman Mark Molinaro. He's a Republican. He's being challenged again by Congressman Josh Riley. $25 million worth of political ads were scheduled to run in this race. Ton of money into this race. Biden won this district by about a point in 2020. Steve, Natasha?
Very consequential races there, Morgan. So which races do you think are going to be the closest tonight?
So all of these races were reshaped by redistricting, so it's really a toss-up. And if you live in any one of these 6 congressional districts and you haven't voted yet, you should definitely go out to vote, because this is an election where your vote really counts. Now, New York 19, that one's going to be really close. Mark Molinaro beat Josh Riley by about 2 points in 2022, so he's looking for a rematch, and he thinks he has a good shot with this being the presidential year. And then New York's 4th congressional district with Anthony D'Esposito, who's being challenged by Laura Gillen. Now, D'Esposito, it's really looking like he might lose to Laura Gillen. Democrats have a really good shot at flipping this seat, and they're really hoping that they have this chance. So again, if you haven't voted yet, these are 6 races you should be really voting in if you are living there locally.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting added element with the new what's the
redistricting,
right? The new districts, right? Not everybody knows exactly how they're going to fall, which makes it interesting for sure. All right, Morgan, we appreciate it. Let's go to Nick now for a look at the forecast. And if you are out tonight waiting to vote, I mean, it's just unseasonably warm again.
Tomorrow's going to be even better.
Yes, tomorrow's going to be another record breaker across the area. Remember, we had one last week. We're going to have one again this week. And we're not record breaking anything in the tropics, but if you remember, the forecast was for an above average season. Well, we're there. 14 average storms. We've had 17. 7 average hurricanes. We've had 10. 3 majors. We've had 4. We have another hurricane out there, or almost a hurricane out there now. This is Rafael. Again, it's moving through the Caribbean. It passed Jamaica, now east of the Grand Cayman Islands, heading towards Cuba. Winds at 70 miles per hour. So again, on the verge of becoming a hurricane, and it's likely to become one. A Category 1 storm you'll see on the track guides here. Again, it heads pretty much towards western Cuba and then into the central Gulf of Mexico. The question then will be, where does it go from there? It will kind of weaken weakens a bit here as a tropical storm, but of course we'll keep an eye on that as time goes along. Well, what about our record temperatures here? That's because we have this setup of this trough, I should say this ridge in the eastern part of the country, so all that above normal temperatures coming our way, while it's a little bit colder as you get out west. And you're going to look at those cooler temperatures now. Again, you can see Denver holding at 54 for their high. It was in the 40s as you went through some of the Rocky Mountain states, 50s as you got it towards the Pacific Northwest, 70s there, San Francisco down to Los Angeles. In the meantime, the 80s are nosing up in the Gulf of Mexico, right up into the Ohio Valley, and that's what we're going to be having around here for tomorrow. In fact, look at the current temperatures. 70s, high 70s, Pittsburgh, Detroit, they're at 73, 74 to Nashville, mostly 60s to about 70 in the Northeast. But again, remember, the average temperatures for highs today should be only in the upper 50s. We're still 69 in Midtown, same for the Hudson Valley, about 60 on the east end. Then low 70s take us from Newark westward into eastern Pennsylvania back to the 60s along the Jersey Shore. And again, the wind out of the southwest, it's lightened up a little bit. It was a bit gusty this morning into the early afternoon. It is going to get gusty again tomorrow, probably 10 to 15, gusting 25 or higher at times. Again, pushing that warmer air on up into our neighborhood. Close-up satellite view, nothing nearby. We will have some clouds come in overnight, but again, you can see on the wide view, that area of rain's going across southern Canada off to the east. We can sure use it. Our drought conditions are still worsening, and no rain really happening here until we get to about Sunday. Could be a pretty decent amount of rain. We need a real good soaking rain here. And we don't want it to happen all at once, but if we could get it spread out over a day or two, that could be nice. Severe storms again in the middle part of the country, but that front as it comes our way, you're going to see in the futurecast, weakens to nothing really. It's just be a change in temperatures later on this week. Tomorrow, after some clouds, we'll have a combination of sun and clouds for the rest of the day. So we head into tomorrow night, some clouds stick around, a lot of sunshine back on Thursday. Won't be quite as warm Thursday, but it's still going to be above average in our temperatures. High 70s tomorrow for the city. Again, the record at 75. I think we're going to go to 78 or 79 for tomorrow. A little bit cooler south-facing shorelines go down the Jersey Shore, though. Upper 70s here. Low 80s inland. Look at New Brunswick, 81 for tomorrow. Up north we go. Temps there also. High 70s to about 80 at Newark. Somerville, 81. Rockaway coming up 78. Hudson Valley, just as warm pretty much. Into the 70s we go. Newburgh up towards Poughkeepsie there, 79. Brewster at 77. Let's head over towards Connecticut, and we'll find temps there in the upper 70s near the coast, even up towards New Milford, and Waterbury at 75 tomorrow. Long Island, we'll see those cooler temps again. South shoreline, see a little yellow color filling in here, so upper 60s to about 70 as you move out past the east end. All right, tonight 61 in the city. Again, we'll see 50s to about 60 in the suburbs, so that's pretty mild. Tomorrow, again, clouds, some sun, a breezy day. We'll say record high temperature getting up to about 79, and again, some middle 80s as you head inland. All right, on Thursday, 72, still above average. Then we'll start to cool it down a little bit, but even by Saturday, 61 looks nice. Showers or rain will arrive by Sunday afternoon. They'll get out of here Monday morning, but we're still in the 60s, even as we head on into Tuesday. Natasha?
Very well. All right, thanks, Nick. Well, the destruction from Helene not keeping voters away in North Carolina. Tents have replaced some polling places that were destroyed by the massive storm. Officials say the tents are powered by generators and are monitored 24/7 to ensure the voting equipment inside is secure. One woman says the storm knocked out power and water, and having a polling place within walking distance is very helpful.
We're trying to get back to normal, but we still are living in the middle of this, so it's constantly on your mind. And I don't see how you could vote without thinking about everything we've been through in the last month.
In North Carolina, the only battleground state former President Donald Trump won in 2020.
Well, from young adults to new U.S. citizens, millions of people are casting their ballots for the very first time this year.
All right, we're going to hear from some of these new voters about what inspired them to take part in the democratic process.
Millions of new voters are getting their chance to cast their first ever ballot for president of the United States during this election.
All right, Ted Lindner brings us these stories from some of these first-time voters.
The finish line is almost in sight. And as the race for the White House enters its final stretch,
the only thing I want is get out and vote. Just get out, finish it.
Each candidate is using all their remaining time to convince Americans they're worthy of their vote.
Are we ready to do this? We're ready to get out the vote.
This presidential election will mark the first time millions of newly registered voters will be able to cast a ballot. Many are expressing excitement over participating in a democratic process that allows their voices to be heard.
This is my first rally ever. I am a first-time voter, so it was really, really nice. Some tears were shed. I'm really excited to vote.
21-year-old Alondra Cortez went to Vice President Kamala Harris's rally in Allentown, Pennsylvania on Monday. She said the experience was inspirational.
This rally, she just said a lot of things that you really have to take into account as a college student, as a first generation, as a Puerto Rican.
Meanwhile, in Alamo, Texas, another first-time voter story highlights the passion driving people to the polls.
Well, one thing is very important. This country is one of immigrants.
After living in the U.S. for roughly 40 years, 78-year-old Carlos Salas said he was fueled to finally, quote, wake up his civic duties.
This beautiful country has opened doors for me.
Salas, originally from Mexico, recently became a U.S. citizen so he could vote on the matters important to him in his community.
Now, I've exercised my vote. I've exercised my right. If what I voted for happens, that's good. And if it doesn't happen, there's no reason to get angry.
Ted Lindner, Fox News.
All right, to cast your vote and shop for some new artwork all in one place.
We're headed to a polling site in the West Village that's also hosting a flea market.
New York City institution back for its 40th year, and today it doubled as a polling place. The West Beth Flea Market opened in Greenwich Village, allowing people to vote, then look at one-of-a-kind items and artwork. Organizers hoped Election Day crowds would drive turnout for the event held in the basement of the housing community for artists.
The flea market has been around for about 40 years, and we specifically decided to open it on Election Day because West Beth is an election area, so we would get an inbuilt audience.
And proceeds go toward improvement projects at the affordable housing complex, as well as some local nonprofits. Well, let's talk about something having to do with the first ever U.S. president. Guernsey's auction house has an interesting piece up for sale later this month. Some strands of George Washington's hair. Washington died back in 1799. These strands have been preserved in a locket that was given to a family friend and passed on over time. It's expected to sell for between $30,000 to $40,000. All right, that's it for the 5 o'clock news. The 6 o'clock news starts right now.
Right now on the 6 o'clock news. It's the final curtain call for the 2024 election.
Vote with your voice. Let your vote count.
The campaign season was one for the history books.
I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
It is my intention to go out and earn this nomination and to win.
As the American people deliver the final verdict in the race for the White House, our Fox 5 team coverage continues now.
And good evening. I'm Natasha Verma.
And I'm Bianca Peters. Welcome to the 6 o'clock news. A turbulent year of campaigning comes to an end tonight.
Voters will decide if Donald Trump or Kamala Harris will become the next president. The two in a dead heat in the polls going into Election Day. Americans will also determine the party in control of the House and the Senate. So just a few hours left for voters in the tri-state area to cast their ballots. In New Jersey and Connecticut, polls close at 8 o'clock. New Yorkers get an extra hour, polls closing at 9 p.m. And a very important note, as long as you are standing in line by closing time, you will be allowed to cast your ballot. And by the way, the lines are pretty long. Take a look at this video at a polling site in Flatbush, Brooklyn. Voters there saying that they waited around 2 hours to cast their ballots.
Wow. Well, both candidates on the Republican ticket cast their votes today. Former President Trump voting in West Palm Beach, Florida, while Senator J.D. Vance, along with his wife, voted in Ohio. Now, Vice President Kamala Harris says she voted by mail. Her campaign says it is a way to model the different ways Americans vote. And her running mate, Tim Walz, also casting his ballot early in Minnesota. He went in person with family members 2 weeks ago.
Well, our team coverage continues tonight with Lisa Evers live in the newsroom with a look at how things are expected to shake out tonight. Hi, Lisa.
Well, hi, Natasha and Bianca. Well, the question everyone keeps asking us is when will we start to get an idea of election results? Election officials caution that final vote counts may not be known in some states for days due to the large number of early and mail-in voters. But we can give you mile markers of what to expect and when tonight. All eyes are on the 7 battleground states. Once the polls close, results will start to come in slowly at first, then in waves. Georgia is the first battleground state to close at 7 p.m. About a dozen polling sites will stay open after bomb threats interfered with the voting process. Georgia's Secretary of State says despite that, voters can expect timely results.
It won't just be a big number here and a big number there. It's going to happen throughout the night. And like I said, we have this all done before the night is out.
North Carolina is next at 7:30 p.m., but there may be delays because of hurricane damage. The Pennsylvania polls close at 8, and so does part of Michigan. The other part of Michigan is in a different time zone and closes at 9 Eastern Time. Michigan's Secretary of State says voters should not be intimidated by any interference.
We know that they will use all sorts of misinformation and other tactics today and in the days ahead to create chaos, confusion, fear, division, and sow seeds of doubt about what is a very clear, transparent, and secure election process.
Wisconsin and Arizona close at 9, with Nevada shutting the polling station doors at 10. The most important count is which candidate will reach the magic number of 270 Electoral College votes. Now, locally, the polls in New Jersey and Connecticut close at 8. Here in New York, votes have to be cast by 9. Election officials say it could take more than a week to count the votes. The rules for counting deadlines vary from state to state. Keep it locked here on Fox 5 and the Fox Local app for the latest. Natasha and Bianca?
Lisa, earlier I know you were out there talking to voters. Election anxiety, that is a real thing. Is that what you were hearing from people on the streets, or was this something else?
I think it was something else because there was a tremendous amount of excitement. My crew and I were out all day near Union Square, and we were hearing from a lot of people. There was only one guy that didn't vote and wasn't interested in voting. Everyone else had a story. This cut across all demographic lines, and it was really interesting because once we finished talking with people, we're getting ready to file our story, I thought, wow, you know, this is really different from past elections where there were so many grassroots efforts, so many organizations, even the City Board of Elections doing outreach to try and convince voters of the importance of voting. This year, today it really seemed like that was just a given. It was automatic. Everyone seemed to know and we weren't asking people who they were voting for. We were just asking them about the experience. Some of the people went really out of their way to make sure they cast their ballot despite travel plans, family plans, and school. So it was really interesting.
Yeah, I think we're ready to just move on, get this over with. All right, Lisa, thank you so much.
Meanwhile, Mayor Adams just cast his ballot in the 2024 election. He voted a short time ago at PS 81 in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. The mayor got in and out of the polling site pretty quickly, but did stop, obviously, to pose for a few photos.
Both Harris and Trump are looking for their path to 270, the number of electoral votes needed to win the presidency. And most experts agree the outcome will be decided in 7 battleground states.
That's right. We still have team coverage from both campaigns, but we're going to start with Rebecca Castor in West Palm Beach, Florida. Rebecca, you're at the Trump campaign watch party. So what is the mood there right now?
Hey, Natasha and Bianca. Well, people are feeling excited and people are really waiting for things to really get started here. There's just a small group of supporters that have already entered the convention center. But the former president, it's probably going to be hours before he makes his way over here. He's going to be watching the returns come in tonight from his home at Mar-a-Lago with a small group of family and friends.
I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
The former president is feeling optimistic that voters will put him back in the White House. But it will all come down to voter turnout today.
The country that I'm living in is not the country I was born into. The only one who's putting America first is Donald Trump.
I voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. It's time for a change, moving forward in a better and uplifting way.
It's likely to be a long night as results slowly trickle in, and there's a possibility that a winner will not be declared before the night is over, something Trump calls an outrage.
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over.
With 19 electoral votes, all eyes will be on Pennsylvania tonight. It's the state both candidates spent the most time and money in and see as a must-win.
The reality is whoever wins Pennsylvania is likely to be president.
When asked earlier today if he'd accept the results of the election if he lost, the former president said if it's, quote, a fair election, he'll be the first to acknowledge it. Bianca, Natasha, back to you.
All right, Rebecca, thank you for that update. Well, we now head to Connor Hansen, who is with the Harris campaign in Washington, D.C. Connor, what are you hearing from the Democrats tonight?
Well, the warm-ups are just getting started here in Washington, D.C. as students from Howard University start to filter into the crowd. There's a lot of excitement here. A record 80 million people have already voted going into today. That's more than half of the total ballots cast in 2020. But it's all going to come down to who showed up today.
We, the people, have the power to shape our future.
Coming off a whirlwind day of energizing voters in Battleground, Pennsylvania, Vice President Kamala Harris is not holding any campaign events today, instead opting to do radio interviews, hoping to win over any more undecided voters.
We are tied. Every vote matters, and so I am working hard all day long, continuously, to get out the vote. There are two choices in this race, and it's about the direction of our country, whether we want to go backward or forward.
Harris wants to be the first vice president in 32 years to be promoted to the Oval Office.
I will work on your behalf as President of the United States to lift you up around dealing with, for example, the cost of living, bringing down the cost of groceries, the cost of housing.
As part of that effort, her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, making a final pitch to voters in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
This will be won by 1 or 2 votes per precinct in places like Pennsylvania. This is a time when there's a privilege to live in this country and a responsibility. Get out and vote.
Those first states are just starting to close their polls. Vice President Harris plans to watch the results come in right here at her alma mater, Howard University. She says this is sort of a full circle moment. This is actually where she first ran for office as freshman class representative. Bianca, Natasha.
All right, Connor Hansen, thank you so much. And the Fox 5 election coverage continues throughout the night. We are live on the Fox Local app from 7 to 9. You can download the app by scanning the QR code that's on your screen.
Well, this presidential election, there are some new guardrails in place that are supposed to prevent a repeat of what happened on January 6, 2021.
The updated procedure is part of a new law passed by Congress. Up next, constitutional law expert James Sample joins us to explain how exactly it works.
And a handful of U.S. House seats in New York could flip. One of the most contentious matchups is in District 17 between Mike Lawler and Mondaire Jones. We're going to take a close look at that race. Plus, Nick is here with a forecast. Hey, Nick.
Hi there. Weather stays mild this evening, and get out and cast that vote. We're in the 70s today. Somebody's going to be in the 80s tomorrow. Some record warmth. We'll talk about it when the 6 o'clock news comes back.
And the first of the polls will be closing in just under an hour. This includes the battleground state of Georgia.
But as we've been hearing now for months, it could take days or even longer to know who will be the next president of the United States. Joining us again now is James Sample, constitutional law expert at Hofstra, to tell us more. James, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Let's start first with the new law that's going to be in place this first time this election, called the Electoral Count Reform Act. Talk to us about what it's about and how it's going to restore some more integrity into our election process.
Yeah, this is a law that was passed in 2022 after the chaos of the 2020 election, and it really updated a law that had been in existence since 1887. It sort of professionalizes the process. It sets clear dates. It makes it very clear that the vice president's role at the certification stage, which was the sort of locus of all the chaos last time on January 6th, is purely ministerial, and it allows for a role for the federal courts to play if there are any challenges. So really what it does is it sort of makes more express and explicit many of the requirements that were sort of soft, if you will, in been the prior practice.
Always good to be more explicit when it comes to things like this, right? Let's talk about the battleground states right now. We're seeing a high turnout in them, but some people are saying, including the New York Times, saying it's focusing on North Carolina. If Kamala wins this, she wins it all, and some people are saying Pennsylvania. So where are you looking at battleground state-wise?
Well, certainly Pennsylvania is the biggest prize among the swing states, and it is polling to be basically a dead heat. I mean, it could scarcely be closer. Any of the polls, whichever poll you go with, it's within the margin of error. It does seem like North Carolina is a state where, and we're going to get early indications. It's an early poll closing. It's 7:30 p.m. tonight, and it is a fast counting state, which is to say that it has mechanisms in place which some of the other states choose not to have. So we could get early results, and if North Carolina were to go for Harris, that would be a very positive early sign. I think North Carolina is certainly, along with Georgia, certainly those are the two states that I think we're going to be watching in the early going for results. Pennsylvania is going to take a lot longer to get there with their count.
It is interesting. Every state has its own rules. And so some of these states, battleground states, are already reporting high voter turnout. Is there anything to be read into that?
It's a great question. And you know, one of the things that's interesting is historically high turnout favored Democrats, right? Low propensity voters were the ones who would come out primarily only in a presidential year, then not necessarily voting in the midterm elections. But Donald Trump has upended a lot of things in American politics over the last 9 years, it's fair to say. And there is a school of thought that says that high turnout doesn't necessarily, in a Trump race, doesn't necessarily favor Democrats the way it historically used to. It is speculation. I think both sides will say that they want high turnout. Historically, that's been a vector that favored Democrats.
Interesting. You just mentioned that Pennsylvania is a prize to be won. So right now, deadlocked. So how does this compare back in 2020 when we saw those results?
In 2020, going into the final stages of the election, Joe Biden was leading Donald Trump in Pennsylvania by 4 or 5 points, depending on the poll you were looking at. Right now, it's polling at basically a dead heat. You know, Joe Biden was from Scranton. He played that up. You know, that particular aspect of his background was a big, big part of his identity and what he wanted to, and how he perceives himself. You know, Kamala Harris doesn't have those kind of ties. It is going to be very, very close. Certainly, it's going to be a matter of urban vote. You know, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh are prime territory for Vice President Harris, and the rural vote is prime territory for the former president, but there'll be crossover in there too.
Yeah, I think also gender plays a huge role in this election too. I mean, talk to us about that, because I think a lot of pundits have said going into it, I mean, between men and women, what could we see?
Well, this is polling as as maybe the highest gender gap election in American history. We'll see if that bears itself out. But the polls make it clear that Donald Trump is leading significantly among male voters, and Vice President Harris is leading significantly among female voters. In one poll in the closing weeks of the election, it was a 34-point difference, plus 18 and plus 16. And so, you know, if anything even close to that comes, we're talking about a record, and then it'll really boil down to, you know, which states those voters are coming from, and of course, how many of them vote. Without a doubt, the Dobbs decision and the overturning of Roe v. Wade has motivated many female voters and the men who care about them.
All right. Well, stick around with us because we've got a lot more questions. James Sample, thank you so much. And whether it's perfect to get out and vote, Nick is next when we return.
nice mild election day into the 70s in a lot of spots. And now, again, recent election days were showing temperatures pretty much in the 50s and 60s. I mean, last year was mild, 64, 50s before that. But even 2019, we broke the 60-degree mark. And again, a beautiful day. We hit 73 for the high. So really, really nice. Not a record. That was 78 back in 1961. It's been as cold as 23, 1879. The average high, 58. And we're going to be above that really through the next 7 days, with our low this morning being down at 54. Sunrise 632, down now 447. Still a clear sky and still mild at 67. Wind out of the south, southwest. Humidity's up a bit. Pressure is starting to rise again now, 30.15. Pretty good weather sign there. And again, our record forecast for tomorrow is going to happen because I think, again, the record high established in 2022 was 75, but I'm thinking 78, 79 degrees to break the record here. Why? Well, we got high pressure sitting down near Bermuda. It's pumping up that southwest airflow, so the warm air that's in the middle part of the country is coming right in our direction, so you can plan on that for tomorrow. Look at this. It's still mild. Here we are at 6:15 in the evening, 6:20 or so. 67 in the city, low 60s on the island, still 71 at Newark, high 60s to Allentown, even up into Poughkeepsie and Hartford as well. Many areas 8 to as much as 12, 15 degrees milder than just 24 hours ago. We're going to keep that southwest wind tonight. It's a little breezy earlier, kind of calmed down a little. Figure about 10 to 15 miles per hour overnight, but it's going to get gusty tomorrow. And the other concern with that gusty wind and the dry air, of course, is the potential for brush fires. We do have this red flag warning that's going to be in effect until about 6 o'clock. This is for tomorrow, again, covering all of Connecticut into Massachusetts. We'll see if it gets extended. All right, Newark, the hot spot, 76 today, but mid-70s really. Scranton down to Belmar, and we had temperatures holding on into the 60s to about 70 along the coast. Syracuse hitting 80. Mid-70s just about everywhere else, even 80 down to Richmond, Virginia, Pittsburgh as well, high 70s to in towards Columbus, and that's why we're talking that warmer air coming our way as we head into tomorrow. Closer view, can't really see any clouds nearby yet, but I think we will be seeing more clouds as the night goes along. The area of rain is still mainly off to the north. This storm, a cold front coming through, producing some showers in the middle part of the country, but that's not going to be coming our way. The cold front will, but the showers will likely not happen in our forecast as we head into that time period or so. All right, closer view shows again just generally clear. Futurecast will show, though, some clouds will come in overnight. Clouds will give into some sun at times tomorrow. Gusty breeze. Again, look for a record high temperature for tomorrow. 61 in the city for tonight. 50s in the suburbs tomorrow. Again, we'll get up to about 79. That'll be a record. Upper 60s, low 70s at the coast, low 80s inland. Thursday, 72. Back to the 60s Friday, Saturday. Dry days, though. Rain could threaten. Finally, we need some. That'll be Sunday afternoon into Monday morning. We're still in the upper 60s, though, on Monday and even into Tuesday. All right, we're going to have I'm going to break, right? I'm going to break. We have more of the 6 o'clock news when we come right back.
Election alert now on some key local races that could influence the balance of power in the U.S. House and Senate. There is a competitive race between Representative Andy Kim and hotel developer Curtis Bashaw. They're vying for the New Jersey Senate seat of Bob Menendez, who resigned after being convicted of federal bribery charges.
And across the Hudson, New York's 18th district is currently being held by Democratic Congressman Pat Ryan, who is in his first term. He's being challenged by Republican Allison Esposito, who ran for lieutenant governor with Lee Zeldin back in 2022. And in New York's 17th congressional district, U.S. Representative Mike Lawler is locked in a competitive re-election bid. The first-term Republican is taking on Democratic former U.S. Representative Mondaire Jones.
And Fox 5's Richard Giacobas joins us live from Nyack with a breakdown of this contentious race. Richard, how are things looking so far?
You know, Bianca and Tasha, like you mentioned, this is why local races matter. We're in the 17th congressional district, a key race and a key district that was redrawn back in 2022 with these two candidates. They are neck and neck. Voters here in Nyack are heading to the polls with about 2.5 hours to go and left to cast their ballots. Here's who they are facing in this neck and neck race. Republican incumbent Congressman Mike Lawler and Democratic Congressman Mondaire Jones. Here's why both candidates say it's so important to vote. Not only because this Hudson Valley race could determine who controls the House next year, but also because 2 years ago, this district was decided by just 1,800 votes. That's how close it was. Lawler voting this morning in Pearl River, while Jones took advantage of early voting last week in Peekskill. Lawler, who narrowly defeated Democrat Sean Patrick Maloney in 2022, says he's the moderate Republican with a record for bipartisanship. But Jones says Lawler's just playing that role and is, in fact, a MAGA Republican. When Jones was elected in 2020, he became one of the first two openly gay black men to serve in the House. He lost in the 10th district primary 2 years ago, now seeking to reclaim his former seat. And just today, Lawler filed a lawsuit against 60 Westchester County jail inmates to prevent them from voting in this race. Mike Lawler claims that the voters registered from Valhalla, where the jail is located, had previously registered to vote from other addresses in other New York districts. But the Board of Elections says those individuals are allowed to register to vote from the jails in which they are currently incarcerated. That is very controversial. Now, the most recent poll has Lawler edging Mondaire Jones, and this was a poll from about a month ago, 45 to 44%. It is within the margin of error, of course, but you have until 9 o'clock to cast your ballots. Both candidates holding their watch parties here in Rockland County and Westchester County, respectively, tonight. The race in the 17th congressional district, a key race here in the Hudson Valley. We're live in Nyack. Richard Giacobas, Fox 5 News. Bianca, Natasha.
Thank you, Richard, for the update. Appreciate it. Meanwhile, the presidential election will likely come down to a handful of swing states.
That's right. Morgan McKay joins us next with a look at where the races stand in the battleground states.
You're watching the 6 o'clock news.
All right, we are getting into the debrief. The final few hours of voting are officially here. Many people cast their ballots early, but counting does not start until tonight when the polling sites close. And it means data will roll in throughout the night as individual states begin the tallying up process.
Well, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are looking for that path to 270 electoral votes. Fox 5's Morgan McKay joins us with a breakdown of how this could all unfold. Morgan, we know there's multiple paths to the White House, but which ones are you watching closely and likely?
Yeah, Bianca, Natasha, according to the polls, this will be likely one of the closest races in American history, and it will likely come down to 7 battleground states. So right now, 5 out of the 7 battleground states show about a 1% lead for either candidate, but all within that margin of error. In North Carolina, Nevada, and Georgia, former President Donald Trump leads by about 1%. And then in Michigan and Wisconsin, Vice President Kamala Harris leads by about 1%, but again, all within that margin of error. Now, if you turn to Pennsylvania, Trump is leading, but it still says about by 1% here, but it's actually a little less than 1% because of the margin of error. The New York Times has labeled this race as about even with this polling, but this is a state both candidates really want. It has 19 electoral votes. President Joe Biden won the state in 2020, but Trump won in 2016. And then in Arizona, Trump has a heftier lead comparatively, but still within that margin of error. Arizona has 11 electoral votes. Trump won in 2016, but Biden won in 2020. Now, here locally, there are 6 House races that both Democrats and Republicans are really making a push for. Here are 3 of them, I think, here. Oh, not quite, but we will get there in a minute. But, you know, 3 of the competitive races include New York's 3rd congressional district, New York's 18th congressional district, and the 19th congressional district. But here locally, New York's 1st congressional district, this one, a lot of people are going to be keeping their eyes on. Congressman Nick LaLota, the incumbent Republican. He's being challenged by Democrat John Avalon. Now, this district does include the Hamptons, but it leans more red. The reason it has become more competitive this year is because of how much money was raised by Avalon. Now, next, New York's 4th congressional district. This is Congressman Anthony D'Esposito. He's Republican. He's the incumbent, and he's being challenged by Democrat Laura Gillen. This seat is actually typically held by Democrats until D'Esposito was able to flip it red in 2022. This race is really tight, and polling has flipped back and forth between these 2 candidates. And lastly, New York's 17th congressional district, Republican Congressman Mike Lawler. He is currently representing the district, and he's being challenged by Democrats Lawler and Jones. We just saw our reporter Richard highlight the candidates. There's also this third-party candidate, Anthony Frascone, with the Working Families Party, but he's done no campaigning, and the WFP is actually campaigning against him. Now, this was a district Biden was able to win in 2020 easily, but this race is competitive because Lawler has really been a moderate throughout his time in Congress, and polls have had this race split pretty evenly, but in the last few weeks, Lawler has been polling just slightly ahead. Bianca, Natasha?
All right, Morgan, thank you so much for breaking that down for us. Well, let's take a look at some of the top stories at 6. Rudy Giuliani ordered to appear in court this Thursday. Lawyers for 2 former election workers who wanted defamation case against Giuliani after he falsely accused him of ballot fraud say that he missed a deadline to turn over his assets, including his $5 million apartment on the Upper East Side. A spokesperson for Giuliani says that he has made that property available.
And for the second day, the FDNY is investigating yet another brush fire in the Bronx. Now, this one popped up at around 8 a.m. today on McLean Avenue near the Major Deegan Expressway. Officials say it took about 60 firefighters to get it under control. Thankfully, no one was hurt.
And in the Middle East today, in a surprise announcement, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu dismissed his popular defense minister, Yoav Gallant. The move sparked protests across the country, including a mass gathering that paralyzed central Tel Aviv. Netanyahu and Gallant have repeatedly been at odds over the war in Gaza, Gallant wanting to take a more pragmatic approach. All right, right, now to List at 6, where we are looking at some unique stories that have us talking.
That's right. And in keeping with tradition, New Hampshire's small town of Dixville Notch kicked off Election Day voting at midnight. All 6 of their registered voters casting their ballots. And as you can imagine, with how tight this race is, the town's voting resulted in a tie, 3 for Trump, 3 for Harris.
Which is quite interesting because I think they all went for Biden in the previous election, so maybe that says something.
Maybe it's a telltale sign, perhaps.
Certainly. All right, let's get to this one. Your I Voted sticker. It can actually help you snag a long list of free or discounted items today. We're going to go through the list, let you know what you're missing out on. Okay, so first one, Cycle Bar locations in the city. They're going to give you a free workout class with your sticker. Cycle Bar fans out there, that's not bad. East Harlem Bottling, this is a nice one. This is on Lex and 107th. They're handing out free beer to voters. What's the next couple ones?
Well, I was going to say really quickly, what if you lost your sticker? Because I took a picture of it, but I no longer have it. So
I think that's a good option. Take a picture of it.
Maybe they honor that. Okay, so maybe if you don't want beer, you want cheesecake. Junior's Bakery is offering half-off cheesecake. Van Leeuwen, my favorite, is giving voters $3 scoops. And then this is good. Lyft and Uber, you can get some discounts there, 50% discount codes.
That's great.
For Lyft, it's vote 24. Uber, it's go vote. So
like it.
Why not go? And then, by the way, why not vote and shop? Westbeth Flea Market in Greenwich Village doubled as a polling place. Proceeds go towards improvement projects at the affordable housing complex as well as nonprofits. Pretty good cause, and you can get in some shopping and voting.
I like
too.
this. I was wondering, how do you request to your site as to be a polling place? Because you could put this in any kind of restaurant. An Applebee's, I'd show up. free onion rings. Yeah, there you go. This is a great idea and great marketing for them, and hopefully they get a lot of proceeds.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
All right, let's get to the Fox 5 election coverage. This is continuing throughout the night. You don't need to change your channel anywhere else. We're live on the Fox local app from 7 to 9, and you can download the app by scanning the QR code right there on your screen. And speaking about election coverage continues. One of the highly publicized campaigns is for New Jersey Senate between Andy Kim and Curtis Bashaw.
We're going to take you live to the Garden State for a look at how some are expecting this race to end. This election day, New Jersey voters are choosing between Democrat Andy Kim and Republican Curtis Bashaw to see who will fill the U.S. Senate seat that was left vacant by disgraced former Senator Bob Menendez.
That's right. Menendez resigned back in August after being convicted on federal bribery charges. And Fox 5's Teresa Perillo joins us live from the Garden State with more on how this race is shaping up tonight. Teresa.
Hey, Bianca and Natasha. Yeah, we are here in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, which happens to be Andy Kim's hometown. Now, they're still prepping the room. They're expecting the public to be let in about 20 minutes. They tell us, depending on how this night goes tonight, we could actually have some definitive results by 9 o'clock. So a little bit about Andy Kim. The three-term congressman is looking to replace, as you mentioned, disgraced Senator Bob Menendez. If elected, Kim would be the first Korean American elected to the Senate. Kim is a public school educated Rhodes Scholar who became a national security expert. He served under both Republican and Democratic presidents, but looking at his voting record, his positions follow the more progressive wing of the Democratic Party. If you ask him, and we have, what issues matter to him, he'll tell you it's access to health care and making New Jersey a more affordable place to live. He's facing a challenge from businessman Curtis Bashaw, who has never held public office. He made his money building and revamping Cape May hotels like Congress Hall. Bashaw is a pro-choice married gay man who is supporting Donald Trump. Now, back out here live, when we talk about the polls, at one point in mid-October, the polls in this race were incredibly close, within the margin of error. That's surprising because New Jersey hasn't elected a Republican to the Senate since the 70s. However, in recent days, latest polls show that Andy Kim's lead has grown substantially. We do want to mention to you, though, we're hearing tonight there have been some voting issues, some polling issues in different parts of the state. Apparently, there's a big problem happening right now in Burlington County. Lines are 2 to 3 hours long. I'm hearing that there's only one working voting machine there, so they're trying to work that out in time for everybody to get their votes counted. If you are somebody who happens to be standing in line, if you're in line at 8 o'clock, you are legally allowed to vote, no matter how long it takes. So just something good to keep in the back of your mind. Bianca, Natasha, there is one prediction that we can make definitively. Tonight, a man from South Jersey will be New Jersey's next senator. That's the latest from Cherry Hill tonight.
Okay, so there is that. Yeah, you can't go wrong on that one, Teresa. I like it. Thanks so much. Well, polls have been showing Congressman Andy Kim with that lead over Curtis Bashaw.
And joining us again is James Sample, constitutional law expert at Hofstra University. Teresa, just talking about, at one point in the middle of October, it was like a razor-thin majority between the two, very close race. But now Andy Kim has a substantial lead over Curtis Bashaw. I mean, what do you think changed in the last less than a month?
Well, one, I think the state had an opportunity to get to know both candidates.
Yeah.
And the reality of New Jersey is New Jersey has not elected a Republican to the United States Senate for 50 years. It has not elected many presidents. It has not voted. It's electorally for the president gone for Democrats consistently. But 50 years since a Republican carried a Senate race in New Jersey. It was a tall mountain. It still is a tall mountain. The polls are still open. It's still very possible. And polls are sometimes wrong. But Andy Kim has the name recognition. He's obviously served in Congress for a number of years, being elected in 2018. It was not an easy road for him to get that nomination, however, as Governor Phil Murphy's wife, Tammy, was initially sort of vying for that same seat. But once you have the Democratic nomination for the Senate seat, you are at least in the pole position, if you will.
I was going to ask you mentioned that name recognition, and we see Andy Kim taking the lead there. Is it more the name recognition, or is it more so that Bashaw was considering himself this out-of-the-box Republican, that his views may not jibe with the GOP base?
Well, I mean, put it this way. Curtis Bashaw endorsed Donald Trump, and there's not a chance in the world that Donald Trump carries New Jersey. Bashaw is a sort of non-traditional candidate, right? He's a first-time political candidate. He's a hotel developer. He's 64. Andy Kim is 42, but already has a lot of experience. Bashaw is self-funding. He spent more than $1 million of his own money on his campaign. It's not just name recognition. You're absolutely right. It's more than that. And Bashaw has made numerous efforts to cast himself as a moderate. I mean, he is a married gay man in New Jersey running for the Republican, running as a Republican. So he's trying to run as a moderate. On the other hand, I think that Kim has, certainly a broader appeal to the electorate.
Yeah, it is really interesting. At one point in this entire campaigning process, a lot of voters said that they didn't have an opinion on either candidate. They just didn't feel like they knew enough. Given that New Jersey has not elected a Republican in 50 years to the Senate, do you think we're going to have any surprises tonight in this race?
In this race, no, I don't. And I think the other thing that Andy Kim, he could turn history tonight, could make history. He would be the first Korean American to ever serve in the Senate, the first Asian American from the state of New Jersey to serve in the Senate. And he, remember, kind of got his national notoriety in the wake of January 6th. He's the one who was seen cleaning up and bagging the garbage and sort of taking care of the Capitol, which was, quite a juxtaposition from what we saw in other aspects of that day.
Sure. All right, James Campbell, we appreciate your breakdown on this. Thanks so much for joining us. Well, don't go anywhere because Nick is next with a check of your forecast.
Well, the prediction was for an above-average tropical hurricane season, and that has proven true. Again, we should have had 14 storms by now. We've already had 17. 7 is the average for hurricanes. We've had 10. 3, the average for major hurricanes. We've had 4, and we have one storm out there now about to become a hurricane. This is Rafael, and it is moving in towards the western Caribbean there. That's the Grand Cayman Islands, so it's passing to the east of them. Winds are at 70 miles an hour, but it will likely become a hurricane. You see the forecast guidance takes it towards western Cuba and then into the Gulf of Mexico. We'll have to see where it goes there, if it will threaten somewhere in the Gulf Coast. It does weaken at that point, but we still, of course, will keep an eye on it. And we're going to keep an eye on this big ridge in the eastern part of the country. That's going to set us up for some record high temperatures as we head on into tomorrow. That's, again, something to keep in mind. You can see, again, the cooler air on the other side of that. 40s for highs today. Billings right on down towards Salt Lake City. And again, you get to the west coast, 50s Pacific Northwest, about 70 as you get down to San Francisco. And we find temps holding into the 80s again across much of the southeastern states. So that's, again, where our air is going to be sort of coming up under that southwesterly wind. Right now, it's still pretty mild in the northeast. We're still in the 60s at Boston to Burlington. Pretty amazing for early November. 70s Pittsburgh to Cincinnati. Closer to home, again, we're at 71 at Newark. Just about everywhere else in the middle to upper 60s. A little bit cooler White Plains and heading on to Long Island. And again, we're finding the wind flow continuing out of the southwest. It's either calm or about 5-10 miles an hour. It averages about 10 miles per hour tonight, but it may get a bit gusty as we head into tomorrow. Bit of cloud cover tonight, but you can see all the rain is way off to the north and off to the west, even some strong thunderstorms coming through parts of the mid-Mississippi Valley there. But that front moving by as it gets towards us, going to lose its support. We'll just really see some clouds with it, and that's about it. You can see here on the Futurecast, sort of clouds and sun combining tomorrow. Same deal as we head into tomorrow night. Some clouds will be around, and then some sunshine will return on Thursday as it turns just slightly cooler at that point. But again, temperatures tomorrow pushing the record of 75. I think we go to 78 or 79 in the city. And again, temperatures will be pretty much on the mild side everywhere we go. 61 in town tonight, 50s to about 60 in the cooler suburbs with a fair amount of clouds. So we head into tomorrow, again, clouds and sun. A gusty southwest breeze moves in at 10 to 15, gusting 25 miles per hour. Near 70 at the coast, low 80s inland. So we'll see if we get to that new record. Still above 70 on Thursday, still above 60 on Friday. Those, again, way above average. Nice Friday and Saturday. We're going to start to see the threat of rain. Of course, we could use it. That'll be by Sunday afternoon, lasting into Monday. We stay in the 60s. Even Tuesday still in the middle 60s with some sunshine. All right, the 6 o'clock news is coming right back.
We are down to the final hours of voting in the tri-state. In both New Jersey and Connecticut, polls close at 8 o'clock. New Yorkers get an extra hour with polls closing at 9.
That's right. And a very important note, as long as you are standing in line by closing time, you're going to be allowed to vote. Fox 5's Kendall Green is out talking with voters. What is the pulse of the people like right now, Kendall?
Hey, good evening, Natasha, Bianca. Things have been pretty smooth at this polling site so far. I mean, since we've gotten here, there's been a steady stream of voters. I'll just let you take a look at them. Steady stream of voters coming in and out. No real hiccups here. Fortunately, we did not see any hiccups among voters from start to finish. No real complications. But we spoke to voters both coming in and out of this polling site. Many of them expressing they felt relief after casting their ballot in what's been a very, let's just say, eventful election cycle. We didn't ask anyone who they voted for. We just wanted to get the gist of what drove them to the polls. And here's some of those responses. Take a listen.
It's a lot, but it's kind of a clear decision for me in terms of what to do. I didn't really have to think twice about it, so that's good at least.
So you're at peace with your decision?
I'm at peace with my decision, yeah, but I'm not at peace with like everybody's decision. Maybe, like, we'll see.
Everything as a woman, reproductive rights, just women's health, period. The environment is a huge thing. I think public health, economic equality, just the city propositions. There's a lot of really important issues to vote on.
Now, many different motivations to get to the polls, but as you mentioned, Bianca, Natasha, you have to get here by 9 to get that vote counted. And of course, those polls, again, they close at 9 p.m. And we can all agree, many eyes are going to be peeled on the results of this election. They'll start trickling in as soon as we can get them. But that's the latest here in Hudson Yards. Kendall Gray, Fox 5 News.
All right. Sounds good, Kendall. Thank you so much. And the 6 o'clock news continues after this break. All right, let's get a check of the forecast now with Nick Gregory. And I mean, no excuse weather-wise. You got to go out there and vote.
Yeah, and the temperatures are still mild. We're still holding in the 60s, low 60s now in the city, and upper 60s some areas in central New Jersey. It's still going to be dry this evening. Just a bit of cloud cover is going to start moving in, but no problems other than that. And it's going to stay a relatively mild night here. The average high for the day should be 58. Well, we're going to stop at, I got my tail showing here, we're going to stop at 61 as we head over the overnight period, and some 50s again in the northern and western suburbs. Like I said, a fair amount of clouds are going to come in as the southwest wind prevails. Because we get into tomorrow, a little gusty breeze will develop out of the southwest, 10 to 15, gusting to about 20 miles per hour, and maybe a little higher, 25 miles per hour. The record high for tomorrow, 75, that was just set 2 years ago. 79 should be our new record for tomorrow. Some areas, interior spots, may make it into the low 80s tomorrow, upper 60s to the 70s as we get along the coast. Check out the 7-day, and it's still mild and mainly dry. Need some rain here, and we need it badly. Sun and clouds Thursday, 72, and they will cool down a little bit. A little front's going to move by, but it's just going to drop the temperature by Friday, 66. Remember, that's still above average. Saturday looks great, 61. Clouds in for Sunday. Looks like the rain's going to hold off till probably mid-afternoon now at about 61. Showers may linger into the first part of Monday morning. We'll stay in the 60s, and then it dries off, and it still will be in the 60s as we head on into Tuesday. So our dry streak and warm streak of weather continues.
79 degrees. Can't believe it. All right, Nick, thank you. And with all this talk about the historic presidential election, let's talk about our country's first president, George Washington. Some strands of Washington's hair up for auction later this month. He died back in 1799, but these strands have been preserved in a locket that was given to a family friend and then passed on over time. It could sell between $30,000 to $40,000. The auction is set for November 22nd. It includes several other presidential-related items. That does it for us tonight. We'll see you back here at 10 o'clock. If you missed any part of the 6 o'clock news, you can catch an encore presentation with the Fox Local app on your phone. And the Fox 5 election coverage continues live over on the Fox Local app. Just scan the QR code on your screen to download that right now. Have a safe night. Extra starts right now.
Good evening, I'm Bianca Peters.
And I'm Steve Lacey. Welcome to Fox 5's continuing election night coverage. Here's a look at where things stand right now. Voters continue casting their ballots in New York, where polls will close at 9 p.m.
And in New Jersey, the polls close in 1 hour, so you still have until 8 o'clock to vote in person.
All right, and the same goes for Connecticut, where polls will also close at 8. Now, the biggest race of all, the race for president, promises to go down to the wire.
That's right, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump campaigning down to the last day, just trying to get over voters. Vice President Kamala Harris spent part of that day doing phone interviews with radio stations in several battleground states. Now, she also visited a phone bank at the DNC headquarters. Harris says that she already sent her mail-in ballot to her home state of California. She's going to appear later tonight at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C.
And Donald Trump was in Palm Beach, Florida this morning, where he voted alongside his wife and former First Lady Melania. He also visited a nearby campaign office to thank those working on his behalf. Tonight, he'll be in West Palm Beach with his supporters to watch the results come in.
Well, Trump's running mate, vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance, voted in Ohio today. He headed to the polls in Cincinnati with his wife and children. Vance said that he was feeling good about his team's chances and hoped voters would get them over the finish line.
All right, VP candidate Tim Walz met with voters today. The Minnesota governor visited the Capitol Diner in Harrisburg, PA with his family. The battleground state of Pennsylvania among the 7 states that will play a pivotal role in who turns out to be the next president. And it's, of course, not just the presidential race we're following for you. We want to run down some of the important local races that could have a big impact on the balance of power in Washington.
That's right. And we start in New York. One U.S. Senate seat is on the ballot in New York. Incumbent Democrat Kirsten Gillibrand is facing a challenge from Republican Michael Sapercone. He's a retired New York City Police Department detective.
All right, another race that's been all over the airwaves for House District 17. It's a big district that covers Rockland, Putnam, and most of northern Westchester County. That's where incumbent Republican Mike Lawler is facing off against Democrat Mondaire Jones.
And in House District 18, one-term Democratic Congressman Pat Ryan is facing a tough challenge from Republican Allison Esposito. Border security and inflation, 2 huge issues in that race to represent Orange County and most of Dutchess and Ulster counties.
In District 4, which covers central and southern Nassau County on Long Island, Republican incumbent Anthony D'Esposito is squaring off against Democrat and former Hempstead Town Supervisor Laura Gillen.
Well, for more on this race, let's go live to Fox 5's Jody Goldberg, who is at the Democratic Watch Party in Garden City right now. Hi, Jody.
Bianca and Steve, this is easily one of the most expensive races. It's also one of the most closely watched. Gillen, if she wins, that means she'll be 1 seat closer to taking control of the House. Now, we've been keeping an eye on the polls all day. As far as voter turnout, it's nearing a record within the district. And as political analysts have been saying all along, this race, it's going to be a close one. Laura Gillen and Congressman Anthony D'Esposito both cast their ballots this morning ahead of their final push to convince voters they're the right choice to represent New York's 4th District. It's an area that encompasses much of southwest Nassau County.
We had a really strong campaign. We knocked over 300,000 doors already. We feel really good. We think people in this district are ready for a change.
We are sticking to the issues. We are ready to fight. We are strong, and we're willing to stand up against either party as long as it means delivering for New York and Long Island.
Gillen, an attorney, mother of 4, and former Town of Hempstead supervisor, is vying for the seat that she lost by only about 10,000 votes 2 years ago. A victory would give the Democrats an extra seat in Washington as Republicans cling to a razor-thin majority. D'Esposito, a former NYPD officer and Hempstead Town Council member, has been outspoken on issues, including immigration and homeland security. Gillen, who has the advantage of more Democrats in the district, district is prioritizing reproductive rights and health care. D'Esposito, who's banking on the power of incumbency, insists there were no ethics violated, despite allegations that he put his fiance's daughter on his payroll, as well as a woman with whom he was having an affair, saying his personal life is personal. Both candidates stressed their moderate stances, promoting themselves as strong supporters of Israel and opponents of congestion pricing. And it's clear how important the race is by the big names who showed up on the campaign trail, including Trump and House Minority Leader Jeffries. And a lot backing this race. Now, this room behind me relatively empty. It is expected to fill up with some of the key players from the Democratic Party who are all hoping for a victory. As for my colleague Jessica Formoso, she'll be at the GOP watch party in Baldwin. Both of us will be on Long Island. We'll have the latest for you as the votes come in. In Garden City, Long Island, Jody Goldberg, Fox 5 News. Let's send it back to you.
All right, very well. Thanks, Jody. And let's move from New York to New Jersey. A lot of big races to watch in the Garden State.
That's right. Over in House District 7, Republican incumbent Tom Kean Jr. is hoping to defeat his Democratic rival, Sue Altman. A lot of money has been spent in this race. Big issues in that race also included taxes, inflation, immigration, as well as the border.
And turning to New Jersey, House District 8, that's where Democratic incumbent Rob Menendez, who's the son of former Senator Bob Menendez, is hoping to fend off a challenge from Republican Anthony Valdez. Menendez is seeking his second term.
And the race for House District 11 is pitting incumbent Mikey Sherrill, who served since 2019 against Republican Joseph Belnome, housing inspector from Bellevue Township, New Jersey.
And then there is the hotly contested race for U.S. Senate, headlined by Democratic Congressman Andy Kim and Republican businessman Curtis Bashaw, vying to fill the seat left open by Bob Menendez, who, of course, resigned over the summer after he was convicted on corruption charges. Polls going into today showing it a close race, although there is some new info that might not be quite as close as originally thought.
That's right. Fox 5's Linda Schmidt is standing by right now at the Bashaw headquarters in Basking Ridge. Linda, tell us more about what's happening right now in this race.
Okay, well, first of all, good evening to both of you. And yes, you're talking about originally they were saying this was going to be a very tight race, but then recently some new numbers are coming in indicating that it might not be as close as everybody thought. But at the end of the day, who really knows? You don't know until the night is over. It can seem to be going one way and then suddenly it goes another. Okay, now, first of all, I have to tell you that this is one of these Senate races too closely watched tonight. The reason being is that the Democrats have a razor-thin majority in the Senate, and losing any Senate seat is something they do not want to see happen. Now, the Republican Curtis Bashaw, I'm here at his headquarters in Basking Ridge, New Jersey. Normally, the candidates don't show up at their headquarters until about 9 or 9:30. However, he got here about 4:45, walked down here, was talking to reporters, and he was telling us that he feels good about this race and that he firmly believes that New Jersey voters want a change, especially coming out of the scandal and everything that happened with the former Senator Bob Menendez. Now, go ahead and take a look here, because this is the candidate that he is up against. He's an incumbent Congressman, Andy Kim. He was first elected to Congress back in 2018. This is video of Kim voting earlier today. Now, he wound up being the Democratic candidate after Menendez was convicted on federal bribery charges, and then he resigned. Now, he has a background in security. Kim was a national security aide during the Obama administration, and he gained some national attention when he was photographed helping to clean up the U.S. Capitol after the January 6th attack. Bashaw, in the meantime, is a first-time candidate. He is a Trump supporter, and he calls himself a moderate. He is a hotel developer from Cape May. He is a married gay man who supports abortion rights, and he has said multiple times during this campaign that when my party is right, I will support it. But when my party is not right, I will stand up against it. Now, as far as what type of threat he really poses to Andy Kim, again, who is an incumbent, who was first elected to Congress back in 2018, and Bashaw is a brand new person here on the political scene. How much of a threat is he really? Well, pundits will say, and history will show, that he is not that much of a threat, because New Jersey voters have not sent a Republican to the U.S. Senate in more than 50 years. But, again, as I said at the top, who knows? This could be a major upset. You don't know until it's over. Back inside to you.
Certainly right, Linda. Yep. Thanks so much. And be sure to keep it right here on Fox 5. Up next, we're going to have a live report from the Harris campaign headquarters.
All right, and a political expert and law professor shares with us how any legal challenges to the election results may be handled this time around. All right, welcome back to Fox 5's continuing election night coverage.
Yeah, the presidential race coming down to the wire with most polls showing this is a literal tie.
All right, yeah.
We're taking a look at a small town in New Hampshire. Kept its election tradition up where voting in Dixville Notch began at midnight. The township has 6 registered voters. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump each earned 3 votes, splitting this vote.
All right, right now we want to bring in an expert to talk for 20 minutes about the implications of that vote. Dixville Notch. James Sample joins us once again. No, it's always interesting. Right now we are desperate for info. We want to read any tea leaves we can, so it's a funny story there. But this is obviously going to be a different type of election. There's been a new law passed about the confirmation, certification of the election that could have a potentially big role this year. Walk us through the reasoning behind these new laws, how they work, and how you think they're going to go in their first real trial under fire.
Absolutely, Steve. So the Electoral Count Reform Act was passed 2 years ago in 2022, and it was an unusual moment of bipartisanship, especially bipartisanship about the electoral system, which is usually the source of the most stringent disagreement between the parties for obvious reasons, right? This is the battleground on which they fight. But the parties got together and passed this law, which is really intended to streamline and to sort of make more express and concrete some of the practices that had been in existence. The original law that they amended was from 1887. This made it a lot clearer, updated the processes. So the dates, December 11th for the certification of the votes, the ascertainment as it's called. December 17th, the electors in the various states meet. That's the Electoral College. The Electoral College is not a place. It's actually, it takes place in 50 different jurisdictions around the country. And then, of course, the certification process. And the single biggest change of all is that it made express what was a practice, but which became a hugely controversial matter, the certification process and the vice president's role being purely ministerial.
But we know that whoever wins or loses, actually, they're not going to go quietly into the night. So let's talk about who and how quickly we're going to start seeing these legal challenges from either the Trump or the Harris side.
Well, in some respects, I think how quickly is sort of reverse, we travel back in time, which is to say we have already seen more litigation, more lawsuits about the election, more challenges in 2024 than we did in the entirety of 2020, which is to say that the timeline for those lawsuits has moved up. Now, most of them are being dismissed. Most of them are, in many respects, press releases dressed up as lawsuits, right? They're intended, but they're in place, which is to say, the whole process in 2020, and whether you call it the big lie or you call it challenging the results, right? And America's deeply divided on that question. But that process was in many respects disorganized. It was kind of amateur hour in a lot of ways. Rudy Giuliani at Four Seasons Landscape with the hair dye dripping down his forehead.
I mean,
that's kind of what, and there were some fringe characters who, many of whom have lost their law licenses, are trying to put things together, in the last minutes. This year, if that was kind of the junior high musical version of an election challenge, this year it's been professionalized. Both parties have already filed a number of lawsuits. So the answer to your question is yes, they will continue. Yes, I suspect there have been lawsuits just today about various practices. Those will continue unless the margin of victory is wide. There's going to be an incentive to challenge.
Right. That's stuff we're going to find out in the next few hours or next few days. Who knows? One or two of the above there, if not more. All right, Dr. James Sample, Professor, we appreciate you being with us. You can stick around through the 9 o'clock hour tonight. We're going to check back in with you for a little more analysis in a bit.
Thanks so much. Well, right now, we do want to see how Vice President Harris spent the final day of the 2024 election.
All right, for that, we go to Fox reporter Connor Hansen, who is live at the Harris Election Night headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Connor.
Steve, Natasha, the crowd is starting to fill out here at Howard University. Many of them students. You can hear the music playing behind me. And it's just after 7, and the first handful of states have closed their polls. All eyes will start to focus in on Battleground, Georgia, where Fox News voter analysis shows it's still too close to call. But moving on to another state, not necessarily a battleground, but important. Same analysis showing Harris is leading in Virginia. Meanwhile, Fox News is predicting that former President Trump will win in Indiana and Kentucky.
We, the people, have the power to shape our future.
Coming off a whirlwind day of energizing voters in Battleground, Pennsylvania, Vice President Kamala Harris is not holding any campaign events today, instead opting to do radio interviews, hoping to win over any more undecided voters.
We are tied. Every vote matters, and so I am working hard all day long, continuously, to get out the vote. There are two choices in this race, and it's about the direction of our country, whether we want to go backward or forward.
Harris wants to be the first vice president in 32 years to be promoted to the Oval Office.
I will work on your behalf as President of the United States to lift you up around dealing with, for example, the cost of living, bringing down the cost of groceries, the cost of housing.
As part of that effort, her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, making a final pitch to voters in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
This will be won by 1 or 2 votes per precinct in places like Pennsylvania. This is a time when there's a privilege to live in this country and a responsibility. Get out and vote.
And now we're learning South Carolina still too soon to call, but Fox News voter analysis is showing former President Trump with a lead there. Meanwhile, Vice President Harris sailing to an easy victory in liberal Vermont. Steve, Natasha.
Very well. All right. Thanks, Connor. And we're going to take you to the Trump campaign headquarters for a live report coming up at 7:45.
Meanwhile, do not go anywhere. Our 2024 election coverage continues.
All right, also ahead, we're going to check out some of the day's other top headlines, and Nick Gregory has the full weather forecast.
Well, we want to check in on some other big stories making headlines on this election day.
In the Middle East, a surprise announcement. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu dismissing his popular defense minister Yoav Gallant, the move sparking protests across the country, including a mass gathering that paralyzed central Tel Aviv. Netanyahu and Gallant have repeatedly been at odds over the war in Gaza, Gallant wanting to take a more pragmatic approach.
And unionized factory workers at Boeing have ended their 7-week strike and can return to work as early as tomorrow. Their new contract includes a 38% pay raise over 4 years, also includes a $12,000 ratification bonus for each worker. Analysts estimate Boeing lost about $50 million a day during this strike.
Rudy Giuliani ordered to appear in court this Thursday. Lawyers for 2 former election workers who won a defamation case against Giuliani after he falsely accused them of ballot fraud say he missed the deadline to turn over his assets, including his $5 million Upper East Side apartment. A spokesperson for Giuliani says he has made the property available.
And stay with us.
That's right. Our coverage of Election Night 2024 continues right after the break.
All right, Election Day, let's get a check on the forecast with Nick Gregory.
Yeah, another hot day, Nick.
Yeah, we got up into the 70s today, and one of the warmer election days that we've seen in recent years when mainly we're in the 50s and 60s. That's still pretty mild, actually. I mean, our average high is 58, and that's kind of, again, we're not going to be seeing that average temperature for days ahead, staying above average. 73 today, 54 the low. Again, not a record today, but tomorrow's record is definitely a possibility. 69 right now, winds out of the southwest, and not too bad, about 10 miles an hour. Pressure strong, steady 30.15. All right, the record 75 for tomorrow, just 2 years ago. I'm predicting 78 to 79 degrees, so that should establish a new record as we have this warm southwesterly airflow establishing record highs in the northeastern part of the country. Look at this hour. We're still in the upper 60s in the city. 67 Poughkeepsie, 71 at Newark. Back to the 60s as you get along the coast. That's awfully mild for this time of the year as we continue to see, again, a gain of about 10 to 15 degrees from this time yesterday. Southwest wind is still in play. That will stay for tomorrow, get a little gusty. We also do have this fire weather warning, a red flag advisory tomorrow across Connecticut. Let's see if that spreads. Be careful for brush fires tomorrow. Low mid 70s, most areas today, even 80 up at Syracuse, high 70s, taking us down to Washington, D.C., back towards the Ohio Valley, 81 even at Pittsburgh. We're going to see those high 70s, low 80s around here tomorrow. Just a few clouds out there right now. We'll just see a few clouds as the night goes along because, again, as you sort of look at the wide view, action is off to the west, but that is not going to be coming our way as that cold front just kind of sticks around there. Eventually the front will come through. It'll move through dry. We need some rain, but that's not going to be happening anytime soon in our forecast. So we're going to go down to 61 in the city tonight, upper 50s in the burbs. Record high tomorrow, 79 with clouds and sun. 72 Thursday, still above average. Even Friday and Saturday in the 60s. The rain threat is on Sunday afternoon into Monday morning. We could use it. Again, we stay on into the 60s, and we'll see those 60s last on into.
This is a Fox 5 election update.
Good evening. I'm Bianca Peters.
And I'm Steve Lacey, and this is your Fox 5 Election Night Update. Here's a look at where things stand right now. Voters continue casting their ballots. In New York, polls are open until 9 p.m.
In New Jersey, the polls close at 8 o'clock, so you have until then to vote in person.
All right, the same goes for Connecticut, where polls also close at 8. And we're following a lot of local races that could have big implications for the balance of power in Congress,
including the race for Congressional District 4 on Long Island that covers central and southern Nassau County. Republican incumbent Anthony Esposito is squaring off against Democrat and former Hempstead Town Supervisor Laura Gillen.
All right, for more on this race, we're going to go live to Fox 5's Jody Goldberg, who is in Garden City tonight. Hey, Jody.
Stephen, Bianca, this is a district that's bounced from blue to red for decades, and Gillen is hoping to take the victory tonight. We're here at the Democratic Watch Party in Nassau County. This is a district that voter turnout is coming in at record numbers. It's also expected to be a very close race. Laura Gillen and Congressman Anthony Esposito both cast their ballots this morning ahead of their final push to convince voters they're the right choice to represent New York's 4th District. It's an area that encompasses much of southwest Nassau County. Gillen, an attorney, mother of 4, and former Town of Hempstead supervisor, is vying for the seat that she lost by only about 10,000 votes 2 years ago. A victory would give the Democrats an extra seat in Washington as Republicans cling to a razor-thin majority. Esposito, a former NYPD officer and Hempstead Town Council member, has been outspoken on issues including immigration and homeland security. Gillen's prioritizing reproductive rights and health care. Esposito still insists there were no ethics violated, despite allegations that he put his fiance's daughter on his payroll, as well as a woman with whom he was having an affair. In an interview, he said his personal life is personal. Both candidates stressed their moderate stances, promoting themselves as strong supporters of Israel and opponents of congestion pricing. And just to give you an idea of how important this race is, some of the key players who have showed up along the campaign trail, we have Trump, who supported Esposito, as well as House Minority Leaders Jeffries, who was backing Gillen a few weeks ago. That's the latest here in Garden City, Long Island. Jody Goldberg, Fox 5 News.
All right, thanks, Jody. Another New York race that's been all over the airwaves in House District 17. That's where incumbent Republican Mike Lawler is facing off against Democrat Mondaire Jones.
And in House District 18, one-term Democratic Congressman Pat Ryan facing a tough challenge from Republican Allison Esposito. Border security and inflation, 2 huge issues in that race to represent Orange County and most of Dutchess and Ulster counties.
And there's one U.S. Senate seat open in New York. Incumbent Democrat Kirsten Gillibrand facing a challenge from Republican Michael Sapricone.
And in New Jersey, there is a hotly contested race for the U.S. Senate. Democratic Congressman Andy Kim and Republican businessman Curtis Bashaw vying to fill the seat left open by Robert Menendez, who stepped down after being convicted on corruption charges. We're going to bring you a live report on that race in our next hour.
All right. Thanks for watching continuous coverage of Election Night on Fox 5. I'm Steve Lacey.
And I'm Bianca Peters. You can stream live local election coverage from Fox 5 all night. All you have to do is download the free Fox Local app on your smart TV or your phone.
This has been a Fox 5 election update.
Their star power was strong enough to persuade voters, but will it work? Fox 5's Sharon Crowley has more on this.
Beyonce's hit song Freedom is the soundtrack in some of Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign ads, and it's even her walkout song for her appearances.
I'ma keep running 'cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
The Grammy-winning singer is using her star power with Harris at a rally in Houston, Texas. In this tight presidential race, do celebrity endorsements make a difference? Michael Babcock is an executive producer for TMZ.
I don't think at the end of the day that celebrities are necessarily going to sway voters or potential voters' opinions on who they vote for. I do think they can have an impact when it comes to actually convincing people that it's worthwhile to get up and go out to the poll and vote.
That impact evident when more than 400,000 people registered to vote right after Taylor Swift endorsed Harris on social media.
Dancing in the dark.
Bruce Springsteen performing at a Harris campaign rally in Georgia, and former President Obama joined Harris on stage. Political analyst David Birdsell says celebrity endorsements do help somewhat.
In a very close election, any difference could be the difference that makes a change in the outcome of the vote on November 5th. So we don't know exactly what the transfer will be. Clearly, to a certain extent, the higher the star power, the greater the wattage of that celebrity, the more likelihood that there may be a small pickup somewhere or another.
Republicans welcome famous faces, too. Former President Trump is sitting down with one of the most popular podcasters in the U.S., Joe Rogan. Rogan gets about 11 million listeners per episode.
It's like this is a political hit job.
And tech billionaire Elon Musk is all in for Trump on the campaign trail.
And this election, I think, is going to decide the fate of America.
Another Trump supporter, Kid Rock, performed at the Republican National Convention in July.
Every election cycle, it just becomes more intertwined, celebrity and politics. And now you can't make out one from the other. They are so closely tied to one another. These candidates are constantly with some of the biggest celebrities in the world.
Well, we should say, in some cases, celebrity endorsements backfire, and not on the candidates. It's usually on those famous people because of their fans. It's why, in some election cycles, famous people stay quiet about who they're going to vote for on Election Day. Sharon Crowley, Fox 5 News.
Quite interesting there. All right, we want to get some more political analysis right now about the presidential race, including more on the closing messages delivered by both presidential candidates.
All right, joining us now to break it all down is Mina Bose, Chair of Presidential Studies at Hofstra University. Mina, thanks for being with us on this momentous night. I guess let's start with where you view the race as we head into Election Day, and by all accounts, we're in the margin of error.
Well, I think margin of error is the key phrase. From the 7 battleground states to the surprising poll about Iowa over the weekend, we're really looking to see who prevails, and it could be a sweep for Harris or Trump, or more likely, I would say, kind of a splitting of the votes. And the magic number, of course, is 270 Electoral College votes.
Yeah.
Mina, we chatted with you earlier today on the noon talking about these polls, and I know what you told your students says to really take a look at what you're looking at. There's a lot of backstories with all the polls. So what are we putting our faith in right now? Which polls should we be really focusing on?
Well, I tend to look at as I think I mentioned, I look at the aggregate of polls to kind of see what Real Clear Politics, 538, just to see what a number of different ones say, and to look at how many people were sampled, what the margin of error is. They may not the Iowa poll that came out may not indicate that Harris will win Iowa, but the margin could be a lot closer than expected. Trump won Iowa by 9 points in 2016, I think 8 points in 2020. So if that drops, previously President Obama won Iowa in 2008 and 2012. So this could mark possibly a shift within that state. If it's a victory for Harris, then I think that's particularly significant, but it may just be more a shift of percentage of voters.
Right. It might almost indicate the other polls are wrong, too, because that was so far afield from what we had expected that we really don't know what we're about to see in the coming hours and days. Who do you think is going to ultimately determine this election, if that's a fair question for me to ask you? We've heard a lot about white women, black men, Latinos. You know, when we have all the data finally, what are you going to run to sort of test out your theories beforehand on how the election would play out?
You know, this is a good question. I almost would rather focus on states than groups of voters, and then we can talk about which groups in the states. But I would say that I would look at young voters, women voters. We know there is a big gender gap in voter turnouts, and we know that women have been coming out in early voting. Who they vote for, of course, that remains to be seen. But we've seen high early voter turnout for both Republicans and Democrats, right, in the states that track them. And then, of course, you have to look at questions of Latino voters, black male voters, right, where there have been shifts in support for decreasing support for the Democratic candidate. And so that could make a difference in some states like Georgia, for example, potentially North Carolina. So I would say it's a number of variables, but I would look first at what happens in North Carolina and Georgia, because if Donald Trump wins there, then he definitely has a path to victory. If he doesn't, the map becomes much trickier. It's possible, but much trickier.
All right, Mina, thank you so much for chatting with us. Really appreciate your explanation on that.
Glad to be here. Thanks.
All right, we'll get back with her later in the evening. And coming up next in our coverage, we're going to head back to New Jersey.
That is where a seat in the U.S. Senate is up for grabs. We have a live report on the Andy Kim versus Curtis Bashaw race right after the break. Welcome back to Fox 5's continuing coverage of election night. Right now, let's highlight races to watch in New Jersey, starting with a hotly contested race for the U.S. Senate.
All right, Democratic Congressman Andy Kim and Republican businessman Curtis Bashaw headlining the race to fill the seat left open by Bob Menendez. You, of course, will remember he stepped down after being convicted on federal corruption charges. Kim currently represents New Jersey's 3rd congressional district. Bashaw is a businessman from southern New Jersey.
And Fox 5's Linda Schmidt is standing by right now in Basking Ridge. Linda, tell us more about this race and where the candidates start right now. I know a month ago it was a tight race. Right now, that may not be the case.
You never really know with these races, right? I mean, one minute we're being told by the pundits and the poll takers that, yes, the race is tight, and then suddenly the next day things are not as tight as they thought they were. At the end of the day, you never really know. In 2016, every single pundit predicted that Hillary Clinton was going to sweep Donald Trump, and we all know how that ended up. So you really can't go by what the pollsters say at this point, because there are a lot of times where the voters come out and they're not honest with you about who they voted for. So you never really know until it's all over. In the meantime, Bashaw is here at his campaign headquarters. He got here about 4:45. Now, most candidates do not arrive at their campaign headquarters on the night of the election until about 9 o'clock. He got here early. He came down. He was talking to all the reporters, happy to do it. And he was saying that he feels very confident about this, even though he is up against some big odds here in New Jersey, because New Jersey has never sent a Republican to the U.S. Senate, or it's been at least 50 years, just over 50 years since that happened. However, he's telling us that he feels good about it. Let's go ahead and take a look at this video here, because this is the video of Andy Kim. This is his, the person that he is running against. Kim, obviously, the Democratic congressman, he's an incumbent. He was first elected to Congress back in 2018, and he is now the challenger up against Curtis Bashaw. Now, Kim ended up being the candidate in this race because, as you guys were both saying at the top there, former Senator Bob Menendez was recently convicted on federal bribery charges, and he resigned. Kim, by the way, was a national security aide during the Obama administration, and he also gained some national attention when he was photographed helping to clean up the U.S. Capitol after the January 6th attack. Now, Bashaw is a first-time candidate. He is a Trump supporter, and he calls himself a moderate. He is a married gay man who supports abortion rights. He is also pro-Israel and pro-Ukraine. However, one of the things that he has said during this entire campaign is that, look, I am a Republican. When the Republican Party does something right, I'm going to stand with the Republican Party. But when my party does something that I believe is wrong, I will stand up against that as well. Again, he is a Trump supporter. He is supporting Trump in his run for the presidential race. What's going to happen here, as we were both talking, or all of us were talking at the top, you just never know. So we're just going to have to wait and see at the end of the day. But there could end up being a major upset here. You just never know. Back inside to you.
Linda, sort of an interesting path for Andy Kim to get the nomination, of course. There was a lot of speculation that the governor's wife, Tammy, was going to run for that Senate seat.
That's right. There was some speculation about that, and then she ended up dropping out, and then Kim ended up taking over at that point. He had actually sued because there was a process going on there, and he actually sued to prevent that from happening. Which
Yeah, very
ultimately
interesting.
prevented that from happening.
Yeah, yep. All right, very well. Linda, we appreciate it. We'll check back in with you. Well, both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris spent the last day before Election Day campaigning in the battleground state of Pennsylvania.
That's right, but tonight both candidates are with their supporters waiting for the results. Donald Trump is in West Palm Beach, Florida. That is where we check in live with Fox's Rebecca Castor. Rebecca, what is the mood there right now?
Hey, Steve and Natasha. Well, we just heard some cheers because Fox News just called West Virginia for Donald Trump. So not too many supporters in here yet, but the ones that are here are excited. They know they have a long night ahead. The former president, though, he's going to watch these returns come in from his home at Mar-a-Lago with a small group of family and friends.
I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
The former president is feeling optimistic that voters will put him back in the White House. But it will all come down to voter turnout today.
The country that I'm living in is not the country I was born into. The only one who's putting America first is Donald Trump.
I voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. It's time for a change, moving forward in a better and uplifting way.
It's likely to be a long night as results slowly trickle in, and there's a possibility that a winner will not be declared before the night is over. Something Trump calls an outrage.
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over.
With 19 electoral votes, all eyes will be on Pennsylvania tonight. It's the state both candidates spent the most time and money in and see as a must-win.
The reality is whoever wins Pennsylvania is likely to be president.
Vice President Harris keeping a low profile today, speaking with several radio stations in a last-minute effort to get out the vote. She says Americans are ready for a fresh start.
Frankly, I think people are exhausted with this spirit and this approach that's been about trying to divide people and have them turn and point fingers at each other. I think people are done with that.
Donald Trump was asked earlier today if he'd accept the results of the election if he loses. He said if it's, quote, a fair election, he'll be the first to acknowledge it. Steve, Natasha, back.
All right, we're going to head over to Washington, D.C. for a live report on Vice President Kamala Harris's day coming up at 8:15.
And our election coverage continues after a quick break.
And Nick.
All right, let's get a check on the weather.
Nick, it's been unseasonably warm, especially today and tomorrow as well.
Yeah, tomorrow we're going for the record. Record high is 75. I think we're going to break that by a couple of degrees. And we're not as in record territory as far as the tropics are concerned, but we are above average, and that was forecasted. We were forecasting, again, an above average season. 14 should be the average for storms. We've had 17. 10 of those became hurricanes. We only should have about 7. And 4 became major hurricanes. We only should have about 3. And we have a storm about to turn into a hurricane. Right now, this is Rafael, a tropical storm close to the Cayman Islands, moving off to the northwest. Winds at 70 miles per hour. And it's going to continue to move to the northwest. Pretty good clip. Probably going across western Cuba as a Category 1 hurricane that heads into the Gulf of Mexico, may threaten the central Gulf Coast or somewhere in that region sometime as we head towards the latter part of the week. Into the weekend, we'll see again what intensity that will be. In the meantime, we're going to have some record temperatures around here. Look at that big ridge along the eastern part of the country that's sending above normal temperatures on up into the Ohio Valley, into the northeast. And again, you can sort of see that here on our temperature chart here. That should hopefully pop up. I'm pushing the button and it's not working. All right, let's see if we can get it to move this way. Nope, looks like it's frozen. All right, so we're really going to be looking at temperatures tomorrow that'll be pushing on up into the 70s. Again, the record high is 75. I think we'll hit 79. In the meantime, there's some rain going on in the middle part of the country, some showers and thunderstorms that are going to be, there we go. Let's see if it's going to want to do its thing here. Maybe not. One more time. We'll give it a try. All right, I can show you this radar because that's showing what I'm talking about. That area of rain across the middle part of the country, so that's going to continue to be an issue there, but we could use that rain here. Likely to see the potential for rain later on in the week. Likely not to get here until about Sunday. Until then, things are going to be on the dry side and on the mild side again. Upper 70s tomorrow, lower 70s on Thursday, and we'll find temperatures kind of progressing a little bit downward after that on into the weekend, mostly into the 60s. That's still, though, above average for this time of the year, so we'll take that for sure. We could use a good soaking of rain. This front, as it comes through, again, is likely to stay on the dry side. We'll likely see temperatures again stay in the 60s even to the early part of next week. Our best shot of rain in the forecast will be Sunday afternoon on into Sunday night. And there's potential for, maybe a half an inch to an inch of rain. We need a really good soaking here. We just don't want it to happen all at once, of course, because then it'll cause flooding. It'll just sort of run off the top of the soil there, and that would be a problem. But we'll look for that to last maybe to the early part of next week. No real good cold air in sight anytime soon, so temperatures again will be staying above average through that time frame. Tonight down to about 61 in the city, some 50s in the suburbs. Again, tomorrow's high gets back up to that potential record high of 79 degrees.
Very well. All right. Thanks, Nick. Well, our election night coverage continues after a short break.
Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Well, there was a time that you showed your support for a political candidate with a button or a bumper sticker. But this election cycle, baseball caps became the expression of choice when it came to showing your party affiliation.
All right, Fox 5's Teresa Priolo has more on how a New Jersey company cashed in by creating political lids.
A lot of people have a lot of theories about who's going to win this year's presidential election. They say it's because of crowd sizes or early polling data. But maybe the real reading of the tea leaves isn't out on the campaign trail. It's in here at one of the last remaining American-made union-staffed manufacturing shops in Newark, New Jersey.
Completely 100% made right here in Newark, New Jersey.
Got it. I love that. That's Jersey pride.
Yeah.
Mitch Kahn is the owner of Union Wear. These days, he's working around the clock, churning out presidential campaign merch. Like this Harris Waltz camo hat, a product and a candidacy that took everybody by surprise.
People just weren't buying the merchandise to the extent that we had already considered the campaign season done before Harris entered the race.
That's really interesting. So by your metric, it was over.
It was over.
It was over, and then it was on.
But I believe on the first day they raised $1 million just selling hats, and they've been keeping up with that volume.
Union Wear is making thousands and thousands of camel hats a week. It's on par with what they did in 2016 when Trump wore this red Make America Great Again hat on stage.
They did not even have a plan to sell it. And then when they went to sell it, they realized it needed to be made in America so it didn't conflict with what the candidate was talking about.
Khan says he's still getting Trump orders from time to time, but Trump's team sources their product all over the world. Union Wear still has boxes of Team Joe hats lying around, but at this point, they're a collector's item. It's a process they've been perfecting since Clinton's 1996 presidential campaign. Christian Cruz works the assembly line.
Do you care which hat you make? Does it matter to you whether it's a Trump hat or a Harris hat?
Nope.
You don't care at all?
Yes. It's our business.
There's no way to know for sure if hat orders equals votes. But what it does do is equal big business for a Jersey company looking to stand out. In Newark, New Jersey, Teresa Priolo, Fox 5 News.
And our election night coverage continues after a short break.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
This election.
We're going to break down everything you need to know.
Stay with Fox 5 for continuing coverage and the latest election results.
It's not just a presidential race. Very important House races out there.
Or download the free Fox Local app and get alerts sent directly to your phone. Just a buck.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Now you can get a great deal at the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Make your next getaway your best one yet. Drive away now in the Santa Fe with 1.99% APR for 72 months. Only during the Hyundai Getaway sales event.
Good evening. I'm Natasha Verma.
And I'm Steve Lacey. Welcome to Fox 5's continuing coverage of Election Night 2024. Here's a look at where things stand right now. Voters continue casting their ballots in New York. They have until 9 p.m. to vote in person.
In New Jersey, the polls have just closed.
That's right. And the same goes for Connecticut, where polls close at 8 o'clock. We'll have live results as they start coming in at the bottom of your screen. Of course, the biggest race of all, the race for president, promises to go down to the wire.
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris campaigning down to the last day, trying to win over voters.
All right, Donald Trump was in Palm Beach, Florida this morning, where he voted alongside his wife and former First Lady Melania. He also visited a nearby campaign office to thank those working on his behalf. Tonight, he'll be in West Palm Beach with his supporters to watch the results come in.
Kamala Harris spent part of the day going and doing phone interviews with radio stations in several battleground states. She also visited a phone bank at the DNC headquarters. Harris says she already sent in her mail-in ballot to her home state of California. She'll appear later tonight at her alma mater, Howard
Howard University in Washington, D.C.
All right, a running mate Democratic vice presidential candidate Tim Walz met with voters today. The Minnesota governor visited the Capitol Diner in Harrisburg, PA with his family. The battleground state of Pennsylvania among the 7 states that will play a pivotal role in determining who will be our next president.
And Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance voted in Ohio today. He headed to the polls in Cincinnati with his wife and children. Vance says that he was feeling good about his team's chances and hoped voters would get them over the finish line. Now, whoever wins the presidency will have to work with a brand new Congress, and local races in our area could have a really big impact on the balance of power.
All right, many of those races are taking place in New Jersey. In New Jersey's House District 7, Republican incumbent Tom Kean Jr. hoping to defeat his Democratic rival Sue Altman. A lot of money has been spent in this race.
In New Jersey House District 8, Democratic incumbent Rob Menendez, who is the son of former Senator Bob Menendez, is hoping to fend off a challenge from Republican Anthony Valdez. Menendez is seeking a second term in a district that includes Donald Trump's Bedminster Golf Club, covering parts of Essex, Hudson, and Union counties.
All right, the race for House District 11's pitting incumbent Mikey Sherrill, who served since 2019 against Republican Joseph Belnome.
And another race that's close is for the U.S. Senate in New Jersey. Democratic Congressman Andy Kim and Republican businessman Curtis Bashaw are vying to fill the seat left open by disgraced former Senator Bob Menendez. You'll remember he stepped down over the summer after being convicted on federal corruption charges.
All right, right now let's go live to Fox 5's Teresa Priolo, who is live at Congressman Andy Kim's headquarters tonight. Teresa.
Yes, Steve and Natasha, we are here in Cherry Hill, which happens to be Andy Kim's hometown. Polls here closed 2 minutes ago, so they are just simply waiting for the results, but we're told we could have some sort of definitive answer by 9 o'clock. As for Andy Kim, he is a 3-term congressman who's looking to replace disgraced Senator Bob Menendez as New Jersey's next senator. If elected, he would be the first Korean-American elected to the Senate. Kim is a public school educated Rhodes Scholar who became a national security expert. He served under both Republican and Democratic presidents. But if you look at his voting record, it really aligns with the more progressive wing of the party. Most Americans might know him as the congressman that was cleaning up after rioters on January the 6th. If you ask him what the most important issues are to him, he says it involves access to health care and making New Jersey a more affordable place to live. Now, he's facing a challenge from businessman Curtis Bashaw, who's never held public office. He made his money building hotels in Cape May, like Congress Hall. He is a pro-choice married gay man who is running as a Republican and supporting Donald Trump. Back out here live, when we talk about the polls in this case, at one point mid-October, they were razor-thin margins here. That has since changed, and Kim has taken over a commanding lead. Speaking of the voting booth, we are hearing that there are some issues in some counties. People are still waiting 2, 3, 4 hours in places like Burlington County. Steve and Natasha, even though the polls closed 4 minutes ago, if you're in line, stay there. Legally, they cannot turn you away. That's the latest from Andy Kim's headquarters in Cherry Hill. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that's important to note. All right, Teresa, thank you. Let's move to New York right now and some close races that we're following.
All right, in District 4 on Long Island, Republican incumbent Anthony D'Esposito squaring off against Democrat and former Hempstead Town Supervisor Laura Gillen.
In House District 18, one-term Democratic Congressman Pat Ryan is facing a tough challenge from Republican Allison Esposito. Now, border security and inflation are two huge issues in that race to represent Orange County and most of Dutchess and Ulster counties.
And there is one open U.S. Senate seat in New York. Incumbent Democrat Kirsten Gillibrand facing a challenge from Republican Michael Sapricone.
And another race that's been all over the airwaves is for House District 17. Incumbent Republican Mike Lawler facing off against Democrat and former Congressman Mondaire Jones.
All right, now let's see what's happening at Mike Lawler's headquarters. Fox 5 Sharon Crowley covering the Lawler campaign for us tonight. Sharon, what's the mood there?
Well, the mood is pretty upbeat. We haven't quite seen the candidate come up here yet. We're expecting him, though, shortly this evening. Now, I have to tell you, voters who live in Putnam and Rockland and parts of Westchester and Dutchess County have been bombarded by ads, millions spent in the New York's congressional 17th district race. That's because all eyes in Washington are watching this. They're hoping somehow this could possibly change or help change the balance of power in Washington. Now, of course, these two Republican Mike Lawler, the incumbent congressman, is facing off against Lawler Jones, the Democrat. Now, Jones lost his seat. You see him voting there in Peekskill today. He lost it due to redistricting. So he is trying to make a comeback and win New York's 17th congressional seat. Jones has an interesting story. He was raised by a single mother in public housing, and he's kind of rags to riches. He then went to Stanford and became graduated with a law degree from Harvard Law School. He's considered a progressive Democrat and somewhat of a rising star. He believes in Medicare for all and affordable housing. Those are the sorts of things, and reforming police, of course. Now, we also have some video today. Lawler voting with his family. He has a new baby. Now, Lawler is serving his first term as a congressman in the 17th district here. He was also a former state assemblyman. He really ran on border security, some of the Trump issues, as well as the economy, things he says he really wants to trade. When he was pushed on it, they had a couple of debates back and forth. He said that he would not vote for a full ban on abortion if that should come up, depending on who is elected president. Now, as we said, these two candidates went back and forth in this race, and it's being watched very closely by Republican leaders in Washington and Democratic leadership in Washington, because everybody wants to know if right here in New York will impact who controls the House. So we're watching it for you, too, and as soon as we have an update, we'll, of course, bring it to you. For now, I'll send it back to the studio.
All right, Sharon, thank you, and be sure to keep it right here on Fox 5. Up next, a live report from the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C.
And a political expert and law professor is going to share with us how any legal challenges to the election results may be handled this time around. Welcome back to Fox 5's continuing election night coverage.
Presidential race is coming down to the wire with most polls showing it is a literal tie in a small town in New Hampshire kept up in election tradition. Voting in Dixville Notch started at midnight. The township has 6 registered voters. It ended in a tie. 3 voted for Trump, 3 voted for Harris.
All right, now we want to bring in an expert to talk about what we can expect after Election Day. We're joined now by James Sample. He's a constitutional law expert and professor at Hofstra University's School of Law. James, thanks for being with us once again. So walk us through the new law that's in effect this election to try to preserve the sanctity of election and make sure there aren't these heated debates over who won and the process and all that sort of stuff.
Well, I don't think the new law will prevent there from being any heated debates. Law is only, it's imperfect. It can't do miracles. But the new law, the Electoral Count Reform Act, was passed in 2022 after the violence and chaos of January 6th and the challenges leading up to January 6th. And it really is intended to streamline and make more concrete the procedures that every state has to go through, make them more uniform. We have 50 different states with 50 different electoral systems, and it's really even more than that. It's county by county. So in some respects, we have 3,000 different electoral systems. 50 states obviously certify their electoral votes. But the Electoral Count Reform Act, it establishes some bright line rules. The biggest bright line of all being that the vice president's role in certifying the vote is purely ministerial, just playing a ceremonial role. Whether that ends up being Vice President Harris, it'll be Vice President Harris, whether she's certifying her own victory or her own defeat, it's going to be her, and it's just a purely ceremonial role.
From a bird's eye view, it just seems like there's clarification to a rule that was put into effect 1887.
Yes, 1887, and you think about that, it's actually kind of remarkable that we had a statute that was guiding us from that era all the way through to 2020. But I think 2020 proved it failed the stress test. I mean, maybe we survived as a republic, but it was clearly in need of some updating.
It's interesting. The House is sworn in prior to Inauguration Day, so theoretically there could be a new House Speaker of a different party come Election Day. How does that play into just sort of the race to certify the election and make sure everything goes off without a hitch?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a great question, and you remember last year with the narrow margins. I mean, we had several rounds of speakers, we had multiple rounds of votes for the Speaker of the House, and that was within the same party. Now imagine the possibility that there could be a different flip in the parties in the control of either the House or the Senate. It's incredibly closely divided. I think it's going to be very hard for the Democrats to hold on to the Senate. They're up against a tough landscape this year. 34 seats up for grabs in the Senate. Of course, all 435 up for grabs in the House of Representatives. And, there is some polling that would indicate that there's likely to be a shift in the House, but, these things are hard to predict.
If this year is anything like 2020, I mean, how soon could we see legal challenges from either Trump or Harris?
Yeah, well, I think we've already seen a number of challenges. We've seen hundreds of lawsuits filed in the last few weeks alone. We've had more lawsuits related to the election in 2024 than we had in all of 2020, and today is still election. People are still voting in the Central Time Zone, in the Mountain Time Zone, and the Pacific Time Zone. People are still voting in some jurisdictions in the Eastern Time Zone. So we've already broken the prior record for volume of lawsuits. I think the real answer to your question is tonight and tomorrow morning. That's how soon.
Yeah, and what do you think the likelihood of the Supreme Court winding up getting involved in this one way or another?
I think it's an outside possibility. I mean, I think both sides are hoping that they win by a wide enough margin that we don't end up in that situation. I think the court members are probably hoping that too. The justices would prefer not to be in that position. They might have different views on who they want to be the winner, but it would be better for everyone if the Supreme Court did not have to play an active role. But it's very possible that one of the smaller controversies that bubbles up might end up with them playing a role, but hopefully nothing like Florida in 2000.
Yeah, we could forget that, hanging chads.
Yep.
All right, James Sample, you're sticking with us till 9 o'clock, right?
Sounds good.
Okay, we'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, right now we want to see how Vice President Harris spent the final day of the 2024 election.
All right, for that, we go now live to Fox reporter Connor Hansen, who is live at the Harris Election Night headquarters at Howard University, the Vice President's alma mater in Washington, D.C. Connor.
Steve and Natasha, this event is filling up with people and getting started. You can hear the music behind me and see the crowds, a lot of them students here at Howard University. They even played a live TV feed showing the results coming in, people cheering every time they heard Harris winning or leading in a state as polls begin to close across the country and those results trickle in.
We, the people, have the power to shape our future.
Coming off a whirlwind day of energizing voters in Battleground, Pennsylvania, Vice President Kamala Harris is not holding any campaign events today, instead opting to do radio interviews, hoping to win over any more undecided voters.
We are tied. Every vote matters, and so I am working hard all day long, continuously, to get out the vote. There are two choices in this race, and it's about the direction of our country, whether we want to go backward or forward.
Harris wants to be the first vice president in 32 years to be promoted to the Oval Office.
I will work on your behalf as President of the United States to lift you up around dealing with, for example, the cost of living, bringing down the cost of groceries, the cost of housing.
As part of that effort, her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, making a final pitch to voters in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
This will be won by 1 or 2 votes per precinct in places like Pennsylvania. This is a time when there's a privilege to live in this country and a responsibility. Get out and vote.
And the Fox News decision desk predicts former President Donald Trump will win in South Carolina. And while it might not be an official Battleground state, Fox News voter analysis shows Vice President Harris is leading in Virginia. Steve, Natasha.
Very well. All right. Thanks, Connor. And we're going to take you live to the Trump campaign headquarters for a live report coming up at 8:45.
And don't go anywhere. Our 2024 election coverage continues.
All right. Also ahead, we're going to check some of the day's other top headlines. And Nick Gregory has the full forecast.
This election.
We're going to break down everything you need to know.
Stay with Fox 5 for continuing coverage and the latest election results.
It's not just a presidential race. Very important House races out there.
Or download the free Fox Local app and get alerts sent directly to your phone.
We want to check in on some of the other big stories making headlines on this election day.
All right, in the Middle East today, a surprise announcement. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu dismissed his popular defense minister Yoav Gallant. That move sparking protests across the country, including a mass gathering that paralyzed central Tel Aviv. Netanyahu and Gallant have repeatedly been at odds over the war in Gaza, Gallant wanting to take a more pragmatic approach.
And union factory workers at Boeing have ended their 7-week strike and can go back to work as early as tomorrow. Their new contract includes a 38% pay raise over 4 years and includes a $12,000 ratification bonus for each worker. Experts believe Boeing lost about $50 million each day during that 7-week strike.
Rudy Giuliani ordered to appear in court this Thursday. Lawyers for 2 former election workers who won a defamation case against Giuliani after he falsely accused them of ballot fraud say he missed the deadline to turn over his assets, including his $5 million Upper East Side apartment. A spokesperson for Giuliani says he has made the property available.
And stay with us. Nick Gregory joins us with a weather update.
All right, keep it right here. Our coverage of Election Night 2024 continues after a break.
This election, get more with Fox Local, the free streaming app from Fox 5.
We're going to take a closer look at these hotly contested races.
Get access to all our live newscasts. And on Election Day and beyond, stay informed with special Fox 5 live coverage, including live streams from inside the swing states.
Races that could have an impact on which party controls the House of Representatives.
Plus, sign up for our alerts so you get election results sent right to your phone. Scan the QR code to download the free Fox Local app now.
Let's get a check of the forecast now with Nick Gregory.
Yeah, another nice warm day, and we got a record day potentially on the way tomorrow.
I think so. The record, as we'll talk about, is in the mid-70s. I think we're going to break that by a couple of degrees. And today was in the low 70s compared to recent election day weather. Definitely mild, mostly in the 50s and 60s. Even just a year ago, we were at 64. Well, today we made it to 73. Not a record. Today's record was 78. We should be around 58 for the high. 54 was the low this morning. We're not going to drop out of the low 60s in the city tomorrow morning. Right now, still at 70 at this hour with a clear sky. That's actually up a degree in the last hour. We have a southwest wind helping to keep things mild. Humidity at 59%. Pressure leveled off again at about 30.14. And there's the record stats for tomorrow. That record just 2 years ago of 75 degrees. I'm thinking it's at least 78 to 79 for the high tomorrow because we have this ridge of high pressure along the East Coast, bringing up that southwesterly airflow, likely to give us again those record temperatures in the area. But again, at this hour, still 70. Also in Newark, again, a very warm evening, low 60s out on the island, up to White Plains in southern Connecticut there, mid-60s Belmar, extending back into eastern Pennsylvania. Most areas, again, 10 to 15 degrees milder than just 24 hours ago. Southwest wind's going to stick around about 10 to 15 miles per hour tonight. Tomorrow, though, that wind will be gusty, 10 to 15, gusting 25 or greater. So that'll continue to bring up that warm air out of the southwest. And we do also have this fire warning, or what's called a red flag warning, Potential for brush fires goes till 6 o'clock tomorrow evening across Connecticut. We'll see if it gets expanded elsewhere. Again, the gusty breeze not helping that if there are any brush fires out there. Newark, the hot spot today. Same with Belmar. They hit 76 up to Poughkeepsie and heading to Scranton as well. So these are the new high temperatures popping up. 70s into New England, too. Boston, 75. Look at Syracuse up there at 80. Buffalo, 77. Mid-70s down towards Philadelphia. And here come the 80s again from Pittsburgh to almost 80-degree weather in Columbus and heading up in towards Cleveland. All right, satellite view again. Not much going on, but as we go through the night, we're likely to see more clouds come into play, but still no rain. Again, the wide view is going to show that rain moving up into southern Canada. Line of showers and storms with a cold front, but that's not going to really do anything except maybe change our temperatures a little bit later on in the week. Overnight going down to 61 in the city, 50s in the suburbs. Tomorrow, clouds in, some sunshine, a gusty breeze, record high of 79. Still low 70s on Thursday, 60s Friday, Saturday. That's still above average. Hey, we need the rain. We'll get some of it Sunday to Monday morning. We stay in the 60s, and even Tuesday, it's going to stay above average with temperatures into the 60s.
This is a Fox 5 election update.
Good evening. I'm Natasha Verma.
And I'm Steve Lacey, and this is your Fox 5 Election Night Update. Here's a look at where things stand right now. Voters continue casting their ballots in New York. They have until 9 p.m. to vote in person.
In New Jersey, the polls have already closed.
All right, same deal in Connecticut, where polls closed at 8 o'clock tonight. We're following close races throughout the tri-state, beginning in New Jersey in the race for U.S. Senate. Democratic Congressman Andy Kim and Republican businessman Curtis Bashaw vying to fill the seat left open by Robert Menendez. You'll remember he stepped down over the summer after being convicted on federal corruption charges.
Right now, let's check in with Fox 5's Teresa Priella, who is at the Andy Kim campaign headquarters with some late breaking news. Teresa, what's the latest?
A lot of happy people here, Steve and Natasha. That is because, according to the Associated Press and what we're hearing here from Andy's team, this race has been called in favor of Andy Kim. Looking at the numbers, 53.4 to Curtis Bashaw at 45.2. We don't yet know if Curtis has called Andy to concede, but we are hearing that we're going to be able to hear from Andy Kim in about 10-20 minutes or so, so we will wait for that. For those who need to get caught up on what is happening here in New Jersey, Andy Kim is a 3-term congressman who will now be the first elected Korean-American senator from the state of New Jersey. Kim is a public school educated Rhodes Scholar, somebody who is a national security expert. He has served for both Republican and Democratic presidents, but looking at his voter record, he certainly aligns himself with the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. Most Americans will certainly know him as the man who started cleaning up all of the garbage that was in the rotunda on January 6th after rioters trashed it. He told us the most important issues to him are access to health care and making New Jersey affordable again. He was facing a challenge from a businessman named Curtis Bashaw. He's never held public office. He made a lot of money building hotels in Cape May like Congress Hall. He is a pro-choice married gay man who supported Donald Trump. Now, back out here live, the interesting thing about this race was that the polls showed this quite tight. Back in the middle of October, this race had a 2 to 3 point margin. That has since changed dramatically in the last couple of days. Andy Kim really ran away with this race. And again, roughly 12 minutes after the polls close, we hear that Andy Kim has won this race. I do want to mention we're still hearing of polling issues around the state, so not every single precinct has reported. There are people that are still waiting in line to vote, and they should stay there as well if they are. That's the latest from Andy Kim's headquarters in Cherry Hill. Guys, back to you in the studio.
All right, Teresa, thank you. And we want to fill you in on some other races that we're following in New Jersey. In Congressional House District 7, Republican incumbent Tom Kean Jr. is hoping to defeat his Democratic rival Sue Altman. A lot of money has been spent in that race.
All right, turning to New Jersey's House District 8, that's where Democratic incumbent Rob Menendez, the son of former Senator Bob, is hoping to fend off a challenge from Republican Anthony Valdez. Menendez seeking a second term in a district that includes Donald Trump's Bedminster Golf Club, covering parts of Essex, Hudson, and Union counties.
And the race for House District 11 in New Jersey is pitting incumbent Mikey Sherrill, who's served since 2019 against Republican Joseph Belnome. Well, that's your election night update for now. Thanks so much for watching our coverage on Fox 5. I'm Natasha Verma.
All right, I'm Steve Lacey. You can stream live local election coverage from Fox 5 all night. Download the free Fox Local app on your smart TV or phone.
This has been a Fox 5 election update. This election,
We're going to break down everything you need to know.
stay with Fox 5 for continuing coverage and the latest election results.
It's not just a presidential race. Very important House races out there.
Or download the free Fox Local app and get alerts sent directly to your phone.
Taylor Swift, Beyonce, Mel Gibson, and Eminem, just some of the big-name celebrities endorsing a presidential candidate this year.
And they're all hoping their star power was strong enough to persuade voters. But will it work? Fox 8's Sharon Crowley has more.
Beyonce's hit song Freedom is the soundtrack in some of Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign ads, and it's even her walkout song for her appearances.
I'ma keep running cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
The Grammy-winning singer is using her star power with Harris at a rally in Houston, Texas. In this tight presidential race, do celebrity endorsements make a difference? Michael Babcock is an executive producer for TMZ.
I don't think at the end of the day that celebrities are necessarily going to sway voters or potential voters' opinions on who they vote for. I do think they can have an impact when it comes to actually convincing people that it's worthwhile to get up and go out to the poll and vote.
That impact evident when more than 400,000 people registered to vote right after Taylor Swift endorsed Harris on social media.
Dancing in the dark.
Bruce Springsteen performing at a Harris campaign rally in Georgia, and former President Obama joined Harris on stage. Political analyst David Birdsell says celebrity endorsements do help somewhat.
In a very close election, any difference could be the difference that makes a change in the outcome of the vote on November 5th. So we don't know exactly what the transfer will be. Clearly, to a certain extent, the higher the star power, the greater the wattage of that celebrity, the more likelihood that there may be a small pickup somewhere or another.
Republicans welcome famous faces, too. Former President Trump is sitting down with one of the most popular podcasters in the U.S., Joe Rogan. Rogan gets about 11 million listeners per episode.
It's like this is a political hit job.
And tech billionaire Elon Musk is all in for Trump on the campaign trail.
And this election, I think, is going to decide the fate of America.
Another Trump supporter, Kid Rock, performed at the Republican National Convention in July.
Every election cycle, it just becomes more intertwined, celebrity and politics, and now you can't make out one from the other. They are so closely tied to one another. These candidates are constantly with some of the biggest celebrities in the world.
Well, we should say, in some cases, celebrity endorsements backfire, and not on the candidates. It's usually on those famous people because of their fans. It's why, in some election cycles, famous people stay quiet about who they're going to vote for on Election Day. Sharon Crowley, Fox 5 News.
Well, we want to get some more political analysis right now about the presidential race and get more on the closing campaign messages from both candidates.
All right, joining us now to break it all down, Mina Bose, Chair of Presidential Studies at Hofstra University. Mina, thanks for being with us. Let's talk about the polls nationally showing a tie, then the surprise this weekend in Iowa, this state sort of premier pollster showing Kamala Harris up 3 sort of out of nowhere. That sort of scrambled everyone's expectations going into Election Day. What do you expect to see as we go through the rest of the night?
Well, obviously, we're waiting to see where Iowa turns out. It will be winner take all for the 6 electoral college votes. Whoever gets the most votes in the state gets them. Donald Trump won Iowa by 9 points in 2016. I think 8 points in 2020. Previously, President Obama won Iowa in 2008 and 2012 by slightly smaller margins, as I recall. So, I think probably this poll by Ann Seltzer, for the Des Moines Register, a very respected pollster, probably points to former President Trump's margin being likely to be smaller. The lead for Harris is within the margin of error, so I would say it's probably likely that Trump will win with fewer votes than anticipated, a smaller percentage. If Harris does win in Iowa, then that is, I would say it's a game changer, not for the 6 votes, but what it might mean for other states close by, namely Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Mina, let's talk a little bit about just tone in these final weeks of the campaign. I mean, we've seen Trump and Harris. I mean, I just feel like it's all been a blur these last weeks, but they've really changed in terms of just the tone that they've been taking. Talk about the different tracks.
Well, I think what you've seen with Vice President Harris is really kind of a focus on what she's going to do for people, right? She ended in Philadelphia, where Rocky, right, in front of the museum, kind of going up the steps, kind of the underdog approach that her campaign has taken since they started at the end of July. I think a clear focus on economy, kind of taking a little bit from the Trump agenda, economy, immigration issues that have been central to the Trump campaign, and pledged to work for everyone, right, whether they voted for her or not. Reproductive rights, of course. I would say the Trump campaign is really focused on, Donald Trump saying, if you vote for me, things will be better than they've been, right? It's kind of doubling down on the kind of I alone, I'm the one who can do this, economy, immigration, crime to a certain degree, foreign policy, but really kind of raising kind of concerns about the state of American politics and the need for a change. Whereas Harris is more of kind of, we can keep doing the foundation from that President Biden has said, Biden-Harris, we can do more.
Yep, indeed. All right, Mina, we're going to check back in with you later. We appreciate your insights as always.
Thank you.
Yep, and we know by now the presidential election is likely going to come down to a handful of swing states.
Fox 5's Morgan Mackay is at the Fox 5 Flipboard with a look at where the race stands in some of these battleground states. Hey, Morgan.
Yeah, Stephen, Natasha, polls show that this presidential election could come down to about 7 battleground states that could go either way. And polls closed in 3 of those states in just the past hour or so. So starting first with Georgia. Polls closed in this state at 7 p.m. As you guys can see, former President Donald Trump up 55%, Vice President Kamala Harris up 44%. So obviously Trump leading here, but only about 9% of precincts reporting right now. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. President Joe Biden barely won this state in 2020, and it was the first time a Democratic candidate won Georgia since Bill Clinton in 1992. Next, North Carolina here. We're going to see polls have been closed here for about an hour. Vice President Kamala Harris, she's about 70%. Oh, sorry, Pennsylvania. We're going Pennsylvania here. Vice President Kamala Harris, she's got 70%. Former President Donald Trump, 29%. Obviously, Harris with a hefty lead here, about only 11% of precincts reporting. But as you can see, this is going to be a really tight race. Well, right now, Harris is well ahead, but this is a race that both candidates really want. Has 19 electoral votes, and both these candidates visited at least 20 times to Pennsylvania in just the past month or so. And then if we have one more here, oh, we'd have no other ones, but you know what? We have a few more states are going to be closing here in just the next few hours. Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. These are also battleground states. And in Nevada, polls close at 10 p.m. Eastern time. So we should have some more updates in just the next few hours.
Yeah, we should know a lot more in the next 2 or 3 hours for sure. All right, thanks, Morgan. And coming up next in our coverage, we're going to head out to Long Island.
There are several close congressional races there to watch. We're going to have a live report just after the break.
All right, welcome back. We're following some important congressional races on Long Island that could tip the balance of power in Congress.
Republicans are looking to keep District 1 a red district, but polls ahead of today showed a very tight race between incumbent Nick LaLota and his Democratic challenger John Avlon.
All right, then there's District 4, which covers central and southern Nassau County on Long Island. Republican incumbent Anthony D'Esposito squaring off against Democrat and former Hempstead Town Supervisor Laura Gillen.
And right now, let's go live to Fox 5's Jessica Formoso, who is on Long Island at the D'Esposito campaign headquarters. Jess, what's the latest out there?
Natasha and Steve, that's right. I'm here at his headquarters in Baldwin at the Coral House. Just a few supporters here to my right. Not many people. The music is going. The county executive was just here. He is in the building, gave some remarks, and he said to us that he is cautiously optimistic that D'Esposito can win tonight. He says every vote is going to count, and he is happy with the vote turnout. Now, this has been a heated race, very nasty ads from both sides, and this is going to be a tight race tonight. This congressional seat, District 4, covers the south shore of Long Island. It's a high-stake political rematch. Democrat Laura Gillen and Republican incumbent Anthony D'Esposito ran against each other back in 2022. A Republican had not won the seat since 1997. He helped flip the House red that year, but tonight Democrats want to flip it back, and they hope they can do that with Laura Gillen. Now, D'Esposito is a former NYPD officer and Hempstead council member. He has has been outspoken about issues like immigration and homeland security. Trump endorsed D'Esposito, as you may recall. He was at the Trump rally at Nassau Coliseum back in September. Another issue he is running on, abortion. D'Esposito says he's a champion of women, promising in an ad that he would never, ever vote for a national abortion ban. But he's not free of scandals. A New York Times report that his mistress and his fiance's daughter were on his payroll for his congressional office, raising ethical questions. He denies any wrongdoing, saying he has not violated any ethics. Now, Democrat challenger Laura Gillen is an attorney and former Hempstead town supervisor. She made history as the first Democrat supervisor in the town of Hempstead in more than a century. She's been knocking up hundreds of thousands of doors trying to get every vote. She wants to get the SALT deduction back, says she will make securing our border a priority, pass legislation protecting women's rights, saying if elected, she will push to reinstate protections of Roe v. Wade and advocate for common sense measures when it comes to gun legislation. Now, both candidates are backing Israel and are against congestion pricing. But back here live at D'Esposito's headquarters, like I said, very quiet. The supporters are coming in as we speak. But again, this is a very tight race, so every vote is going to count. Polls are still up. They close at 9 p.m. Guys, back to both of you inside.
Very well. All right, thanks, Jessica. And both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris spent the last day before Election Day campaigning in the key battleground state of Pennsylvania.
But tonight, both candidates are with their supporters awaiting the results. Donald Trump is in West Palm Beach, Florida. That's where we check in live with Fox's Rebecca Castor. Rebecca, what's the mood like out there?
Hey, Steve and Natasha, we are at the Palm Beach County Convention Center where the Trump campaign is hosting its election night watch party. They feel they're on track for a good night. There's a lot of supporters already here, but it's certainly not packed yet as we still have a long night ahead. Donald Trump is watching these returns come in at home at Mar-a-Lago. He's with a small group of family and friends.
I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
The former president is feeling optimistic that voters will put him back in the White House. But it will all come down to voter turnout today.
The country that I'm living in is not the country I was born into. The only one who's putting America first is Donald Trump.
I voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. It's time for a change, moving forward in a better and uplifting way.
It's likely to be a long night as results slowly trickle in, and there's a possibility that a winner will not be declared before the night is over, something Trump calls an outrage.
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over.
With 19 electoral votes, all eyes will be on Pennsylvania tonight. It's the state both candidates spent the most time and money in and see as a must-win.
The reality is whoever wins Pennsylvania is likely to be president.
Vice President Harris keeping a low profile today, speaking with several radio stations in a last-minute effort to get out the vote. She says Americans are ready for a fresh start.
Frankly, I think people are exhausted with this spirit and this approach that's been about trying to divide people and have them turn and point fingers at each other. I think people are done with that.
Donald Trump was asked earlier today if he'll accept the results of the election if he loses. He said if it's, quote, a fair election, I'll be the first to acknowledge it. Steve, Natasha, back to you guys.
All right, Rebecca, thank you, and stay tuned. More election night coverage coming up.
All right, plus we're going to check in with Nick for a weather update.
let's check in with Nick. I guess we're still tracking the tropics.
Yeah, we're still in that season, right, Nick?
We are until the end of the month. And again, when the forecast was for an above-average season, it has definitely proven true. We should have 14 hurricanes or named storms. We've had 17. We should have 7 hurricanes on average. We've had 10, and 4 of those became major hurricanes, with 3 being the average. And we have another storm on the verge of becoming a hurricane right now. That is this one, Rafael, now a tropical storm. Again, very close to the Cayman Islands. Notice it's definitely getting better organized here. And it's likely to turn into a hurricane. Right now, the winds are at 70 miles per hour. New advisory just popped up here. Winds at 75 miles an hour. So there you go. Now it is officially a hurricane. And it will stay that way as it crosses the western part of Cuba, heads into the Gulf of Mexico, where it may start weakening, but it still could be a problem as it heads towards the central Gulf Coast there of the United States. So we'll keep an eye on that. We're also keeping an eye on our temperatures here because, again, this big ridge is in the eastern part of the country. That's going to send record heat up into our neighborhood while it's quite chilly as you head out west. In fact, look at the temperatures here, holding in the 80-degree range for high Cincinnati right down to the Gulf Coast. But you go out towards the Rockies, it's only in the 40s. You go from Salt Lake City on up towards Billings. We have 50s going to the Pacific Northwest. San Francisco at 71. Middle part of the country kind of holding on into the 60s. We're still in the 60s in the Northeast at this hour. Burlington to Rochester there, 69. Washington, D.C. the same. Low 70s even. Detroit right on down towards Nashville. So the warm air covering the East Coast, and even here closer to home, 70 at this hour in Midtown. Amazing. Down to Newark as well. It's 60s back towards eastern Pennsylvania, lower 60s on the island, and extending up into southern Connecticut and into White Plains as well. Southwest wind 10-15 miles per hour tonight, but it may get a bit gusty as we head on into tomorrow, keeping us again on that warm side for sure, but no real rain coming. You can see on the big picture here the rain heading up into Canada. There's a line of showers and storms with a cold front here in the middle part of the country, but as that front advances, it's going to kind of lose its punch. In the meantime, snows, and a lot of snow there happening across parts of Montana, right on down into the Colorado Rockies. But for us, it just stays dry. That's bad news, right? Because we, of course, in this drought situation, just some clouds overnight, combination of clouds and sun tomorrow on our Futurecast. There goes the cool front coming by. Again, passes uneventfully, and it'll just lower the temperature a little bit on Thursday. We'll progressively be getting cooler after our record high temperature as we go into tomorrow. Again, highs coming up to the high 70s for tomorrow, 78 in the city. Hempstead there coming up at, Port Washington coming up 78. Hempstead there at 77. And we'll head down to the shore. It's upper 70s too. Again, we go from there, extending westward, 81. New Brunswick tomorrow. That's amazing weather, right, for the early part of November. We'll see also 80-degree temps. Somerville, close to that. Morristown, Sussex, New Jersey, they'll be even in the high 70s. It will scoot up towards the Hudson Valley. Temperatures there also pushing the upper 70s. There, Chester over to Newburgh and Brewster, 77 for tomorrow, up to Kingston as well in the high 70s. Connecticut also a little bit cooler there at Ridgefield, but, you know, it's upper 70s down to Westport and Stamford, over to New Haven in the middle 70s. On Long Island, a little cooler on those south shorelines, upper 60s to lower 70s there. Same deal, you get past the Twin Forks, closer to about 70. 61 tonight in the city, 50s to near 60 in the suburbs with a fair amount of clouds. Tomorrow, we'll jump to 79 for that new record high, closer to 70 at the coast. Areas inland, though, may hit above 80 degrees. All right, we'll go to 72 on Thursday with some sunshine. 60s Friday and Saturday, still above average. Hope for some rain by Sunday afternoon, getting out of here Monday morning, but it does stay mild as we dry it off into Tuesday, still in the 60s. Steve and Natasha.
All right, stay with us.
We'll have more election night coverage right after a break. Welcome back. With all the talk of this historic presidential election, let's talk about our country's first president. Some strands of George Washington's hair are going up for auction later this month.
All right, Washington died back in 1799, but these strands have been preserved in a locket that was given to a family friend and passed down over time. It's expected to sell for anywhere between $30,000 to $40,000. That auction set for November 22nd includes several other presidential-related items. All right, well, thanks for watching our election night coverage. I'm Steve Lacey.
And I'm Natasha Verma. Remember, you can stream live local election results and coverage from Fox 5 all night. You can download the free Fox Local app on your smart TV or phone, and make sure you tune in for complete election night coverage starting at 10 o'clock on our news. See you then.
All right, take care.
Wow. Thank you, everyone. How are you feeling right now? I can't tell you how incredible this is. I'm having a hard time processing this moment right now. I'll be honest with you. There have been only a few moments in my life where I've felt the weight of the moment as I do right now. Like a gravity generated by the magnitude of the consequence in our country. It isn't about me. It is about this moment in America and what we each individually try to do to meet that moment. I look out in this room and I can tell you I see so many people from all different moments of my life. You are here in this room because in one way or another you have touched my life. You have helped me in ways I may never fully be able to express to all of you. Whether I met you in elementary school or on the campaign trail, I want to start by saying thank you. I want to start with my congressional team. For the last 6 years, we've served the 3rd Congressional District, and I hope that we have made the people of the 3rd Congressional District proud of the work that we've done. We have a team of incredible public servants of all different ages, everyone working together, many of them here, and I just have to say how proud I am of that team. To my campaign team, who carried out our message of change going forward, I know that many of you took risks to join this campaign. You had people doubt your choice to join this campaign. You worked long hours and struggled and stressed about the challenges we confronted. I hope you take pride in this moment. Whoever says young people don't care about politics haven't met the young people that are the engine powering campaigns all over this nation. And to our supporters, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've been able to do. By most standards of what is possible, this moment right now should not be occurring. A year ago, 6 years ago, few believed we could show that what we could accomplish. That we showed that politics isn't some exclusive club just for the well-off and the well-connected. Right. That we built something that epitomizes the grassroots. I hope this experience has brought you closer to understanding the essence of our democracy, that you have a deeper understanding of what it means to be a citizen of this great country, and that you feel empowered by that. You've heard me say this line a lot, and I'll say it again tonight, that I believe that the opposite of democracy is apathy. And by extension, I hope that you've seen our campaign as a means of being the opposite of that helplessness. Yes. Yes. I hope this moment is every bit as meaningful for you as it is for me. I want to say thank you to my family. My parents and my sister are here, who gave me the grounding in service and purpose that powers me every day. To my wife, Cammie. Cammie, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've done. For them, right? Yep. I'm just so proud of our family and what we've been able to do, our humble family, be able to take this kind of actions. To my boys. I'm proud of the two of you. You know, I know that this has been tough. I know it hasn't been easy. And I know there have been moments where I haven't always been there for you in the way that I wished I was as a father. But I hope you're proud of me. And I hope that when you learn about this moment in America, that you come to understand why I did what I did and why I fight for you. That's what this is about. I chose this hotel for a particular reason. 37 years ago, when I was 5 years old, my family and I lived out of this hotel for several weeks when we first moved to New Jersey. My first nights in this state were right here in this hotel. My dad had just accepted a job, his very first job ever, working at a lab in Camden to do cancer research. And we were looking for a home for us to rent. My very first nights, as I said, were here, and some of the strongest memories I have ever had in my life, early moments of my life, were here. I remember staying here. I remember there was a restaurant here. I think it was called Circles. I can't remember, but I just remember feeling like the food was amazing. I was like, people in New Jersey live good here. Quality of the food, high class. I felt like a prince. And I just have to say, I wanted to be here tonight in this hotel. I wanted to pay tribute to my parents, to my family, to this state, for giving a kid like me a chance to be able to dream, for giving me the tools through public education and a kind community. Yeah. It wasn't easy initially. We had no family to lean on here, no friends to help us get started, but New Jersey welcomed us. And I wanted to return here tonight to give perspective. For my parents, this hotel was an important step in achieving the American dream and in ultimately giving back to this state. My parents taught me something I'll never forget. They taught me to love America. I revere this country. I am in awe of America. When I worked at the White House, I've shared this story before, when I worked at the White House, I had a pair of black, pristine leather shoes that I would only wear whenever I was asked to go into the Oval Office. I wanted to treat that room different. I wanted to remind myself that I'm part of something bigger than all of us. And it's because of my reverence for this nation that it also pains me to our core to see the struggles that we are going through. That we aren't just having policy debates and fights, but instead the very foundation of our democracy is rendered fragile. People tell me they simply didn't trust their public servants. They simply didn't trust that the politics was working for them. That they didn't think that the big challenges we face in our family and as a state are solvable because they thought nobody was looking out for them. While we know what happened in our race, I certainly recognize right now that we are at a moment of profound anxiety about what comes next for our country. Yep. That the coming minutes and hours and days could very well be excruciating. But regardless of what happens next, we need to recognize that we face significant challenge, regardless of the outcome. That the divisions we face are deep to the bone. They will not be fixed by any single election, and it isn't just about the politics. We live in the time of the greatest amount of inequality in our nation's history, too. In Salem, I visited a public housing complex and talked to a mother who showed me the black mold growing on her home, on the walls where her kids live. She told me about her pleas for help that did not go answered. I heard from a young man who felt so pessimistic about his life, he said to me that he didn't think that he could ever afford to buy a home in this state because of the high costs as well as the high student loan burden that he was facing. Regardless of what the final results are from this election, our nation is on an unsustainable trajectory. But let there be no doubt that this is a new era of politics rising. The same old is done. And we've shown New Jersey that there's a better way to be able to do this. But it isn't just about New Jersey either. We've shown the country that there's a better way to be able to do this. It can mean a politics that lifts people up, that gives people hope, that delivers for everyone. It could mean a politics that changes the trajectory of our nation and builds a brighter future. I'd like to put forward a challenge to us all. In a little over a year, we're going to be celebrating our 250th anniversary as a nation, as a democracy. Let us use that extraordinary milestone as a moment of healing. Let us change this trajectory that we find ourselves on. In the same way that I reflect on my family start in this very hotel, let us reflect upon the first principles of our nation and put forward a renewed vision. Let us use the 250th anniversary to be a reminder of the greatness of America. That the greatness of America is not what we take from this country, but what we give back. It is what we pass down as I look to my parents and as I looked to my two boys. The hope I give for the same opportunities and the certainty that my parents gave us when we first came to this hotel nearly 40 years ago. that we should use the 250th anniversary to make major investments in our country and our democracy, like supercharging civics education, like building a national service program, investing in civic organizations and community groups, about rebuilding the architecture of community that has decayed in our nation, with the goal of breathing new life into a meaning of patriotism. This challenge is a reminder that today, that Election Day is the starting line, not the finish line. What we built isn't just a campaign, we have built a movement to fix broken politics, a movement that does not end with the election tonight, but it does not diminish with the votes ending. It's a movement that helps our nation heal by reminding us that we have more in common than what separates us. It's one that can put service at the center of our citizenship, giving everyone a chance to give back and be part of something bigger. It's one that can lift up the knowledge of our citizenry to ensure we are informed to make decisions, and also remind people that public service is something we should be proud of, aspire to, and not diminish. About showing Americans that being patriotic means looking out for one another, not tearing each other down or attacking our democratic institutions. I approach this moment with the utmost humility as I prepare to take on this job, a job that only 2,000 Americans in the history of this country have ever had the honor to do. Out of approximately 600 million people who have ever been called Americans, to be able to step up and have this opportunity. Of the over 120 years of Koreans being in America, that I can add a chapter that hasn't been written before. And I understand that I will not be perfect, that I will stumble, and I will struggle at times. But I assure you I will give this everything I got, and I will try and serve with honor and integrity. I promise you I will not lose myself along the way. I will anchor myself in the deep sense of public service that has guided me all these years. I won't let the job change me. Instead, I will work to change the job to be able to better fulfill what the people of America deserve. To change a broken politics that has decayed our nation, and I hope to represent everyone in this state. Whether you voted for me or not, I serve you. And I hope to bring back meaning to that phrase, public service. The way I see it is I am now dedicating the rest of my service to this nation to address one singular question, which is how do we heal this country? I do this for my boys, for Austin and August, who deserve more than I can ever create. We do this for your kids and your grandkids, because what is the point of our time on this planet if we take more than we give? I thank you not just for being with me on this journey, but for being with me on the journey ahead. What started in living rooms in Burlington and Ocean counties and grew to convention halls in Monmouth and Hunterdon and Atlantic, that we have become the strongest grassroots mobilization New Jersey has ever seen. And from a movement that nobody believed would win to one that is bringing my voice, your voice, to the highest levels of our great democracy. I just have to say how incredible of an experience this is. And I want to ask you, are you proud of what we built? Let me ask you this one. Do you believe in the change that we can build? And are you ready to keep fighting for our country? And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for this incredible honor, for this Jersey kid who never thought he'd be able to say this, that I am your next United States Senator. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
our national dialogue. Now, I know you're thinking that's a lot of things to get done, but we are going to have a Congress to pass this agenda. Because of the work the governor has done, because of the work that Hakeem Jeffries and I have done, we are going to have a majority in the U.S. Congress, and we are going to elect our new speaker as Hakeem Jeffries. Now, this coordinated campaign that the governor and I, Hakeem, worked on is extraordinary. We were able to work with Chairman Jacobs to build the greatest turnout machine that has ever been seen in New York State, and I'd argue anywhere in the country. We have 40 offices across these battleground districts, 23,000 volunteers, 150 staff. We've knocked on 1.3 million doors, and we have made over 5 million phone calls to voters. So I'm going to tell you tonight, we are going to see victories up and down the Hudson Valley, all across Long Island, in Syracuse. We are going to flip the House of Representatives right here in New York State. Mark my words. So tonight's a big night. We have to bring home not only the House, we have to hold the Senate, and we have to elect Kamala Harris as our President of the United States. So now I just want to thank the people in this room. I have to start with my family. I want to start with my mother. Now, I don't know if you've ever met my mother, Polly Rutnick, but she is the badass woman that you ever want to meet. She is a role model. She is a trailblazer. She taught me everything I know, but she's always been on my corner. She has always believed in me, and she has always told me to forge my own path. So thank you, Mother, for being here tonight. It is an honor to have her. And for those who know me very well, it was her mother who inspired me to be involved in politics. My grandmother was the one who took me to my first campaign headquarters. Hot August day, stuffing envelopes in a room full of ladies. She took me to my first rally. She gave me a sack of bumper stickers this high and said, Tina, my nickname, Tina, go into that parking lot. My friends Paige and Lane are here. They were with me. Go into that parking lot and put these bumper stickers on every car. I said, Grandma, every car? Yes, every car. So that was how I got my start in politics, and that's why I loved it so much. I want to thank my husband, Jonathan, who's been literally the greatest support I could ever have. He is literally what keeps me standing on any given day. When I need a kind word, when I need a hug, when I need to just get back in there, he's the one who says the right thing at the right time. He's God's greatest gift to me to have a husband like Jonathan. Thank you, buddy. And I have my youngest son with me, Henry Gillibrand. Henry Gillibrand, who someday will be a politician. When he was 5 years old, we went over a pothole, and he said, Mom, what are you doing about the potholes? I said, well, honey, that's not my job. I can bring home the money, but the mayor has to fix the pothole. He said, well, then I'm going to run for mayor and fix the damn potholes. So Henry will be a politician someday. We love Henry. He's in high school. My oldest son is abroad. He's at a semester abroad, but he's watching from England right now. So my family has really been my strength in such a way that I can't fully describe. And I just want you to know that none of us get here on our own. We are all supported by those who love us, and it really matters. I want to end by thanking our governor, not only for your amazing introduction, but the amazing friendship and the bond that we have formed as two women in public life. She's an extraordinary governor, and she has a vision for this state that I'm really proud of. She's going to get it done. She is extremely talented, and she's extremely kind. And I just can't thank her enough for literally doing everything she can to make our state stronger and better, and everything she's done for me to make sure I can be the best senator possible. Thank you, Governor, for being here tonight. I want to thank my partner in the Senate, Chuck Schumer. He's not here, but I'm going to tell you he's in Washington watching these Senate races as tightly as they are. Senator Schumer has been a gift to New York. We are lucky to have him. He is so talented, he's so generous, and he's an amazing colleague for me to work with every day. Thank you, Senator Schumer, wherever you are. And last but not least, I want to thank everyone here and everyone who's watching. The voters of New York really are those who need to be thanked the most. This state has an extraordinary democracy. Our voters understand how important their voice is and how important their vote is. They were heard tonight. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. God bless you all, and God bless America.
I mean, I can do whatever you want. I got all the time in the world. What I started out by saying was that as I approached this, not understanding which way it was going to go, a Bible verse that I grew up with came to mind that said, I have fought a good fight, I have finished the race, I have kept the faith. And I think that our campaign has done that. I believe we have fought a good fight. This race has played by the rules of our American values, keeping it civil and focusing on the issues. I am proud and grateful for the commitment, dedication, and tireless effort of our amazing campaign team who focused on our mission of restoring hope for New Jersey. We ran our own race and owned our own lane, and we fought well. I am also thankful to my amazing team in Cape May at Congress Hall and Cape Resorts who live our values of hospitality and welcome every day, and who enabled us to take on this challenge. I'm also grateful for my family and siblings and cousins, nieces and nephews who are here tonight, and especially to my husband, Will, who has been a constant source of strength. Where are you, Will? There you are. And I'm grateful to all of you here and the thousands of supporters and volunteers, and we'll see how many voters. I think we'll get over 1 million people. That's amazing, that voted for this effort. And it was a vote to help restore freedom, opportunity, and security for our great state and nation. I am so proud of what we accomplished tonight. Instead of tearing people down, we are building something bigger. We are building a bigger and better Republican Party together. A party of people who believe in greater freedom and a vital economy to create more opportunities. And we're bringing people together to get things done. And so, yes, we have finished this race. After putting over 80,000 miles on our car, traveling to our state's 21 counties and hundreds of municipalities, meeting thousands of voters, from Bergen to Burlington, from Sussex to Somerset, from Hunterdon to Hudson, from Camden to Cape May, and from the Jersey Shore to the urban cores of this state. Thank you, Jordan. From diners to grocery stores, talking about inflation and the price of food. From train stations to ferry terminals, talking about border security and New Jersey Transit. Talking about issues that matter to voters. I am proud, so proud, to have been on the front lines of our democracy in this election, feeling the heartbeat of our state for the last 295 days. And so, yes, we have kept the faith. I have faith that our nation is ready to give each other space to live their lives and pursue their happiness. I have heard and learned and been renewed in my belief that America is best governed from the middle, not the extremes. I have faith that the motto on our Great Seal of New Jersey, on our flag, that motto, liberty and prosperity, can be real again for New Jersey and our country, that we can have less regulation and more opportunity, that we can have lower taxes and more affordability, that we can create more jobs and feel safe and secure in our homes. I have faith that New Jersey can be a place where our kids and grandkids can not only find work and afford a home, but can be a home where they can thrive. I have faith that we can bring people together to get things done. Throughout this campaign, I have said, I am not a perfect candidate, and America is not a perfect country, but I believe it is the best country in the world, and together we can make it a more perfect union as our founding fathers intended. And I believe that New Jersey is at the crossroad of the challenge and the change America needs, that we can make New Jersey and America happy again and restore that American dream. So from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for your support. It means the world. God bless New Jersey. God bless America. Let's go. All right.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
It's election night in America, from the battleground states to our own backyard. It's not just the White House at stake, but key local races could sway the balance of power in the House and Senate.
Tonight is the culmination of an unprecedented presidential election, which started with the former president running against a sitting president.
I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
And ended with Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. The candidates have made their arguments.
This is really the end of a journey, but a new one will be starting.
We know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
Now it's up to the voters. A special expanded edition of the 10 o'clock news, You Decide 2024, starts right now.
And good evening. Thanks for joining us on this election night. I'm Natasha Verma.
And I'm Steve Lacey. The polls now closed across the tri-state. You can see election results scrolling at the bottom of your screen. 90 minutes of nonstop coverage starts now. Let's take a look at the latest numbers in the presidential race. Donald Trump carrying Florida and South Carolina. Kamala Harris carrying New York and New Jersey. Many of the key battleground states too close to call. Now, this is a live look at Palm Beach County, the convention center where former President Donald Trump's holding an election watch party. Trump voting earlier today in Palm Beach, Florida, while his running mate J.D. Vance cast his ballot in Cincinnati, Ohio.
And Kamala Harris will be at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C., to watch the returns come in. The vice president voting by mail. Her running mate, Tim Walz, cast his ballot early in his home state of Minnesota. And now the race is on to 270 electoral votes.
All right, that's the threshold the presidential candidates need to cross to win the White House. Our Fox 5 live team coverage starts now. Connor Hansen is with the Harris campaign in D.C., and Rebecca Castor is with the Trump campaign. We're going to check in with them in just a few minutes.
But first, as the saying goes, all politics is local, and our Fox 5 reporters are fanned out across the area covering races that could change the balance of power in the House and the Senate.
All right, Fox 5's Morgan Mackay is at our Fox 5 Flipboard breaking down the critical and close local races for us. Morgan. We do want to start, though, with an election alert in the most-watched Senate race in our area.
That's right. The AP calling the New Jersey Senate race. Democrat Congressman Andy Kim beating Republican businessman Curtis Bashaw. Kim will get to hold the seat once held by disgraced former Senator Bob Menendez. Fox 5's Linda Schmidt is live in Basking Ridge with the Bashaw campaign.
All right, we're going to start, though, with Teresa Priolo, who is live in Cherry Hill with the Kim campaign. Teresa.
Yes, Steve and Natasha, lots of smiles, lots of even tears here in Cherry Hill. Andy Kim took the stage just a short time ago with his wife and his two young sons as he made history. He is now the first Korean American to be elected to the U.S. Senate, and he won this race handedly by about a 10-point margin. Let's tell you a little bit about the senator-elect. The three-term congressman is trying to help New Jersey turn the page on what really has been a very tumultuous time in the wake of Senator Bob Menendez's scandals. He is a public school educated Rhodes Scholar who became a national security expert. Most Americans may know him as the man that was seen cleaning up after rioters on January the 6th at the Rotunda after the insurrection. The most important issues to him involve access to health care and the affordability crisis in New Jersey and around the country. These are also issues that have resonated deeply with New Jerseyans. He ran a grassroots campaign that had a slow build, and throughout it all, Andy Kim maintained that he wanted to put integrity back in public service. He promised his supporters tonight that he would not let the job change him. Rather, he would work to change the job so it benefits the American people. Take a listen.
It's a bit surreal. You know, this is not something I ever aspired towards. I never thought that I would be in elected office. I honestly didn't necessarily think that a son of immigrants, a public school kid, that, you know, my family never talked politics at the dining room table. We're a family of political nobodies. But I'm proud, you know, that we can do this, and, you know, I'm excited about hopefully what I can do to serve this country in the U.S. Senate.
You talked a lot about your kids. When we talked a few weeks ago, you talked about them tonight. How do you hope that they view this moment?
Well, I hope my kids are proud of me. I know that they can't fully understand all that's happening in the country right now with all the turmoil and the chaos. But, I think they can understand that this is meaningful. I mean, look at all the people here. It means something to them. That idea that we're part of something bigger than all of us. And that's really what I want to instill in them, is that sense that this is worth fighting for.
Now, one more thing to note. It's not unusual for a big campaign to use a big hotel to have their victory party. But Andy Kim told us tonight he chose this hotel on purpose because when his parents moved to New Jersey, this is where the family slept for the first couple of weeks. He said he walked around. He felt like a prince. He said the food was so good. And so he wanted to come back here to celebrate this moment here. I asked him if he talked to his opponent, Curtis Bashaw. He told me he hasn't yet, but he does hope that Curtis stays involved in the democratic process, and potentially maybe it's even something that they could collaborate on in the future. That's the latest from Cherry Hill tonight. Steve, Natasha, back to both of you.
Yeah, the embodiment of the American dream. What a full circle moment for him. All right, we appreciate it. Thanks, Teresa. Let's go now to Fox 5's Linda Schmidt, who is live with the Curtis Bashaw campaign in Basking Ridge, New Jersey. Linda.
Yeah, first of all, good evening to both of you. And Teresa is talking about the kind things that Andy Kim had to say about Bashaw. Well, the same coming from Bashaw here tonight. This is what we have been talking about all night. He is a hotel developer from Cape May, New Jersey. This is the first campaign, the first time that he has ever run for public office. He came out on the stage a short time ago and he said he is proud of what he and his team were able to accomplish. He says they received more than 1 million votes. Now, he is a supporter of Donald Trump. And he says that the Republican Party, and he is part of that, they are building a stronger, better, more unified Republican Party. Again, he came out on the stage just a short time ago. Here is part of what he had to say.
This race has played by the rules of our American values, keeping it civil and focusing on the issues. I am proud and grateful for the commitment, dedication, and tireless effort of our amazing campaign team who focused on our mission of restoring hope for New Jersey. We ran our own race and owned our own lane, and we fought well.
And Bashaw also congratulated Andy Kim here on the stage, saying that he ran a good, honest campaign. Back inside to you.
All right, Linda, thank you so much. And now let's go to our Fox 5 Flipboard.
All right, that's where our Morgan Mackay is monitoring critical local House races and the results in real time. Morgan.
Yeah, Steve, Natasha, there are about 6 House races we've been following closely. All 6 of these districts are up for grabs and could affect which party controls the House next year. So let's start first with where we stand right now. As you can see in New York's 3rd congressional district, we've got Congressman Tom Suozzi, the incumbent Democrat. He is leading over Mike LaPetrie, who is a Republican who's been challenging him. With 10% of precincts reporting, Suozzi is up by 12%. And in New York's 18th congressional district, Pat Ryan, who's the incumbent Democrat here, he's leading over Allison Esposito, the Republican, by 22 points, but only 17% of precincts are reporting right now. And in New York's 19th congressional district, Josh Riley, the Democrat, is leading right now over Mark Molinaro, the Republican, who's the incumbent, by only about 4 percentage points and with only 6% of precincts reporting. Now, to New York's 17th district, Congressman Mike Lawler, he's the incumbent Republican here, 55% over Mondaire Jones, who has 43%. 39% of precincts are reporting right now. Lawler is favored slightly in the polls, but this is likely going to be a tight race when we're done with it. Next, New York's 4th congressional district, the incumbent Anthony D'Esposito, who's a Republican, he's behind right now Laura Gillen. She's leading by 53%. D'Esposito has 47%, with 52% of precincts reporting right now. Gillen is ahead in the polls leading up to this election. Now, again, this is going to be another one of those tight races. Next, New York's 1st congressional district. Now, this race has 0 precincts reporting. Long Island sometimes takes a little bit longer to report and get back those ballots, so hopefully we'll have something in the next hour or so. Natasha, Steve?
Morgan, thank you so much. Well, let's get back to our local races. We'll get there in just a moment.
All right, now we want to turn to the race for the White House, of course. Here's a look at where Kamala Harris and Donald Trump stand right now in the race to 270 electoral votes. As we take a live look at the map, you can see the numbers on your screen, probably better than we can from set. So there's a look. Things are still very early in the evening, and it looks like it is going to come down to the blue wall as we anticipated all along. Rebecca Castor is with the Trump campaign in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Well, let's start with Connor Hansen live with the Harris campaign in Washington, D.C. Connor, what's the latest?
How about Trump? Natasha, this has been a high-energy event for the Harris campaign like we've seen throughout the weekend. There are thousands of people here at Howard University, the vice president's alma mater, cheering every time they see Harris win a state. After months of campaigning, the voters have now weighed in, and we're waiting to see which side gets to 270. Vice President Harris is spending election night here at Howard University in Washington. Earlier in the day, she made an unscheduled stop at the Democratic National Committee headquarters, where she spoke to volunteers at a phone bank, predicting a big win tonight.
This truly represents the best we are. Just reaching out to folks, letting them know that we're all in it together, reminding them of the power of their vote, through their voice.
But it's still not clear which side will come out on top. Voter turnout broke records in many areas, and it could take days to count all the ballots. And with the race neck and neck in most of the battleground states, there's no telling when it will be called. Voters at the polls say no matter who wins the election, they're looking forward to the end of the campaign.
It was a good fight between both parties, and hopefully we don't get any whining like we've been getting the last couple years.
And while several states have been called, the major battleground states are still too close to call. As these results trickle in, it's important to remember that states like Wisconsin and Pennsylvania cannot even start processing their mail-in ballots until today, and officials in those states warned that there could be some backlogs. Steve, Natasha?
Very well. Yeah, good point. All right, thanks, Connor. And from Howard University, let's go south to the Palm Beach Convention Center.
That's where Fox's Rebecca Castor is live with the Trump campaign. Hi, Rebecca.
Hey, Natasha and Steve. The Trump campaign feels that they are on track for a good night. The watch party here, it's filled with supporters. They cheer every time a state is called for the former president. But Donald Trump, he's watching this all go down at home at Mar-a-Lago with a small group of family and friends. Former President Trump is spending election night where he kicked off his campaign in Palm Beach, alongside one of his biggest supporters, Elon Musk. And his team is feeling confident they can secure the magic number of 270 electoral votes.
For early voting, it was definitely, we didn't have as much mail turnout, and that's not just for our party, that's for any party in terms of voting. But after today, we're seeing a change, and we're seeing such optimism.
Millions of voters braved long lines to cast their ballots, each with different issues in mind.
Under a new Trump administration, I think we're going to have more secure borders. We have everything going for us, but we're going to lose a lot of that if Trump wins.
But with the race neck and neck, it could be days before we know the final results. During a visit to thank his campaign staff, the former president expressed his frustration with the vote counting process.
They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done. One day, same day. And you'd have it by 10 o'clock.
No matter the outcome, the winner of this election will have a challenging task on the first day of their administration.
One of the most important jobs of whoever the president-elect is going to be has got to be unifying the country.
Donald Trump was asked earlier today if he would accept the results of the election if he loses. He said if it's, quote, a fair election, I'll be the first to acknowledge it. Steve, Natasha, back to you guys.
All right, Rebecca, thank you. Now to the local House races that could change the balance of power in the House.
All right, we start in New York's 17th congressional district, the lower Hudson Valley, deciding between incumbent Republican Mike Lawler and Democrat Lawler and Jones, a former congressman himself. Here's the latest 55-43, with just under 40% of the vote being counted so far. Fox 5's Arthur Chien is live with the Jones campaign.
But let's start with Fox 5's Sharon Crowley live with the Lawler campaign in New City. Sharon?
Yeah, the supporters of Lawler's just heard those numbers themselves, and there was a lot of cheers. They're feeling pretty good at the headquarters here in New York's race for the 17th congressional district. Now, I might have mentioned to you before, Republican leadership, Democratic leadership in Washington watching this race very closely. In fact, they poured millions of dollars into advertisements because it could help decide whether Republicans or Democrats control the House in Washington. Let's take a look at some of the video. Earlier today, Congressman Mike Lawler, Republican, with his wife and 2 children, one of them, both girls, a baby girl born just last week, voting today in Rockland County. Now, he says if he wins tonight, it's going to be because he is talking about the things that voters in this largely suburban district want done. That's called border security, improving the economy, lowering taxes. He's also against congestion pricing. But as I said, he debated his opponent, Mondaire Jones, and it was bitter. He tried to paint Mondaire Jones as a far-left progressive who wants to defund the police. So they went back and forth at it over this campaign in the polls, keeping them very close right until the bitter end. I spoke with Lawler just a few minutes ago. Here's what he said about how he's feeling.
I feel great. You know, look, 8 days ago, my wife and I welcomed our second daughter into the world, and obviously that is most important. And I got to spend a little time before I came over tonight with them. But that really, crystallizes what this is all about and why I ran in the first place.
Lawler, of course, expected to do pretty well here in Rockland County. He doesn't know how well he'll do in Westchester and parts of Dutchess County. Still waiting for more of those numbers to come in. But for now, he's feeling pretty good about his lead, as are his supporters. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Thanks, Sharon. Now let's go to Arthur Chan live with the Mondaire Jones campaign. Arthur.
Well, Steve, Natasha, usually candidate will choose a location to gather their supporters on election night, whether they win or lose. But that is not the case for Mondaire Jones tonight. In the words of his own staffer, he is, quote, bouncing around and said, we're at George Latimer's headquarters. He just walked in and is expected to speak shortly. Latimer's in the 16th district. Jones is in the 17th district. It's still expected that he's going to show up here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. And the expectation is that he will also speak once he does arrive here. But we did see him earlier tonight, and that was when he cast his ballot for the 17th congressional district here. It's a hotly contested race and probably one of the most difficult seats to go through in order for Democrats to get back the House of Representatives. Jones's story is an interesting one. He grew up in public housing, going on to become a lawyer. He went to Harvard Law School. He was already the congressman of the 17th district, but after the redistricting fiasco in New York, he ran in a different district in 2022, lost, and now he's trying to reclaim the 17th district. As Sharon alluded to, one of the topics that seems to have been somewhat of a self-inflicted obstacle is his alignment with the defund the police movement. He also made disparaging comments about Governor Hochul, for which he later apologized. He is now trying to repaint himself as a moderate in order to win this election, but it may be a pretty steep climb. The numbers so far not making anybody in his camp, I'm sure, overly optimistic. He has been struggling into the polls coming in tonight. He's been underperforming. Now, later on in the newscast, we're going to talk about 2 of the key issues for voters up here and where he stands in comparison to the incumbent Lawler. But right now, we throw it back to you guys in the studio.
Very well. All right, thanks, Arthur. And we're just getting started on this election night.
Let's take a live look right now at the Harris election night headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. right there.
All right, lots of people gathered, of course, and a look at the Trump election HQ at the Palm Beach Convention Center. Obviously, everyone excited down there as well.
And Fox 5's Morgan Mackay is live at our Fox 5 Flipboard, tracking some of the closest local races. But first, here's a look at the latest results in our local House races. It is election night across America. This is a live look at the Palm Beach County Convention Center where former President Donald Trump will be holding an election watch party.
All right, and this is a live look at Howard University in Washington, D.C., where Kamala Harris is hosting her election watch party. Tonight, people gathered outside, and you can see the latest election results scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Now, another critical local House race is happening on Long Island.
It's a rematch in New York's 4th Congressional District. Incumbent Republican Congressman Anthony D'Esposito squaring off against Democrat Lawler Gillen in the district representing central and southern Nassau County. Jessica Formoso is live with the D'Esposito campaign in Baldwin.
All right, we're going to start, though, with Jody Goldberg in Garden City live with the Gillen campaign. Jody.
Steve and Natasha, hundreds are gathered here at the Garden City Hotel. It's the watch party for the Nassau County Democrats, and the phrase they're using tonight is cautiously optimistic. This as the votes come in. Every time you see it on the screen, there's lots of cheers and applause. Now, Lawler Gillen voted this morning in her district that's predominantly Democratic, and she hopes her voters came out to support her. The district has gone from blue to red for decades, but a win would help the Dems take control of the House. Now, as you mentioned, this race is a rematch from 2 years ago when she lost to freshman Congressman D'Esposito. This go around, she says she has more resources, and the party poured millions of dollars into the campaign. Now, if elected, she plans to prioritize restoring the SALT deduction to lower taxes and immigration reform. And also here tonight, we have Congressman Tom Suozzi from New York's 3rd District. He's hoping for a win. Gillen's here as well. We have not seen or heard from her. We are expected to hear from both of them later on tonight, and of course we will have the latest for you. For now, we're at Garden City. Jody Goldberg, let's send it back to you.
All right, Jody, thank you. Let's check in with Jessica Formoso now. She is live with the Anthony D'Esposito campaign in Baldwin. Hi, Jess.
Natasha and Steve, good evening. Well, yes, we are here in Baldwin at the Coral House. I have to say the supporters are now a lot more than there were around 8 o'clock. That's when they started coming in. But now both sides of the room are filled. County Executive Bruce Blakeman is in the building, as well as Joe Cairo, who is the Nassau County GOP chairman, and former Congressman Peter King. Mr. Peter King told us that Anthony D'Esposito is in the building and that he is in good spirits. Now, this is a tough race, a very heated race with plenty of nasty ads on both sides. A tight one, and his supporters tonight telling us that every vote is going to count. This congressional seat, like you said, is District 4, which covers the South Shore of Long Island, a high-stake political rematch. Democrat Lawler Gillen and Republican incumbent Anthony D'Esposito ran against each other in 2022. He won by 51.8% of the votes. A Republican had not won this seat since 1997. He helped flip the House red that year. Now, D'Esposito is a former NYPD officer and Hempstead Council member. He has been outspoken on issues of immigration and homeland security. Trump endorsing D'Esposito. As you may recall, he was at the Trump rally at Nassau Coliseum back in September. Another issue he is running on, abortion. D'Esposito says he is a champion of women, promising in an ad that he would never vote for a national abortion ban. However, though, he's not free of scandals. The New York Times reporting he put his mistress and his fiance's daughter on the payroll for his congressional office, raising ethical questions. He denies any wrongdoing, saying he did not violate any ethics, and his supporters here tonight say they stand by him. You're about to hear from former Congressman Peter King, who tells us that he is very optimistic that D'Esposito will win tonight.
But right now, all our indicators are good. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be a tight race. But right now, we feel good. I was talking with him. He feels good. Chairman Cairo feels good. But it's, again, no one's claiming victory. But we really are in the fight. And right now, I put my money on Anthony.
And right now, you're taking a live look here at the room. A lot of his supporters, like I said before, are here. They're waiting to see Anthony D'Esposito. Of course, once he comes up, we're hoping to hear from him, and we'll bring you the latest. That's the latest I have here from Baldwin, Long Island. I'm Jessica Formoso, Fox 5 News.
All right, Jess, thank you. Let's head back to the Fox 5 Flipboard for more election results.
All right, Morgan Mackay here now with an update on the presidential race in some key battleground states. Morgan.
Yeah, Steve and Natasha, we've had our eyes on 7 battleground states, and none of these 7 battleground states have been called for either candidate. But let's start first with Pennsylvania here. Oh, and we've got New York district race, congressional district 4. Okay, there we go. Pennsylvania. Right now, former President Donald Trump leading by 51%. Vice President Kamala Harris with 48%, with 55% of precincts reporting right now. Pennsylvania is a big one. It has 19 electoral votes. Now going on to the next states here. Georgia. Former President Donald Trump with 51%. He is leading over Harris right now at 48%, with 40% of the precincts reporting. And next with Michigan, Vice President Kamala Harris coming in just squeaking by 49% over Trump at 48%, but only 11% of precincts reporting right now. So a lot of votes left to be counted. Steve, Natasha?
Morgan, thank you so much. And with election results coming in fast and furious.
That's right. There is a lot to break down tonight. Political analyst David Birdsell standing by to go through what we know right now and take a closer look on the ballot questions New Yorkers have voted on. First, though, here's a look at where things stand in some critical local races.
We are back with more on this historic election as first projections start coming in. We're also taking a look at New York's ballot proposals.
All right, joining us now, David Birdsell, Provost and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs at Kean University. Sir, thanks for being with us. We appreciate it on this big night. I guess let's just start, David, with your impressions of what we're seeing in the race for president in the states that we know about so far.
What we're seeing is exactly what we expected. This is razor thin. It's very close. It's very hard to say about anything about the trajectory of the battleground states until we know exactly where the reporting is coming from. You take a state like Pennsylvania, there are basically 2 islands of blue in a sea of red. So it really depends on what's happening around Philadelphia and what's happening in Allegheny County, which surrounds Pittsburgh, and everything else is likely to go heavily for Donald Trump. So we really need to get a little bit more granular and wait for those final counts to come in, which may take a while.
It matters a lot where those votes are coming from, right?
Let's talk about these ballot propositions that we saw in New York. Okay, so one just passed, and this had to do with protecting abortion rights. Talk a little bit about what that means, because it also seemed to safeguard some discrimination as well.
Well, what this does is really to extend the equal protection measures already in the state constitution to cover pregnancy and to cover people who seek reproductive health care, including abortion, but not exclusive to abortion. So this does a lot to extend rights in that regard, effectively enshrines abortion in the state constitution, and provides that kind of guarantee for people worried about national action that could, in theory, if it's a constitutional amendment, supersede what happens at the state level, but it provides more protection than laws alone, which is a point that one of the sponsors, Senator Liz Krueger, has been making consistently.
Right, that's of course post-Roe. Some states are taking steps like that. Exactly right. All right, as far as 2 through 6, we're hearing 2 has passed, 3 through 5 appear that they will pass, but it's not official yet, and question 6 did not.
All 5 of these measures basically give the mayor's office more control over the policy process, so that the council has to do more analysis of budgetary conditions, of impact on public safety proceedings, et cetera, in order to get something through. And it gives the mayor's offices and the agencies that might be regulated more of an opportunity to respond. So this weakens, to a certain extent, the legislative power base, and it gives the executive even more power in the city. Number 6 had to do with minority contracting and giving the mayor more power in that arena. That appears to have failed, but the other 4 look like they're going to pass.
I mean, critics on whole say that 2 through 6 gave the mayor more power and it weakened checks and balances. Would you say that's accurate?
Well, I think the case can be made. It clearly gives the mayor more power. It gives him the opportunity to slow down the legislative process if it affects public safety organizations and if there are failures of certain budget analyses. So if the legislature wants to pass something, they've now got to go through another hurdle. So that, in effect, gives the mayor more power. And remember, the mayor already has veto power. So if he doesn't like a piece of legislation, he can have the people at his agency make a recommendation. The council can, of course, override it, but this makes the council less responsive in theory because they have to do more work to get things across the finish line.
Interesting, giving the mayor's current plight with the investigations and whatnot. So certainly interesting. All right, David Birdsell, we appreciate it. We're going to check back in with you in a little bit as well. All right, well, long lines were waiting for many of us at polling places throughout the tri-state.
But lines soared to 2 hours in Brooklyn, where voters had to wait while a scanner was being swapped out. Duarte Geraldino talked to some frustrated voters out in Flatbush.
How long did you wait?
Maybe more than 2 hours.
More than 2 hours?
Yes.
Mae Young is one of hundreds of people in Brooklyn who stood for hours to get into the Flatbush Tompkins Congressional Church and cast a ballot. And you didn't feel like at one point you were just going to walk away? Was that important?
No, I wouldn't give up, although all my shoulder give. My back. But I come to vote and I have to.
The Board of Elections says the long lines are because this is a heavy volume site, which means a lot of people are assigned to it. But it did admit one scanner had to be swapped out because of heavy use, and it was quickly replaced. Erin Warden has been visiting multiple polling locations. She's with the left-leaning advocacy group Citizens Action. She says she saw several people, exhausted by the wait, just leave without voting.
I think the Board of Elections, I think they're trying their best. And it's really unfortunate because people did leave.
And that wasn't the only issue causing delays, as Justin Leventhal found out.
My voter location was not updated in the system, even though they sent me a location to come here from my new address. So I'm still listed at my old voting center all the way in Coney Island, so I'm getting an Uber right now.
How much is the Uber going to cost you?
$30.
Misty says after waiting hours, she's not abandoning the line.
I've waited in longer lines for less things.
We caught up with Christina as she walked out of the polling site after spending hours in line.
Be about 2 hours.
About 2 hours?
Yes.
And how much time did you spend inside once you finally got inside?
Maybe about 10 minutes.
10 minutes. And did it look like everything was working inside, or?
Yeah, inside it's going pretty smoothly.
People were in line well after 10 o'clock, and at a certain point, some started taking selfies and photographs with each other to remember the night they spent hours in line just to vote. In Ditmas Park, Duarte Geraldino, Fox 5 News.
All right, well, straight ahead, we're going to check back in with our reporters covering some of the key races throughout the area.
And we're going to check back in with Morgan Mackay, who's standing by live at the Fox 5 Flipboard. But first, here's a look at the latest results in our local Senate races.
It is election night in America. The candidates have made their final pushes. The polls have closed here in the tri-state, and election results will be coming in soon. Good evening. Thanks for staying with us. I'm Steve Lacey.
And I'm Natasha Verma. We'll get to our local races in just a minute. But first, here's where the presidential race stands right now. So 52% for Donald Trump, 46% Kamala Harris, 40% of the vote still coming in. It's still early in the evening, but we can already see this is shaping up to be a close race. All eyes on the eastern battleground states, many of which have not been called yet, and those are the big ones. But first, back to our team coverage of our local races tonight. Fox 5 is live. Our reporters are covering all the key races across our area. Let's start with one of the local House races that could change the balance of power in the House.
All right, we start in New York's 17th congressional district, the lower Hudson Valley, deciding between incumbent Republican Mike Lawler and Democrat Mondaire Jones, himself a former congressman. Fox 5's Arthur Chien is live with the Jones campaign.
But first, let's start with Fox 5's Sharon Crowley live with the Lawler campaign in New City. Sharon, what's the latest?
Well, Well, Natasha, supporters still very upbeat here, hoping for a good finish tonight. We spoke, obviously, earlier this evening with Republican Congressman Mike Lawler. He, too, was feeling good about things. Take a look at some of the pictures we have of him voting with his family. He has 2 daughters and his wife with him, and I want to point out that he had a baby just a week ago, and when he was asked about the campaign and what was the most difficult thing, he said that, having a baby or having his wife have a baby just a week ago, because he wanted to spend more time with his family, but he spent most of it on the campaign trail. Now, he says that if he wins tonight, it's going to be because he was appealing to the suburban voters, many who live here in Rockland County, that want the same things that he wants, which is border security, lower taxes. They're opposed to congestion pricing, and he wants them to do something to fix the economy. Millions and millions of ad dollars were poured into this district, and I think you know why. As we've been talking about, the balance of power in Washington is at stake, and of course his opponent, Democrat Mondaire Jones, hoping to eke out a win after he had a defeat after redistricting. But as I said, I'm here at Republican headquarters, and we spoke with Mike Lawler, I would say just about an hour ago, about how he thinks things are going.
I feel great. You know, look, 8 days ago, my wife and I welcomed our second daughter into the world, and obviously that is most important. And I got to spend a little time before I came over tonight with them. But that really, crystallizes what this is all about and why I ran in the first place.
So President Biden actually won this district in 2020, and of course then Republican Lawler won it after that, and that's why there is a lot of contention and a lot of back and forth between Democrats and Republicans in this area, especially after redistricting. So, but I can tell you from here at Lawler's headquarters, so far so good. They seem very happy and hoping to get some more results even before 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, Sharon, indeed, the redistricting certainly adds an extra element of excitement on election night for sure. Now let's go to Arthur Chien, who's live with the Mondaire Jones campaign. Arthur.
Thank you, Westchester.
Steve, Natasha, a different feeling when it comes to the candidate Mondaire Jones tonight. While most candidates host their campaigns at a place on election night, Mondaire Jones has chosen not to tonight. And for that reason, while Sharon was able to talk to Mike Lawler over there, we still haven't seen Mondaire Jones. He has been, as we were told by a staffer, bouncing around. He's at some point expected to bounce on over here to the Coliseum in White Plains. This is actually the 16th congressional district, even though he's running for the 17th. Nonetheless, we did have video earlier today of Mondaire Jones as he cast a vote in one of the most contested seats of the House this election. That is because of a disastrous 2022 when, while there wasn't a red wave in the rest of the country, a red wave in New York State is widely blamed for giving control of the House of Representatives over the Republicans. They're trying to take it back. Mondaire Jones himself was, as you said, the congressman in this district, but after a redistricting fiasco in New York State, ran somewhere else in 2022 when Lawler ran here, and they're now trying to take it back. But he does face an uphill climb. He's been underperforming in the polls, and we promise to quickly talk about two of the issues that are important to people up here. They tell us housing and affordability, for which Mondaire Jones blames corporate greed. He says companies are actually price gouging, that's the fundamental difference there. His opponent, Mike Lawler, sees it differently, blaming federal spending for inflation. And then the other issue is that of illegal immigration. 200,000 people entered New York, and during that time, Lawler was fully a critic, where Mondaire Jones later on came on to blame the White House for not doing more. Nonetheless, we are here in the 16th congressional district awaiting for Mondaire Jones to arrive here. The expectation is that he will speak when he arrives. When that happens, we're going to let you know what it is he has to say, but obviously this is still very close, and we don't know which way this race is going to go. It did not look good coming into today for Mondaire Jones, but that's why they still have to play the game, as they say. That's the latest from here in the White Plains. Arthur Chien, Fox 5 News. Steve, Natasha, back to you guys.
Indeed, that's right. All right, thanks, Arthur. We're going to have much more live from our local races.
And Morgan McKay is watching the results come in at our Fox 5 Flipboard. But first, here's a look at the results for the ballot questions. Let's go to our Fox 5 Flipboard now.
All right, that's where our Morgan Mackay is monitoring battleground states and the results in real time. Morgan.
Yeah, as we've been saying, Steve and Natasha, this presidential race could likely come down to 7 battleground states. Let's start first with where we stand on the path to 270 electoral votes. As you can see, Harris 112, but Trump 198. And remember, they have to get to 270. Now, all the purple states here, these are the battleground states. So let's start first with Pennsylvania, the state that has the most electoral votes out of these battleground states. Trump up 50%, Harris down 48%, with 62% of the precincts reporting right now. Let's go to Georgia here. Trump 51%, Harris 48%, with 65% of the precincts reporting right now. And the next state, North Carolina, 50% with Trump, Harris 48% with 77% of precincts reporting. But again, this is coming down to just probably a couple 100,000 votes. Next, Wisconsin. Trump 50%, Harris 48% with 56% of precincts reporting. And next, Arizona with 49% and Harris with 49%. As you can see here, 904,000, 901,000. Again, this is coming down to just a couple votes with 50% of precincts reporting right here. And now next, oh, that's it. And Nevada is the 7th battleground state here, and this one has no precincts reporting as of right now, but we'll be back in the next few minutes.
That Nevada might take a long time to count of those battleground states, so to be continued for sure. Thanks, Morgan.
It's trickling all in, and we're going to be right back.
All right, first, though, here's a look at the latest numbers on New York's ballot propositions. Well, as more and more projections come in, we're getting a clearer picture of how the election's going tonight.
That's right. With us again to weigh in on this is David Birdsell, Provost and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs at Kean University. David, thank you so much for joining us again. So let's talk about what we're seeing so far right now. I mean, it looks like at first glance that Trump is ahead in the Electoral College. What are you waiting to see?
Well, remember, we still have big Democratic states yet to call. California, notably, most populous state in the country, largest block of electoral votes. Illinois, as well, in the middle of the country. Those will change these numbers. But one thing that I'm not seeing that some people were thinking was necessary if Kamala Harris was going to win this election is really big margins, or bigger than 2020 margins in key states. Take North Carolina, for example. If you look at North Carolina, first district, Representative Davis, Democratic incumbent, won in the last round by about 6 points. He still appears to be ahead with most of the vote counted, but it's down to a 4% margin. And those are the kinds of margins that if the Democrats have a hope of being able to pick off a couple of these red-leaning states, that needs to be bigger for them. So that's something I'm looking at right now. On the other hand, she appears right now, again, without all the votes counted, so this is no lock on anything, but to be ahead in Arizona. So if she could pick up, for example, North Carolina and Arizona, then she could lose the 19 electoral votes in Pennsylvania, but still be over the top with the 16 and 11, respectively, in NC and AZ. So
yeah, you know, it's interesting. It also feels like 2020 all over again when you look at Texas and Florida. Democrats got sort of optimistic heading in. Maybe they can pick up a Senate seat, things like that. But when the final vote comes down, it turns out to not be close in that race. Rick Scott for Senate, Ted Cruz for Senate.
And by very wide margins. So this is indeed whatever people were hoping on the Democratic side might turn out in this case. Those numbers are not appearing so far tonight.
Well, I was just going to say that, you know, exit polling showed that the top issues for voters were the state of democracy, followed by the economy, abortion, immigration. I mean, what could this mean for Trump and Harris? And does that pretty much track with what we've been following all along this campaign?
Well, it does, although the fact that the state of democracy has come up to the top of the list, that's news, and that's a surprise from these voters, actual voters, responding to exit polls as opposed to people responding to polls who may or may not be voters. We know that these people actually voted. But that doesn't necessarily break for Kamala Harris, because it's actually the case that most people who are concerned about democracy, again, these are not exit polls, but polls going into the election, most people who are concerned about it actually prefer Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's interesting. People see things differently. Yeah, indeed. All right, David Birdsell, we appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, let's switch gears now. Talk about the weather.
That seems like a lighthearted, fun thing to do. Nick, give us a little break here.
And you have some good news, too.
My pleasure. Yes, I have some great news, if you like, record warmth, because that's what's coming our way for tomorrow. Today, it's 73, one of the warmer election days in the last several years. Not a record, though. Today's record, 78, the low 54 earlier in the day. You should average 58, 45. We're going to stay above average here as we go through the next 7 days. 67 still at this hour, almost 11 o'clock at night. Winds out of the southwest. Humidity is up there a bit. Pressure steady, strong. 30.14. Everybody's in the 60s. Amazing here. 65 at Belmar. Low 60s across the island. Mid 60s to Newark and Midtown, up to Poughkeepsie. Even eastern Pennsylvania also holding in the mid 60s. And mainly a 10 to 15 degree temperature jump for most of the area from this time last night. Thanks to the southwest wind that's in play, about 10 miles an hour. It'll stick around to tomorrow. It'll get a little bit gusty. We'll have some clouds come in overnight, sort of a battle of clouds and sun for tomorrow. All right, the pink color is up here. That's the red flag warning in Connecticut. It's going to go tomorrow at about 6 p.m. The potential again for brush fires with the wind and the dry conditions, so keep that in mind. Look at the 70s today. Poughkeepsie, Newark, Belmar, Scranton, all sharing 76, close to 70 across the island, even mid-70s up there to Boston. How about 80? Up there in Syracuse, high 70s Buffalo, mid 70s to Harrisburg, and those 70s to even 80s popping up across the Ohio Valley there. Cleveland, Columbus at 78, 79. Charleston, West Virginia popped on 84 today. All right, on the satellite view, not much cloud cover now, but we'll see some clouds come in during the overnight period from the west, basically, as the system tries to inch its way towards us. But look where the rain is going. Into southern Connecticut, a line of showers along a cool front that's going from Michigan down to about Memphis. But those showers, as that front approaches, are just going to kind of fall apart bad news because we need the rain. We're still quite in a big drought problem here. There is rain in the forecast, but that's later on in the weekend. All right, overnight, our futurecast will show some clouds that will move in. And then tomorrow, combination of clouds and sun, a gusty wind as we pop to about 78, 79 for the record high. Here comes that cool front. Again, it kind of falls apart, though, right? No moisture with it. It'll drop the temperature a little bit on Thursday. We'll have lots of sun return. And then, again, drop the temperature a little bit more on Friday, but still temperatures are going to stay above average. In the meantime, here is Hurricane Rafael, which is moving off to the north and west here. 75-mile-per-hour hurricane, now up to 80 on the latest advisory. Again, near the Grand Cayman Islands, heads into the Gulf of Mexico. We'll have to watch it closely to see if it affects some of the Gulf Coast states. All right, our forecast for tonight, 61 in the city, mid-50s in the suburbs with a fair amount of clouds. 79 for that record tomorrow, near 70 at the coast, but low 80s inland with a gusty southwest breeze. 72 Thursday, 60 still on Friday. Saturday looks good as well. The rain comes in by, I think, Sunday afternoon. We could use it, and it ends Monday morning. Notice the temperatures are going to stay mild, though. Tuesday staying in the 60s with lots of sunshine returning as well. Natasha and Steve.
Wow, 79 degrees.
Love it. Pretty wild. All right, don't go anywhere. There's much more of our expanded election edition of the 10 o'clock news straight ahead.
It's 11 o'clock and Fox 5 live coverage of the election night continues right now. It's election night in America. The polls have closed in the tri-state area. Results are coming in from across the country. Good evening and thanks for joining us. I'm Natasha Verma.
All right, I'm Steve Lacey. The polls are closed across the tri-state. You can see election results scrolling at the bottom of your screen. 30 minutes of nonstop coverage continues now. We're going to take a look at the latest numbers in the presidential race. As we take those numbers up on the screen right now, it is an exceedingly close race. Good news so far for Donald Trump, no doubt about it. Up 53, 46, 44% of the votes counted. He's doing what he has to in his states. Now the big question is the battleground states, which have not yet come in. That will likely determine the outcome of this election.
And polls have just closed in the western states, too, as of 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, so more info to come. This is a live look at the Palm Beach County Convention Center, where the former president will be holding an election watch party tonight. Donald Trump voting earlier today in Palm Beach, Florida, while his running mate, J.D. Vance, cast his ballot in Cincinnati, Ohio.
And Kamala Harris will be at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C., to watch the returns come in. The vice president voting by mail. Her running mate, Tim Walz, cast his ballot early in his home state of Minnesota. Now the race is on to 270 electoral votes.
All right, that's the threshold the presidential candidates need to cross to win the White House. Our Fox 5 live team coverage starts now. Connor Hansen is with the Harris campaign in D.C., and Rebecca Castor is with the Trump campaign. We're going to check in with them in just a few minutes.
But first, as the saying goes, all politics is local, and our Fox 5 reporters are fanned out across our area covering races that could change the balance of power in the House and the Senate. We want to start at our Fox 5 Flipboard.
All right, that's where Morgan McKay is monitoring local election results in real time. Morgan.
Yeah, Steve and Natasha, we're going to look at local House races here, starting with New York 1 here. Where is... Oh, there we go. Congressman Nick LaLota, Republican. He's leading John Avlon 56% to 44% with 82% of precincts reporting. It's looking good for Nick LaLota right now. Moving on to New York Congressional District 3, Congressman Tom Suozzi leading by 54% against Michael LaPetri, the Republican. He has 46% with 64% of precincts reporting. And now New York's Congressional District number 17, Congressman Mike Lawler, the Republican. He is ahead right now with 55%. Mondaire Jones, a Democrat, 43%, and 72% of precincts are reporting right now. And that's all we have right now. Back to you, Steve and Natasha.
Very well. All right. The nature of the beast. All right. Thanks, Morgan.
So now to the local races that could change the balance of power in the House.
All right. We start in New York's 17th congressional district, the lower Hudson Valley, deciding between incumbent Republican Mike Lawler and Democrat Mondaire Jones, a former congressman. Here is the latest 55-43. Lawler is up in this one now with 72% of the votes in. Fox 5's Arthur Chen is live with the Jones campaign.
But let's start with Fox 5's Sharon Crowley live with the Lawler campaign in New City. Sharon?
I think you can hear the cheering that's going on behind me. That's because they're reading some numbers that they just got. Of course, Republican Congressman Mike Lawler way ahead in his race and hoping for a sweeping victory this evening. Now, we talked with the candidate earlier today, and he was pretty happy. I'll show you some video of him voting with his family. He has 2 baby girls, one born just a week ago. He told me if he wins tonight in a sounding victory, it's because of the policies of the voters here in Rockland and Putnam and Dutchess and Westchester counties, that issues they care about as well. That includes border security, lower taxes, opposing congestion pricing, and improving the economy. Those are the things that he says he worked on in Washington as a first-term congressman, and those that he says the voters here care about. I spoke with him just about an hour ago about how he was feeling. Here's what he had to say.
Look, I've won twice in 2-to-1 Democratic districts. Once for the state assembly, once for Congress, and I expect tonight we will be successful again. And I think it speaks volumes to my ability to communicate, my ability to build a coalition across the broad spectrum of the district, as well as the issues.
I couldn't do it without them, and you know what?
So when we have those final results and when we hear the candidates speak, of course, we will bring that live to you. So keep it right here on Fox 5. I'll have the very latest for you. Now I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks, Sharon. Now let's go to Arthur Chen, who is live with the Lawler Jones campaign. Arthur.
Well, it's a little bit of a different atmosphere here, Steve. Normally, a candidate gathers people together at a location and thanks them whether they win or lose. Lawler Jones tonight electing to bounce around to different locations. He's supposed to bounce over here into White Plains' location, which is for the 16th Congressional District, and he was supposed to arrive already. He so far has not arrived, but we do have video of him from earlier today when he cast his ballot in this heavily contested and very important 17th Congressional District in New York State. It was one that the red wave, while it didn't sweep the country in the midterm elections in 2022, it did sweep New York State, and New York State is largely blamed with those losses for handing the House of Representatives control of it back to the Republicans. So Lawler Jones, who was a congressman here, who was redistricted and did not run here in 2022, is now trying to take the seat back here. He has a very interesting story. He grew up in public housing, went on to law school at Harvard Law School, and then became a lawyer before becoming elected official, but he has been struggling, underperforming in the polls, and looking at the numbers right now, he is still struggling here on election night. Some of the key issues have been housing affordability and illegal immigration up here. Jones has spent some time talking about the issue of abortion, but a recent poll showed that only about 2% of the constituents up here really found that issue one that resonated with them. But coming back live right now, we are at the location for the 16th Congressional District. Congressman-elect George Latimer just spoke a short time ago. We'll let you hear from him later on. And he declared victory. The polls indicate that he has won, but Lawler Jones, not all the numbers are in yet, and what is in so far will not create a celebratory mood in his camp. That's the latest from here at White Plains. Arthur Chen, Fox 5 News. Steve, Natasha, back to you guys.
All right, Arthur, thank you. We're going to get back to our local races in just a moment.
All right, now we want to turn to the race for the White House. Here's a look at the electoral map. You can see 179 votes for Harris, 214 in the Electoral College for Trump. As expected, this is likely to come down to those 7 battleground states, the results of which are not in right now, but will likely prove decisive. All right, we're going to go to Fox's Connor Hansen. He's with the Kamala Harris campaign at Howard University.
After months of campaigning, the voters have now weighed in, and we're waiting to see which side gets to 270. Vice President Harris is spending election night here at Howard University in Washington. Earlier in the day, she made an unscheduled stop at the Democratic National Committee headquarters, where she spoke to volunteers at a phone bank, predicting a big win tonight.
This truly represents the best we are. Just reaching out to folks, letting them know that we're all in it together, reminding them of the power of their vote and their voice.
but it's still not clear which side will come out on top. Voter turnout broke records in many areas, and it could take days to count all the ballots. And with the race neck and neck in most of the battleground states, there's no telling when it will be called. Voters at the polls say no matter who wins the election, they're looking forward to the end of the campaign.
It was a good fight between both parties, and hopefully we don't get any whining like we've been getting the last couple years.
All right, very well. And from the Howard University, let's go south to the Palm Beach Convention Center.
That's where Fox's Rebecca Castor is with the Trump campaign. Hi, Rebecca.
Hey, Natasha and Steve, the Trump campaign feels that they are on track for a good night. They are zeroed in on Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. They're encouraged by Trump's slight lead in those states right now. The former president, though, is watching this all go down at home at Mar-a-Lago with a small group of family and friends. Former President Trump is spending election night where he kicked off his campaign in Palm Beach, alongside one of his biggest supporters, Elon Musk. And his team is feeling confident they can secure the magic number of 270 electoral votes.
For early voting, it was definitely, we didn't have as much male turnout, and that's not just for our party, that's for any party in terms of voting. But after today, we're seeing a change, and we're seeing such optimism.
Millions of voters braved long lines to cast their ballots, each with different issues in mind.
Under a new Trump administration, I think we're going to have more secure borders. We have everything going for us. But we're going to lose a lot of that if Trump wins.
But with the race neck and neck, it could be days before we know the final results. During a visit to thank his campaign staff, the former president expressed his frustration with the vote counting process.
They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done. One day, same day. And you'd have by 10 o'clock.
No matter the outcome, the winner of this election will have a challenging task on the first day of their administration.
One of the most important jobs of whoever the president-elect is going to be has got to be unifying the country.
Donald Trump was asked earlier today if he'd accept the results of the election if he does lose. He said if it's, quote, a fair election, I will be the first to acknowledge it. Steve, Natasha, back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Rebecca. And you can see the latest election results scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Another critical local House race is happening on Long Island.
It's a rematch in New York's 4th congressional district. Incumbent Republican Congressman Anthony D'Esposito squaring off against Democrat Laura Gillen in the district representing Central and Southern Nassau County. Jessica Formoso is live with the D'Esposito campaign in Baldwin.
All right, let's start, though, with Jody Goldberg, who's in Garden City, live with the Gillen campaign. Jody.
Steve and Natasha, they're standing room only here. This is the official watch party for the Nassau County Democrats. Now, the chair of the party says he's cautiously optimistic. Take a look at this video. Laura Gillen cast her ballot earlier today. She also said she knocked on the doors of 300,000 voters to make sure they got out this morning. The district has a history of flipping from blue to red for decades, but a win would help the Dems take control of the House. And how will Gillen pull it off? Well, she says she has more resources and the backing of the Democratic Minority Leader of the House, Hakeem Jeffries, who was here on Long Island just the other week rallying behind her. As far as priorities go, she wants to restore the SALT deduction to lower taxes. And if elected, she says she will push to reinstate protections of Roe v. Wade. And back here, the energy is building. Also here, Congressman Tom Suozzi, we're waiting to hear who won his race. We know Gillen is in the building. We have not seen her yet. Of course, we will continue to bring you the latest as results continue to come in. We're in Garden City. Jody Goldberg, Fox 5 News.
All right, Jody, thank you. And let's check in now with Jessica Formoso, live with the Anthony D'Esposito campaign in Baldwin. Hi, Jess.
Shout out. I gotta give this shout out.
Natasha and Steve, well, in the last 5 minutes, things got a little more cheerful here, and that is because Anthony D'Esposito is on the stage there with his supporters, with the county executive and former Congressman Peter King. You hear them cheering behind me, and although no winner has been declared, D'Esposito says that he is confident and optimistic and that he is still in it. A lot of his supporters saying here that Nassau County has flipped, turning red, and this is a good sign. He is still optimistic that he could win tonight, but he did say that we won't know until later on tonight, even possibly tomorrow. Now, this has been a very tight race, neck to neck, and with very nasty ads that we we've been seeing all along. A lot of them now counting on these independent voters, saying that those votes will count and every single vote will count tonight. This is a tight race. Every vote, like I said, will count. A high-stake political rematch. Democrat Laura Gillen and Republican incumbent Anthony DePizito, they ran against each other in 2022. He won then by 51.8% of the votes. A Republican had not won this seat since 1997, and he believes that he can stay in this position, stay in this seat, and continue to be the congressman for this district. Again, you're about to hear from Anthony DePizito, who said that he is optimistic and he is in it.
We knew this was going to be a tough race. We are ready to go to the mat, and I am hopeful that as soon as we get the results, there will continue to be a Republican representing the 4th Congressional District. Thank you, everybody. God bless.
And to be clear, the results are not in yet. We still do not have a winner. But over here, you can hear the cheers, his supporters cheering him on, and they do believe that he has a chance to remain in this seat. That's the latest we have here from Baldwin. I'm Jessica Formoso, Fox 5 News. Natasha, Steve, back to both of you.
All right, Jess, thank you. And we will have much more election night coverage straight ahead.
All right, first, though, here's a look at the latest numbers in some critical House races.
It's election night across America. This is a live look at the Palm Beach County Convention Center, where former President Donald Trump is holding an election watch party.
All right, and this is a live look at Howard University in Washington, D.C., where Kamala Harris is hosting an election night watch party of her own.
And as we take a look at the candidates' election night watch parties, another state was just called for Donald Trump, this time Iowa.
All right, David Birdsall joins us again with the latest. That is interesting because this weekend, the big news was that the premier pollster in Iowa was now predicting a 3-point Harris win, which sort of led Democrats to think maybe the polling's been completely off this cycle and there could be something afoot in the blue wall, Midwestern states, et cetera, et cetera. That did not come to pass.
It's a great object lesson in why you don't believe single polls against the trends, right?
Yeah.
That everybody had Iowa very comfortably in the Republican column for months and months and months. There was really no question about where this was going to go.
No one paid any attention to it, right? Either campaign, yeah.
Absolutely. So this poll comes out. It's clearly wrong. Iowa is now where we thought it was going to be before that poll was released.
How much did he win by? Do we know?
I haven't seen the final call yet. And I don't think the entire state is in yet.
Gotcha. Well, let's take a look at that electoral map again, that national big picture view right now. So right now, Trump is leading. What does Harris need to do? What's her path forward to 270?
Well, her path forward is the same that it has always been. If we look at these 7 battleground states, there are 3 of them that she needs, the traditional blue wall states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Right now, she's not looking like she's clearly ahead in any of them, and maybe behind in 2 of them. But of course, there are a lot of votes left to count, so we'll see where that goes. But it's going to be razor's edge. If she winds up losing one of those states, then she needs to pick up other states that we believed, based on polling prior to the election, would be more likely going into the Republican column. And the most likely of those would be Arizona and North Carolina. Between the 2 of them, that's another 27 electoral votes, and that would be enough to erase the disadvantage of losing one of those blue wall states. But if she loses all 3, there's virtually no path to the presidency.
Yeah, let's talk about the House. Obviously, it was a momentous 2022 in New York, which had a major impact on the makeup of the House, nationwide, putting Republicans in charge. Right now, we're looking at 3 of the 4 House seats last time that flipped from Democrat to Republican, possibly flipping back, with Democrats needing just 4 to retake control of the House.
That's right. In 3 races in New York right now, none of them called yet, but with pretty sizable portions of the vote in, you have 3 Democrats comfortably ahead against current incumbents Esposito, D'Esposito, and Molinaro. So, those are the questions that we're looking at right now. There are several really competitive California races where there are Democrats believed to be likely to knock off the House incumbent Republicans in those seats. So if the Democrats don't lose seats in other races, one of those pickups flips the House.
Yeah, a similar dynamic there as in New York, California, right?
What's going on in North Carolina? Are you surprised by any of that?
The big surprise, well, it's not a surprise, but there were a number of people who thought that the ground game that Kamala Harris has turned out, and by all accounts, she has one of the most impressive ground games in the history of recent presidential campaigning, would have turned out wider margins that we would have seen echoes of down ballot. And that's not apparently the case right now. Again, I haven't seen the results of exactly which precincts are reporting at this time, and it could be that there will be research triangle districts that are still reporting, and it will widen some of those margins. But we're not seeing in the Carolina First, the coastal counties and districts at this stage, the kind of wide margins that would be consistent with Harris pulling ahead.
Yeah, the rural-urban divide continues to be growing. We're getting more red and more blue, it seems like, is the sort of takeaway so far.
The whole country.
Yeah, with more to come. All right, thanks so much, David. And there's more of our expanded edition of the 10 o'clock news. You decide 2024 straight ahead.
But first, here's a look at what you can expect tomorrow morning for your commute.
It's time for the Memorial Sloan Kettering Traffic Tracker.
I'm Inez Rosales with the Memorial Sloan Kettering Traffic Tracker. The Southern State Parkway both ways between exit 41 and exit 42. And the left lane will be closed tomorrow for road work from 9 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. Tune into Good Day New York starting at 4:30 in the morning, and I'll keep you updated on your commute.
The best adventures are shared, and with the Ford Explorer SUV, you'll be ready. It offers a premium interior that can carry up to 7 passengers in comfort. And with available Ford Blue Cruise hands-free highway driving technology, long drives feel easy. The Ford Explorer, America's all-time best-selling SUV. Right now, returning lessees can lease a 2025 Explorer for $439 a month for 36 months, only at your local Ford stores.
And we want to take one last look at our Fox 5 Flipboard.
All right, that's where Morgan Mackay is monitoring results in real time. Morgan.
Yeah, Steve, Natasha, we're going to get to our 6 local House races in a second. But first, we have results in North Carolina here. As you guys can see, or maybe not see, we have results, and I have them on my computer here. So I will just tell you guys. Trump is ahead, and he won North Carolina with 85% of precincts reporting. He is leading over Harris. Now, to our New York 17th congressional district, Congressman Mike Lawler. He is leading right now over Mondaire Jones. And as you can see, now we have North Carolina, Trump with 50%, Harris with 48%, and they are calling this race right now, even though 85% of the votes have been totaled. So New York District number 1, Congressman Nick LaLota, he's at 56%. John Avlon, 44% with 82% reporting. It's looking good for Nick LaLota, who is the incumbent in this race. Next, New York's 3rd Congressional District, Tom Suozzi, the Democrat, he's at 52% over Mike LaPetri, the Republican, 48%, 83% of precincts reporting right now. New York's Congressional District 4, Laura Gillen, Democrat, she is leading right now, but just barely over Anthony D'Esposito, who is the incumbent in this race. Now, New York 17, Congressman Mike Lawler, the Republican, he's up 55%. Mondaire Jones, 43%. Lawler is the incumbent in this race, and they have 75% of precincts reporting right now. And New York 18, Congressman Pat Ryan, he has been declared the winner in this race over Allison Esposito, who challenged him. As you can see, he got 57% of the vote compared to just 43% for Esposito. And in New York 19, Josh Riley, Congressman Mark Molinaro, behind right now by 47%. He's the incumbent. Josh Riley, the Democrat in this race, 53% with 88% of precincts reporting. Stephen, Natasha.
All right. Thanks, Morgan. We appreciate it. Let's get one last check of the weather.
Nick is back with what to expect. Hi, Nick.
Hi there. Talking about 70s again tomorrow after hitting a high of 73. Today wasn't a record. Today's record is 78. Tomorrow's record is 75. I think we're going to break that. We're going to head up over close to 80 degrees in parts there. About 79 for Midtown. Still at this hour, 67 with a clear sky, southwest wind, humidity up a little bit, strong pressure 30.14. 60s rule everywhere, even out on the east end at 63, 67 still Poughkeepsie, mid-60s from the city on south and west, and a 10 to 15 degree temperature jump from this time yesterday. Winds out of the southwest, they'll continue 10 to 15 miles per hour for tonight, and tomorrow they'll get a little bit on the gusty side, maybe gusting as high as 25 plus miles per hour, and that along with the dry conditions means we have to be on the lookout for brush fires. We have that fire weather warning, or a red flag warning, we'll call it, for Connecticut until 6 o'clock. It might be extended to more of the areas, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Look at these highs today for November the 5th. Mid-70s, Poughkeepsie, Scranton, right on down to the Jersey Shore and over to Newark. About 70 on the island. 70s really all through the Northeast. Boston, mid-70s. 80 for Syracuse. High 70s there to Buffalo, extending down to Cleveland. Mid-70s to Detroit. Even 80s again, Pittsburgh on south and west, which is one of the reasons, again, we're forecasting near 80 degrees around here for tomorrow. While the sky is clear for now, we'll have some clouds come in during the overnight period. As we take a look at the bigger view, the rain that we really need, though, is headed up into Canada. A little thin line of showers in here with a little cool front coming by. But as that front makes its move towards us, those showers are going to fall apart. And so we will stay dry for now. There is an outlook for rain, but that's going to be later on in the weekend. We'll take whatever we can get. All right, overnight futurecast shows some of those clouds. Tomorrow, combination of sun and clouds, that gusty breeze. That front gets close with a couple of showers trying trying to make it in here, but they're going to die and fall apart. Again, record high temperatures for the area for tomorrow. Now, the front moves by on Thursday. Thursday, even though it's a cold front, we're just going to cool it down a little bit. Still low 70s on Thursday and into the 60s on Friday. Should be a beautiful day. And again, the first half of the weekend looks okay. Second half of the weekend might have some trouble. 61 in town tonight, 50s to near 60 in the burbs, fair amount of clouds. 79 tomorrow, that'll be a new record. Near 70 at the coast, but low 80s inland with a gusty breeze. 72 Thursday, sun and clouds. Lots of sun Friday, Saturday. We're still above average in the 60s. Rain comes in, I think, by mid-Sunday afternoon. Doesn't get out till Monday morning. Again, hopefully we'll get some substantial rain. We'll stay in the 60s as we dry it out in time for Tuesday.
Good temperatures ahead of us. All right, Nick, thank you so much. Before we go tonight, we want to take another look at the electoral map.
All right, here's a look at where things stand right now. Of course, the big news just came in. We heard Morgan say it a couple moments ago, North Carolina being put in the column for President Trump. So that will certainly be a big state. More states, the blue wall states, the battleground states, a lot of them still to be decided.
At this time, Trump is leading, I believe, 230 and Harris at 187, the electoral votes. Trump has also taken Iowa. Again, we don't know which precincts in some areas are being reported. It is early, but right now Trump is in the lead. Some of these blue wall states, the battleground states, of course, the 7 of them are really going to determine the presidency here. So more to come. The
as
exciting
expected.
part of
Unfortunately,
election
we leave you tonight without a final result of this election, but I guess that was to be expected. It takes a while to count all these votes. We do appreciate you being with us. And for the latest election updates, you can stream our free Fox Local app.
That's right. Just scan the QR code on your screen and download the free Fox Local app onto your phone, where you can stream our newscast anytime. You can follow the latest election results.
And welcome back. It's 11:30 in the East. Things still too close to call in most of the swing states. Well, let's say in all of the swing states, including the all-important Tar Heel state, which former President Trump won in the last 2 elections.
Yeah, Jonathan Siri is live on the ground in Cary, North Carolina. Tell us what's going on there. Hey, Jonathan.
Yeah, good evening to you. Soon it will be good morning to you. This is the Wake County GOP watch party. A lot of folks staying up later than they anticipated. They were hoping to get some good news of their state going into the red column in the presidential race after a